I've been walking around, it's just great to see all that activity and to be able, I'm saying hello to people I haven't seen for months. It's a great feel.
Look, I said in this that things have changed. What will people notice?
Oh, it's very similar to last year. We're following all the government's guidance with regards to safety, so we still have one-way systems in place, keep left, sanitizer touch points on entry and through the scheme. We're obviously asking customers to stay safe, wear face coverings, and we have an occupancy counter, so we will be counting how many customers we've got in the centre, making sure it stays safe all the time, feels comfortable. But the most important thing for us when we open is safety.
So just to be clear, then, I know you used this last summer, but then once it's full, does that mean people have to queue outside to get in? How's that going to work?
If we get to capacity, yes, we will either ask customers to move around to different entrances because there may be capacity in different areas, or we will just explain to customers that actually we need to get some movement within the centre and ask them just to wait or to come back. We didn't actually ever get to that point last year, but we don't know what's going to happen.
balls. It's full and it's pushed forward, thick outside edge by Holland. So along the ground, it's
right and bowls. And again, Weatherly's got that through the covers. And I think that's going to go. Griffiths again. He's putting everything.
Evans again, and that's just held in line, thick outside edge. Played with soft hands. It rolls all the way up
the pavilion end. In he goes and bowls foolish onto middle and leg and goes right and bowls. Edges caught. Yes, he's gone this time. He did.
Griffiths bowls. Full, driven into the gap, through the covers. The chase is on.
Allsop bowls outside, flashing drive, got down almost on one knee there, crashed.
Gavin Griffiths again with his right arm medium pace, and it's pushed into the gap by Weatherly. My word, we've said that a few times already. It's Griffiths bowls away from us. It's full, and that's driven, and that's going to be 4. And this time it's gone.
Chris Wright is off. Ben Mike is on, bowling onto the leg stump of Tom.
In a lot of ways, isn't he? Epitomises everything. Low full toss, which is steered into the gap through the covers by Weatherly. Again, he's new over from Gavin Griffiths, and that's whipped away very fine down to fine leg. That's off the bat. Over the wicket and bowls. It's pulled away. It's in the air now. Who's under it? Swindles is under it. A square leg. Take it. Before lunch on the first day, he's on the back foot there and just steers that very fine. To say, I mean, there's 2 or 3 good ones, and it's not easy to play. That's a cut shot, and that's going to be 4. Hit hard through.
In goes Mike and bowls short. Helped round the corner. Again, it wasn't too violent as to Allsop, who is playing it firmly through straight mid off to Allsop, and that one is foolish on leg stump. Allsop just turns his wrists on it, fixes it.
You know, that would tend to even things up a little. Players are going to spend a few games, you know, trying to get back into the...
Chris Wright in to Allsop, who again is driving slightly loosely.
Around a little bit. That's a full, and he's driven through extra cover. Wow, that's a super shot that is. There was no...
Balls and hits northeast. He appeals for the out before, and he gets it, and he clenches like that.
That's a nice drive through extra cover. Beautiful shot. Now that was wide, but...
In goes right. Bowls, foolish, driven back past him for 4. Just over. In, bowls to him. Beautifully turned off his legs this time for 4 more. Out on the leg side as Wright goes in and bowls, but he's going to pick up 4 on the offside instead because that's too full out.
Here's Evans again, and that's on the line of middle of leg, and that's leg. Time through mid-wicket by...
To Vince, who gets a full delivery on off stump. He's quite late down on it, but at the moment in goes Mike and bowls short. Pull absolutely dismissively. Just again steps across, thick inside edge, and he's going to pick up a very fortuitous 4. Griffiths is in, bowls. Vince gets a wide one that he crashes away through the offside for 4 again. Griffiths in, bowls short, pulled away with again disdain. Griffiths and bowls drops a little bit short, rather shovelled away rather. He's going to pick up 4 for flowing in, comes in and bowls to Vince. He drives to Vince gorgeously for 4. Wasn't it up again? Griffiths in to Vince again. For 4.
Not really somebody that you could say I really know him. That's a lovely shot off the back foot, steered through extra cover, and that's hit hard.
Bowls to Vince outside, cut away down to third man for 4. It was
disappointed really.
Mike is in, drops short, drops round the corner again, perfect. Bowls short, edged in the air through second slip for 4. Is in, gives it a bit more air, over mid wicket by James Vince for.
Parkinson bowls and Vince drives airily, mid off, quite deliberate bounce. Oh, as Vince goes aerial again, and that's 6 over wide mid on, quite as big as the one a couple of overs before.
In goes Mike and bowls and a flashing drive through the offside, and bowls and another crashing drive for 4. Again he's overpitched outside off stump, and again the wicket. Bowls short around the corner for 4. By Tom Allsop.
Down the hill and bowls to Vince, and Vince cuts that away. Yes it is. It's down to third man. It's gone over the bowls. Allsop works that through the gap. It will be 100. That's going through mid wicket. That's going for 4. Save your legs. That's been just so unbelievable, really. Vince works that through mid wicket. There's another shot through mid wicket. That's right arm over with a slip in. So Vince works that way through mid wicket, and that's going to be 4 more. There is a man. Not too much backup. There's Wright, and just as I say that, he bowls short and wide, and Vince stands up. And Parkinson over the wicket. Also comes down the wicket, drives through extra cover, and that's 4 runs. Great.
As he comes in and bowls to Vince, who goes back and punches it away.
Forgetting how to sort of look things up. And Vince just opens the face of the bat and lofts that over extra cover. That is a beautiful job. For the little dab sweep, and that's going for 4. Very fine, up towards the top end of the ground.
to the left-hander. Bowls and drops a little bit short. Back goes Allsop, whips it away.
In 1985, and Allsop hammers that through extra cover for 4 runs.
2 swindles, and that one is caught at point. Evans has the wicket he deserves. He charges down the slope. Bowls to Dawson, fullish, straightish, and he's going to pick up 4.
Went for 19 as Wright comes in again, and Vince cracks that away through the covers. That's 4. Little bit of width there from Wright. 2 slips. And Vince drives, and there's the gap again, and there's 4 more.
Another comes in and bowls fullish onto middle and leg, neatly clipped away by of turn. In goes Alex Evans, a young 20-year-old seamer. He's clipped away off his toes by Liam Dawson. Over. Evans is in and bowls. Back goes Dawson, times it nicely off the back foot.
I'm supposed to call it. Here's Vince again, who whips it away very fine down to fine leg. And let's go. Here's Wright again, and Vince whips that away through mid-wicket. That's 4 more. Man here.
Young Evans comes in and bowls on the leg side, nicely timed away by Dawson. Off the time, Alex Evans is in. Again, it's on the leg side. Again, it's clipped away, and it again is going to run.
He's bowling to Liam Dawson, short, and Dawson pulls that away, and that is 4 runs. That's not a great start to Dawson. That's short away, and that's gone even straighter this time. In fact, that's gone through widest. If you follow football, you'll know what I mean. There's a nice drive by Dawson down the ground. That's 4.
The slope. In, bowls, full, driven, right, wearily at mid-off turn.
He's set right again then. It's got 2 slips. And Vince drives, and there's the gap again, and there's 4 more. Another cover drive. Another Vince. One. He was excellent on that occasion. Parkinson bowls. Also works that through the gap. It will be 100. That's going through mid-wicket. That's going for 4. Save your legs. Don't bother running for that. And Allsop picks up 100. Follows his captain a few balls later. All things are on the table. Here's Mike then down the hill and bowls to Vince, and Vince cuts that away. Is that his 100? Yes, it is. It's down to third man. It's gone over the rope, and that is 4. And Tom Allsop gives him a little bit of a hug, and Vince turns to the Hampshire dressing room, which is just to our right, and raises his bat and
goes right and bowls, edges, caught! Yes, he's gone this time. He did.
wicket and bowls. It's pulled away. It's in the air now. Who's under it? Swindles is under it. A square leg. Take it.
Bowls and hits northeast. He appeals for the out before, and he gets it, and he clenches to Swindles, and that one is caught at point. Evans has the wicket he deserves.
4 overs.
Hello. Hello, you're right. So cold, so cold. Oh God. Are we yeah, are we good for the feed going through to Salford and the recording and what have you? Bless, 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 bless. Yes, Richard's there. 50 seconds. Yes, yes, indeed. Yes, it wasn't the greatest. It was a chastening day for the young Foxes, I'm afraid. They didn't bowl very well, but they were up against some really high-class opposition, particularly in the form, as you say, of James Vince, the Hampshire captain and England batsman. They did give him a lot of 4 balls, but he put them all away in some style. His very first ball, though, he edged from Chris Wright, and it landed about an inch short of second slip. So it is really fine margins at this sort of level, and unfortunately, Leicestershire very much on the wrong side of those margins. Yesterday got to come back strong. Today we had rain, as you know, at the start of play, so it's going to restart at 11:45. We've only lost 4 overs in theory, but it is going to be a hard game to save from now on in. If the Foxes, once they bat, can bat as well as Hampshire did yesterday, then it is a savable game, but it's very hard to see them winning it from here.
game is working nicely, but that's why
Yeah, I just found yesterday the Leicester one on my computer.
Is that on the Hampshire Cricket website?
Yeah, just go to the Hampshire Cricket website and then on the front page it says live stream.
Oh yes, we got it. Yeah.
But it's just down the bottom there on the left. There you go.
Just getting used to it again, isn't it?
Yeah. Cool, isn't it? All the same.
Pretty darker again. I suspect. There's a possibility of getting more around. Drizzle for the next hour, actually. Look at that, it's actually kind of getting worse. That was clear before, now it's really good, it's really exactly.
Tomorrow?
Temperature's freezing.
Lovely.
Looks like we've just lost 4 overs.
I can't believe that.
So you get the extra half, extra half out of Mate, you're up there, you might have just not like you can go out.
That's why I thought I've got anything else to do.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like an open prison, mate.
Is it?
No, it's just nothing. Just got to go to your room. But I've never seen it before. I want to see if we can have a beer or something. Yeah, all the same. But you can't walk with that.
Which way is it? As I say, it tends to come from the southwest, and that's my Hereford correspondent is saying it's raining steadily there at the moment.
That's where it comes from.
It tends to come from over there.
Are we going by the clock over the...
Oh, yeah. It's 11:42 there. 11:42 on the couple of
You reckon?
really, I
Oh,
find
of
it
course,
really
no,
hard to.
yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, of course.
Not many are. That is the only thing. The meters shows it all. The former railway check basically it has it as the road, they promotes the road with it.
Well, that one over there?
Yeah.
They used to have what was the advert that I used to Kilby and Westwood? Has that they've obviously gone, or?
I think Kilby and West is non-existent, but milkman per se aren't, so I mean the dairy is still there, but it's I'm sure. Very sure.
Well, a very good morning, a belated good morning to you all from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Late start on the second day of the County Championship match, the LV Equals Insurance County Championship match, that is, between Leicestershire and Hampshire. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Solent, Richard Ray and Kevin James, your commentators for this game. Hampshire about to resume under the floodlights, it must be said, and in really cold.
Me last night to say that yesterday was their highest ever first day score and the only time they'd scored over 400. The previous best was 381 for 6, and that was back in 1996 versus Essex at Southampton. So there you go.
I could have done with knowing that yesterday when I was writing.
I only got that at
come on, Dave.
20 past 8. No, hang on. 10 to 8. Last night, sorry.
That's alright. More records could be broken today. Chris Wright, who was one of the two best bowlers for Leicestershire. It wasn't a high bar, but he was right up there. He's going to open the bowling for the Foxes from the Bennett end, and he's coming now to bowl to Liam Dawson, nice and straight from right, and Dawson is solidly enough behind it on off stump, pushing it back down the wicket on the off side. No great pace, no great bounce. It was interesting to talk to Chris Wright at the end of play yesterday. He said he thought it was a really good wicket. He said actually there was something there for the bowlers. So you hit your areas, there was a little bit. It was a really good wicket because there was a good balance between bat and ball. He said we just didn't bowl very well.
They didn't get enough in the right areas, did they?
They didn't. And those that they did, Hampshire could deal with because they knew some loose balls were coming. In goes Wright, bowls again outside off stump, this time a little bit further to Dawson, who hops back and lifts his bat and lets it go through to Harry Swindles behind the stumps.
Yeah, it's an easy game when you're not actually out there in the middle, but it's a simple game in lots of ways, and really yesterday was a day just to bowl 6 balls in the right areas. Now, I know most days are like that, of course they are. But yesterday was one of those days, and I don't think it helped sometimes because the ball was moving around a bit in the air, wasn't it really? Some more than others, and sometimes to get the line right was quite difficult, but there was no real excuse really.
Wright is in again, a bit straighter this time, making Dawson play. Play he does, solid in defence again. Long sleeved sweater, unsurprisingly, for both batsmen. Number 8, Liam Dawson, wanders down the pitch. Just flicks away a little bit of dust or dirt. Pitch tinges of green, but essentially pretty solid. Hampshire, initially when they looked at it, decided it looked a little bit drier than they expected, but as Chris Wright said, it's often the way here. Pitches that look as though they might do a bit, don't really. In goes Wright and bowls down the leg side, and seaming away down there, and Harry Swindles falls away to his left to take the ball two-handed. Vague attempt to help it on its way by Dawson. Didn't get anything on it. It was so cold when we had that delayed start under a thick grey cloud. There was some drizzle, but it was icy drizzle. It really was ridiculous. Now, just showing Kevin that the weather forecast, and it's forecast to freeze tonight in Leicester, literally. -1, -2 overnight. And it's in single figures at the moment as in goes Wright and bowls outside off stump. Also not interested in that one, just stepped forward, looked as though he was always going to leave his bat raised. 1 or 2 shouts from the Leicestershire fielders indicating that they thought it was closer than deserved. Into terms of leaving it, but I think it was a pretty solid leave from... They did come back a little bit, actually, watching the replay, but still missed off stump by a good margin. Right in again, and bowls, and squares Dawson up just a touch, but it was a little bit short. He got solidly enough behind it. The outside part of the bat saw the ball squirt out into the covers, and a decent start, a respectable start from Chris Wright and the Leicestershire attack, looking to, well, improve, I think is the only word we can use when we talk about yesterday's efforts. Wright bowled pretty well, and 127 for 3 was nearly 127 for 4. Vince edged his first ball just short of Ackerman at second slip, but as Wright said, well, that was about the only mistake he made.
Yeah, listen, I mean, you know, whatever we say about not getting enough balls in the right areas, James Vince didn't make the job very easy at all. You know, it's very easy as a bowler to get unsettled if you feel that a batsman is so on top. Your thinking can sometimes get a little bit too muddled. I mean, the simple thinking is, no, just keep doing what you normally do, and one will move around and will give yourself the best chance. But when a person like Vince is playing the way he did in that afternoon session, it is tremendously difficult and doesn't help, especially when you've got a bit of an inexperienced bowling attack as well. It's a lot of things that are not in your favour, but chance to redeem, as you say. It's going to be Evans, the right-arm seamer, outside off stump. Bit of bounce from the length. We saw that a bit from him yesterday with the new ball, especially around this sort of time.
If anyone emerged from yesterday with any credit among the bowlers, Evans was certainly one of them. His second spell wasn't a great one after lunch, and enabled Vince to sort of get off to something of a flyer, but his first spell and his third spell for just a 20-year-old I thought were pretty good, really.
Yeah, he'll have easier days, that's for sure. Comes in the game, runs away from us, falls, and Vince drives to extra cover. Well, we didn't have to wait long for another one of James Vince's trademark shots.
Just stroked away through wide mid-off, and the ball will now be nice and damp for the Leicestershire bowlers. It didn't get off the ground, of course, along the ground all the way, but again that lovely sort of mellow sound from that bat, which is a good bat, but it is in good hands as well.
I think Evans and one or two of the Leicestershire bowlers will feel that the events are conspiring against them. Not only of is it difficult, how it was difficult yesterday, and now the ball's getting wet going over the outfield. You just think, gosh, there's got to be easier days.
He's got a rag out and he's drying it at mid-on, but the amount of time he's taking to dry it, and it looks like it's already soaked essentially.
Yeah.
They did put, obviously, a rope around the outfield, the Leicestershire ground staff. He went quite a few times around the outfield.
4:35 for 4 then, as Vince faces Evans once more. It's on the line of leg stump. It's just dabbed around the leg side. I think it's hit the top of the pad. I think umpire Billy Taylor is going to signal. In fact, he's not doing anything. He's just keeping his hands in his pockets, which means there was a little inside edge onto the pad. Vince moves on to 173 in the Hampshire total to 436 for 4. Morning to Richard Shelley, who tweeted before we came on air at Sun Sport and said, can you confirm, we had this discussion yesterday, that the first innings is limited to 120 overs, please? And I don't normally reply via the BBC Radio Sun Sport website, but I just put, is the first innings limited to 120? And I put no. And then he thought, well, did I mean no, I'm not replying? Well, no. Anyway, I think we've cleared it up yesterday, we cleared it up this morning. Hampshire can bat as long as they like, if, of course, they're in that situation. Evans to face, or to bowl to Dawson this time. Dawson leaves alone outside the off stump.
Yes, didn't stop the guys on the gate teasing me mercilessly when we came in. How many overs in is it? Yeah, okay. We weren't assertive enough, were we? We kind of knew, but then we kind of got persuaded otherwise.
Well, if I'm honest, Richard, I didn't have a clue. But then we found out, didn't we, that with one or two people tweeting
Playfair have said that it's, they just printed the old.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry, the old last year's.
So we could understand, couldn't we, that one or two people said, oh no, it says this and says that, but actually we got the ECB website sent to us. Dawson works out up to mid-on, and there's no run there, so that's pretty, I think that's pretty sort of final, really. If the ECB says no limit on 120 overs, I think we can say that is definitely the case. Greg at Standard Sport has tweeted us this morning. Morning, gents. Lovely to tune into the coverage yesterday. Listening made all the more pleasant with the Hampshire Run Fest. As the first innings overs limit being clarified now, Greg, we've just been talking about it. I think we now know. And that is that. Might be bowled out before 120. That's off a leading edge as it goes out into the covers. And that will be the end of the second over of the morning. Didn't get underway until 11:45 because of light drizzle. 4:36 before Hampshire.
If they are bowled out in less than 120 overs, the Danish pacers are on me, but they won't be. We are 98 overs into the innings. Now, we have only lost just the 4 today, despite the 45-minute delay. In theory, we've only lost 4 because, obviously, we can go on for the extra half hour, so 15 minutes only. So, a potential 92 overs to be bowled today, of which 90 remain. Good morning to Robert Coe. We were talking about Earl Shilton yesterday. Congratulations, he says, to Earl Shilton Town Cricket Club, who celebrate their bicentenary this year. Come back to the moment as right, with that very straight run, comes in and bowls to Vince. Decent amount of lift, and Vince is respectful, lifts his bat high over the line of the ball as it bounces through, above about waist height, through to Harry Swindles, and there is no run. Earl Shilton Town Cricket Club played their first game against neighbouring village Barwell during the Battle of Waterloo. When he says during, I mean, I assume he means at the same time. They didn't set up in the midfield. I assume they weren't all on soldiers or anything like that. In goes right and bowls, forced beautifully off the back foot by Vince. Exquisitely timed again, just a back foot force straight into the gap, runs away to deep extra cover for his second exquisite 4 of the morning.
Different day, normal service resumed.
Moves on to 177 from 172 balls. Beautiful shot. Different shot, just as technically perfect and beautifully timed. Wright's got his hands on his hips thinking, well, I didn't really deserve that, but...
No. I can think of quite a few players that it would have just been patted out into the covers and it would have been a dot ball, but...
Only the third ball of the day, murky morning, let's have a good look.
We've learned a lot about Earl Shilton, haven't we, over the last couple of days?
Actually, it's a thread, so that we could be about to learn a little bit more. Robert says, Earl Shilton Town Cricket Club produced, as you were saying, England bowlers Les Taylor plus Jimmy Ormond.
Oh, yes.
Jimmy
Went to
Ormond.
Surrey, didn't he? From here,
Yeah, I remember watching Mr. Ormond a few times. In goes right and bowls outside off stump, stroked away for 4. Again, it was too short, it was too wide upon his toes. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Same gap, slightly different shot, same result. Vince in prime form. 444 for 4. All the 4s.
What on earth do you do as a bowler? And those last 2 deliveries from Chris Wright, he'll feel that he's bowled thousands of those deliveries over his career, and yet James Vince has just swatted those away with, well, I mean, it's unbelievable stuff. I've seen him for years, James Vince, and even I'm sitting there thinking, wow.
It was a bit wide, but goodness me, played with total certainty. Jimmy Ormond, and he says, I challenge, says Robert, any village team to have produced a better opening pair of bowlers. A village team that produces 2 bowlers of that quality can be fairly proud of its history in those terms. Right, in again to Vince. That one comes back a touch. Vince has to cover up on that occasion. He is just a touch late on it, and it guides, it dribbles down towards gully with a slightly angled bat. Indeed, Harry Swindle's hands, ever the optimist, started to go into the air. He just adjusted and defended it comfortably enough. But it was a better delivery, at least, from Chris Wright.
I just had to double check. Jimmy Ormond did play a couple of test matches for England as well, so we're talking about England bowlers.
2 internationals. Right. Bowls. It's low, stayed a little bit low and towards the legs, clipped away. He was a fraction late on it, judging by the reaction of the Leicestershire wicketkeeper, and slipped, squeezed it away through square leg. It was retrieved by Lewis Hill, who put in the slide and now probably regrets it, as his rear buttock area is now soaking wet in terms of his whites, and that's going to be uncomfortable for the rest of the morning, I would think. A couple to Vince. He moves on to 183 off 175 balls.
It's raining. Sure, I can see some drizzle in the air.
Puddles out the back for us to see if there's any rain falling. I'm looking at the umpires. Michael Goff is standing at the Bennett end. He's just chatting away at the moment to Liam Dawson. Billy Taylor's sort of looking in Michael's direction but not making any movement as Wright is in. Bowl short, pulled away through mid-wicket for 4 by James Vince. Again played with complete certainty. The over then, .44.24. Hampshire 450 up, and Vince, if anything, is playing even better this morning than he did yesterday, and that is saying something.
Yeah, I would disagree with that, actually, looking at that, especially that over. I mean, we saw super front foot drive, back foot drive, and then a pull shot. I mean, you can't get any better.
Yeah.
Each one of those shots, you will never see a better one.
You're right, the ground staff are gathering, which is always a sign, and are waiting for the word. They're not getting the word at the moment. Perhaps it will just blow past.
Let's hope so.
James Vince must hope so, because he's seeing it like the proverbial, isn't he?
It's just your sort of luck, isn't it? You go on, off, just in, at the time when you're in. Well, I mean, I have to say the way he's played in this game, it's as good as I've seen him play.
Yep.
187 he's on, but he's in the non-striker. Liam Dawson, well, he hasn't moved from his 51 not out overnight, although of course we did start late, so we've only had 15 minutes worth of play at the moment. Let's hope we keep going as Evans runs up the hill away from us. 2 slips away as Dawson gets a length ball, pushes that out into the covers, and there is no run. Hampshire have added 19 in those 15 minutes or so that we've had.
We're at the stage where they start trying to give Vince a single.
Well, I mean, that's not
everybody back.
I was going to say that's not.
Try and frustrate him. I don't know. What can you do?
That is an option. I have to say that is an option. Just put everybody out.
But what?
Well, why not? What else? Yeah. What else is going to happen? I mean, otherwise you're just going to see. Well,
carnage again.
We're going to be lucky and see a few more world-class shots, but I think from a fielding side, it's just quite demoralising.
It's just spent ages drying the ball again, Leicestershire as well, so it must be difficult to grip. This shine, such as it is, will have gone.
Evans again to Dawson, full. The Dawson drives up to mid-on, fielded by Chris Wright.
It is just a fraction lighter where the weather tends to come from, but we could be lucky. Colin Ackerman is going to have a word with Michael Goff now, and I suspect it might be about the conditions, saying, look, we can hardly hold the ball. It's like a piece of soap, umpire. Get us off. Save. How many will Vince and Hampshire want, do you think? Do you think they'll be looking at sort of 600 and...
I mean, I asked Tom Alsop that last night, and he just said, well, if Vincey keeps batting the way that he is, as Evans comes in and bowls to Dawson, Dawson pushes forward, gets an inside edge, and it goes through mid-wicket. He certainly wasn't aiming it there. It won't quite go all the way to the rope. Enthusiastically fielded down there by, is that Dearden?
It is.
And
fairly rocketed away, though, across its outfield, isn't it?
Even the inside edges are racing off at the moment. 100 partnership between Vince and Dawson, and that has come off 114 balls. To add to the 200 and plus partnership between Vince and Alsop yesterday.
Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Into the news, so I'll nip in ahead of Kevin if I may. The ball still being dried pointedly by Callum Parkinson, I would suggest. He hands it to Alex Evans. In he goes and bowls. no run. They've continued in the same vein, Hampshire, in particular the skipper James Vince. He was 168 not out overnight. He's already on 187. He's hit 4 absolutely glorious 4s in horrible conditions. It's miserly, it's icy cold. There's a little bit of drizzle coming down now, but the umpires are keeping them out there. We did have a delayed start, but so far we've only lost 4 overs. Things aren't getting any better for the Foxes. Hampshire 452 for 4.
Evans bowls outside the off stump to Dawson, who's quite happy to leave that alone. I've got a few tweets here, which I'll get through. Mike Martin, morning to you at Sun Sport. He says, morning, working on the laptop with you on the live stream. 2 balls in and Vincey cover drive for 4 already. Yes, that was early on. We've already had a couple since. Bliss, I could watch him bat all day. Hopefully that will happen. That'll be interesting if he does bat the rest of the day. Gosh, he'd have about 800. He would. Paul Stephen Dowling, morning to you. Have you changed your commentary position from yesterday? No. As it was very clear today, the quality is poorer. You sound echoing on my laptop. That's full. Dawson drives and it's hit the ground. It's hit the stump at the other end and it's knocked it out of the ground. Otherwise, it may just have been a boundary. 452 for 4. We've not changed anything. We've not done anything different. So whatever's happening is out of our control, I would say, Richard.
Yeah, if anybody else is having an issue, let us know and we can change things. Basically, when I say change things, it usually ends up switching everything off and on again, doesn't it? But umpires are now consulting, really. I think Ackerman and Leicestershire are saying, look, the ball is hopeless. Taylor is gesturing at the lighter clouds where the weather comes from over the electronic scoreboard and saying, I think it's going to be okay. Let's have a look. Yep, they're going to stay out there. Well, good on them, really. Leicestershire's suffering is not going to be allayed any time soon, it appears.
I think you're right, actually. If they were going to go off, it should have been about an hour over ago. It's not great, but it's not as bad as it probably was an over ago.
Yeah. There's a bit more moisture on the ball as a consequence. Just to finish Robert's Twitter tweeting about Earl Shilton Town CC. He says, first change isn't too bad too. Nikki Shaw, who won Player of the Match in England Women's CWC Final in 2009, taking 4 for 34. She is an Earl Shilton Town player as well. In goes right and bowls back foot. Is Vince looking to force it, but it's a little bit too straight to get it away through the covers. Ends up going straight to that man at wide mid-off. He's usually Gavin Griffiths. The rag is brought to Griffiths by Ben Mike, who then runs to the sawdust. Wright has his hands in his pockets waiting for a handful of sawdust to arrive. He's saying conditions are tricky for bowling in terms of footholds. So on goes some more sawdust. Ben Mike doing the necessary. Carefully watched by umpire Goff. It's on the crease. It's the front foot. He's rubbing it in, Ben Mike. They're making the point. It's quite red, that sawdust. I think it's a sort of cedar sawdust.
Oh, it's a different class.
Your woods? You must know your sawdust. Former bowler. Qualities of sawdust.
Some were better than others, but I didn't look at it and think, oh, that's antique.
Okay.
Or that's,
oak. In goes right and bowls nice and straight. Vince has to cover up again. He's staying on the back foot, seeing it so well. He's not having to move his feet too much, to be quite honest. And it thumps into the middle of what is on this occasion a defensive bat. Back down to right, and there is no run. And a few words about Les Taylor from Robert. The former coal miner became a cult hero and inspired many great quotes from the late great Martin Johnson. Yes, the former Leicester Mercury and of course national sports writer. In goes right and bowls. Vince again has to defend as it comes back in a touch to him onto off stump, and off the back foot he pushes it out into the offside. And again there's no run. Johnson once wrote in the Leicester Mercury that when Taylor was playing, the Grace Road physio got through more work than a Skegness donkey. As a batsman, he says Taylor was a genuine number 11. In goes right and bowls onto the legs of Vince, who for once misses out. He was looking just to clip it away calmly and unfussily through the leg side. Just thumped into the bottom of his pad as he missed the ball going on down the leg side, of course. David Gower famously once declared still needing 20 to avoid the follow-on when Taylor arrived at the crease to face a rampaging Sylvester Clarke.
Oof.
Gower just shook his head. "I just can't do it," he said, and declared he couldn't put Les through the ordeal of facing Sylvester, who was a mean old fast bowler, wasn't he?
He was probably the quickest, actually.
Yeah.
I remember first seeing him. I did. I played against him once when I was at Middlesex.
In goes right and bowls, looking for the straight drive, the on drive. Vince doesn't time it. It goes back past the stumps, but quite slowly in a comfortable stop for Ben Mike. And then Vince examines his bat. What didn't come off the middle? What's going on?
Yes. Is there another part of my bat? Yeah, and I remember it was at Lord's, and I was quite young in those days, and I'd heard about this Sylvester Clarke, and I thought, oh gosh, this would be fun. And then I remember we were in the warm-ups, and like here, like everywhere, you know, on the side of the square, you do your sort of little warm-ups. And I remember Sylvester Clarke walking out, and I was doing some fielding practice on one side of the ground.
Right, bowls, fullish, looking to drive again, but it's a bit too straight, and Vince, although he was looking to be positive, had to just restrain himself a touch and ended up playing it straight out to Griffiths at that wide mid-off position. End of the over. Hampshire 452 4-4 after 101 overs. James Vince has 187, Liam Dawson has 53.
And he sort of strolled out later than everybody else, because in those sort of days, you know, one of the overseas players sometimes, you know, they did what they liked really, especially him. And I remember he just took hold of this ball, and he was about 2 yards from the stumps, and I just sort of watched, and he bowled off 2 yards, the first practice ball of the morning, even way before we'd even started. And this ball just came out of his hand, and it went shoom off the deck, and it went yards and yards back, and I thought, that's just off 2 paces. I thought, what? Here's Evans. There's bowls to Dawson. Dawson's in behind that one very watchfully. He plays that out into the covers. And yeah, I did actually get to face him in that game. And honestly, he was one of those bowlers that the ball just seemed to balloon off the deck at you at fast pace. I mean, some bowlers sort of hit the deck and he still comes at you, but he sort of ballooned at you. It was just bizarre. It really was, and I faced him once at the Oval as well, I remember, and he wasn't fun. Believe me, it was not fun. It was just like dodging bullets all the time.
I don't remember seeing Clarke bowl, but I always thought he must have been a bit like facing someone like Patrick Patterson when he was at his best in the West Indies, because he used to go wide of the crease and then follow you as a batsman.
Yeah. Here's Evans. Dawson gets one that's full. He drives it hard, but fielded by Chris Wright. Yeah, I mean, obviously, once you get up to that sort of pace, they're all sort of, you know, super quick and that sort of thing. But some of them, they looked as though they were putting an awful lot of effort in. Patrick Patterson was one of those, wasn't he? He actually ran in, and he looked like he was giving it 100% every single ball. So you kind of knew before he let it go that he was giving it everything, and it was coming at you hard. Sylvester Clarke was different. He sort of ambled in and just sort of turned his arm over. You think, well, where's that pace coming from? It was quite weird. I think that's what made him even more sort of dangerous in a way. I mean, some of them were dangerous to face. Patterson was one of those. He was quite dangerous to face. Colin Croft was another one. As that's turned away by Liam Dawson down to deep square leg. There was a man away to our right, out in the deep, 453 for 4. And yeah, some of them, you know, you felt they were actually out to try and hit you. You know what I mean? They actually wanted the ball to hit some part of your body. Some of the others were a bit nicer about it, but still just as lethal. Winston Benjamin here, remember him?
Yes, absolutely.
Who came to Hampshire as well. He was another one. But not quite up there, not quite in the same pace bracket, but certainly quick. He could let the ball go a bit, that's for sure. There was a couple of others here as well, wasn't there, if I remember rightly. There's full-length delivery, which Vince just pushes out again into the covers. There was a couple of others as well that played here. Ferris, he didn't play here, did he? George Ferris? No. I don't think he
might
was
have
one.
done. Let us know, Leicestershire supporters, You can tweet us at RichMRae, R-A-E, and or is it at Solent?
At Solent Sports.
At Solent Sport. And Kevin will see those.
Yeah, he did play at Leicestershire, yeah. He was quick. Evans turns. Not quite in the same pace bracket, but he's only 20, you never know. That's turned away by Vince. Quite off straight, that one, but Vince will pick up a single. He'll move on to 188, and it's 454 for 4. Yeah, Ferris became a regular in the Leicestershire side in the late 80s. That's right, I remember him. Yeah, he was sharp as well. I'm not sure that somebody used to be called the Dentist, and I'm not sure if that was Ferris. He was nicknamed the Dentist. I don't think it was him, but God, in that sort of era, because he was renowned for rearranging people's teeth.
The days before when
Ferris.
People used to bat with that. Well, just about helmets were coming.
Yeah, helmets were in when I started. Yeah,
but they may not have had a visor at that stage.
The very early ones had the Perspex ones.
Yeah,
if you remember. And the visor sort of came in a bit later, but the Perspex ones were the early helmets, yeah. Dawson's facing, he's on 54, added 3 to his overnight total and pushes forward confidently up to mid-on. Again, Chris Wright does the fielding. That's the end of the over. 23 overs completed for Evans in this innings, 1 for 83. Vince has 188 and Dawson 54.
Is that... The umpires are having a... is it a sanitization break? Certain amount of one or two have wandered across to the boundary. Leicestershire giving the impression of a team that doesn't kind of really want to be out there at the moment.
I don't blame them.
But that said, the light is now better than it's been for some little time, but I suspect it might be drizzling a bit. No, umpires are staying out there, but the light is as good now as it's been all morning, frankly. And assuming it's not raining, then there's no reason whatsoever for them to come off now. Over 8 is -1. Leicestershire, that is the least of Leicestershire's problems. Who's jogging off now? Umpire Taylor. Not particularly athletically. He's jogging towards the boundary. I wonder if the ball has gone a little bit out of shape. Let's see what whether he's going to pick up a few spare ones. He is heading to the spare ball case. It looks like one of those sort of cases you see in spy movies, which contain, one of those, well, basically switches to nuclear weapons or something like that. But in this case, something rather less lethal. A fairly well-used replacement ball is required. Well, it must have gone out. It hasn't hit anything, has it, particularly, other than the middle of Vince's bat. And it is relatively new, this ball. The other one went out the ground. They did have to replace that, didn't they?
Yes, that's right.
How old is it? How many overs did we have? We had the full quota yesterday, 96.
It was 80, wasn't it, that came on?
Yeah. So 16 plus as many as we've had today. 6, is it? 22 overs old. Anyway, it's being... Looks like it's being changed. Billy Taylor wandering out with a couple of spares. Tell you what, if we get all these overs, it is going to be a late old finish today.
It will. Yes,
Hope nobody's hurrying at the moment.
I just think the light will be gone by then, wouldn't it? But then, of course, the floodlights help, but...
Yeah. When we left the ground, and it was only 45 minutes to an hour after the close yesterday, it was pretty dark, wasn't it? It was floodlights on your car and everything, like floodlights, headlights even, on the cars. So it is going to be changed, so that's what Leicestershire were complaining about. Not necessarily the fact that it was impossible to hold, but just the fact that it had gone out of shape.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if this one does a little bit, but of course it can get just as wet.
In goes right. And bowls. Vince gets a fullish delivery on middle and leg, looking to clip it away through the leg side, to drive it away. Again, it isn't quite by his standards off the middle, enabling Hassan Azad, who's vacated the slip area for once, and he's in at mid-wicket, to make the stop. Just Ackerman, the captain, in the slips now. One slip with a rag or a beer towel hanging out of the back of his whites. Number 48 on his back. Right in again down the leg side. Vince tries to help it on its way, but it's too far down the leg side, and he rather falls over himself getting across. It goes too far across to the offside and isn't able, as a consequence, to get any bat on the ball.
Well, there's 2 balls bowled with this change of ball, and it's gone not off the straight at all. Maybe this one will.
Right, turns. Slightly splay-footed run as he comes in and bowls to Vince. It's straight and full. Vince again is looking to force, get a little bit of inside edge on that one. And it runs away down towards Alex Evans at long leg. 1 or 2 hands started to go into the air. On comes some more sawdust. Who's ferrying it on this occasion? He declines out there. So who is off, I wonder. Trying to see who might have gone off and for why. Can't imagine any particular reason why. And it's getting a longer stud on the damp outfield. Right, giving it everything. Bowls full, thick inside edge that squirts away down towards fine leg. Good work down there by Alex Evans to make the stop. Now, did that go off the inside edge between stumps and legs? I have to have a quick look at the replay. He was a little bit late on that one.
Quite straight.
Liam Dawson almost got through. He was okay. He came down on it. It was full. Got it away. Might just have dipped back in a fraction, but no great movement. Right in again, short, pulled hard. There is a sweeper out there on the deep square boundary. The ball took about 3/4 of a second to get to Lewis Hill, to travel about 70 yards along the ground all the way. Umpire Taylor had just a step very smartly aside and did so. Lovely shot, but straight to the fielder. Vince moves on to 190. Now, does Dave will be up to date on James Vince's 200s. I don't want to jinx him. His double centuries. We knew he passed 156 times, didn't we?
Yeah. Hopefully Dave's listening and he'll message me or Tigger Miles.
In goes right and bowls, and solidly behind it is Liam Dawson, firmly down into the pitch. It bounces up and is taken by Wright in his follow-through. End of Wright's 24th over, 2 for 96. His figures relatively respectable. I use the word relatively there in the context of the innings as a whole. His run rate in terms of runs conceded is 4. Young Evans, run rate's 3.6. And he is doing his cause in terms of staying in the side. No harm at all at the moment. He has deservedly taken the new ball.
So 4:57 for 4, and it's young Alex Evans to bowl again to James Vince, and Vince drives. It's a thick outside edge. It's gone hard and it's gone up to third man. It was along the ground, but we haven't been used to seeing James Vince not execute a cover drive with 100% perfection in this innings, but that certainly wasn't where he was aiming on that occasion. 191, 458 for 4, and it'll bring Dawson back on strike. So just a slip there, there's no gully, as Evans comes in again right on medium pace, runs away from us and bowls. That's straighter, and Dawson just clips that away behind square on the leg side. They'll look for 2. That's a good stop there from Dearden, who's diving to his right. That'll muck up his sweater. Still a damp outfield here, and 2 Dawson takes him on to 57. 460 for 4 now, Hampshire, and they're in the 104th over, I think, of their innings. I think I can read that right.
David Harrison has got the answer on the dentist for you.
Yes.
Okay.
It's gonna. Yeah. No. Go on. No.
But he says, and it doesn't really mean much to me, I must admit, John Carl Maynard.
Yeah. Yeah. Now I looked him up, and I have to say, I think I would have come across him, and I think most of us would have come across him. He didn't actually play any county cricket, which I can't remember. Oh, that's a great delivery. That is pitched and that's nipped away. Dawson just coming forward. It's gone past the outside edge. Good delivery there from the youngster. That's right. Now, I just looked it up and I thought, yes, it is John Maiden, and I remember now. He was from the Leeward Islands. And I was just reading an article, actually, in the previous over about him. And he only played 13 first-class matches, so he didn't play any over here. So, as I say, he must have done the rounds and played a few second-team games. And this article says there was barely a newspaper article on him that appeared with his nickname, or didn't appear with his nickname, the Dentist. Oh, Dawson's a bit airy-fairy outside the off stump there. It's a little bit wider, but it's beaten the outside edge once more. It referred to his tendency to remove batsmen's teeth rather than his off-field occupation. In 2007, he spoke about how it came about. I was playing for Nevis against Antigua many years ago, and there was this bloke playing for Antigua called Zora Bartley, I think it was, who was the West Indies youth team captain. Nevis had never beaten Antigua outright, but that afternoon we took the new ball. Hang on, I'm rambling here because I didn't read this bit either. And I thought to myself, if he's playing late now, I've got to rough him up early in the morning. As Dawson pushes forward, a thick inside edge there. Overcompensated there, Dawson. It's gone out on the leg side for a single. The next ball, I bowled one, and then the next ball, bowled one quicker. The quickest ball I've ever bowled. He shaped a hook, and his teeth went flying all over the place. And it was a funny old sight. I'm not sure that's how I described it. But he was the man who made the Dentist, really. I couldn't have done it without him, he said. There you go.
I hope he paid for his dental bills anyway.
It was a nickname that it's like a lot of nicknames, isn't it? Yeah, it stands, and I have to say it's quite fearsome because I remember, first thing was this bloke called the Dentist is playing. And you thought, what? What's that all about? Here comes Evans bowls, and there's a drive by Vince, but up to mid-on, and he hasn't timed that one. I've got a couple of others
from young Evans.
That was, wasn't it?
Got a little bit of away movement for the first time, and there was that one off the seam as well. So again, adding to the good impression he's making.
Got an answer about the double hundreds. Thank you very much, Mike Martin. Thank you, Richard Shelley. Thank you, Tigger Miles. James Vince has 2 double hundreds. 240 versus Essex in 2014. I remember that one. That was at the Aegeus. And 201 not out versus Somerset in 2018. I remember that one as well because I remember speaking to him after the game in that one down at Taunton. And he thought it was a really big innings, not just for the team, but for him, because he thought he'd done enough at that point because England were looking for 1 or 2 batters. And I know he did. He didn't say as much, but I could tell that he thought he'd done enough. And I think the selectors were meeting that night or the next morning after that 200, and he wasn't in the England side.
Actually, I can top that story in a funny sort of way. In goes right and bowls, fullish but straight, and an elegant defensive drive, so to speak, from Dawson. Steers the ball out to mid-off, and there's no run. When Leicestershire were last at the Oval, I mentioned Lewis Hill had scored his first-class century, but it had been overshadowed by Kevin Peterson 300 plus, and that was the day that Peterson then went to see Andrew Strauss to be told, it doesn't matter, you're still not getting back in the England team, and you can still hear the bang today, really, down around about the Oval. In goes right and bowls solidly in defence. Pressing forward is Dawson. Ball goes out to mid-on, where it is met by Ben Mike and a large rag to be cleaned.
I should add Dave Allen to that list. Sorry, Dave, missed you out. This is already Vince's 3rd highest first-class innings, so thank you very much. Sorry, just to return to that.
He is just playing a touch more carefully now as he draws in on what is a pretty special landmark for a batsman. The ground staff are still staying out by the covers and by the orange track. They haven't retreated to their little hut, not so little actually, as right goes in, bowls short, bang in. Dawson goes back and just, because it's so high, has to just restrain himself, can't give it everything, and make sure he hits it down. It goes down into the ground as he hooks and trickles rather out towards mid-wicket. Single duly taken. Kev's off next door to update BBC Radio Solent with the good news that the Hampshire side have yet to lose a wicket this morning, that weather conditions are definitely improving. It is lighter now, but the dampness that has prevailed this morning so far has done Leicestershire's cause, well, it hasn't helped, shall we say. Not they were already up against it, the Foxes, and are now bowling with a pretty damp ball. In goes right and bowls, forced away into the offside, up on his toes by Vince, but he can't pierce the offside field. It goes straight to Harry Dearden at backward point. It goes to him at a rate of knots, and Dearden is now shaking his right hand. Ouch, that hurt on a cold, cold day. Again, it was a nice piece of timing. You can basically take it as read that any attacking shot Vince is playing is a nice piece of timing at the moment. Didn't manage to stop that one. Right in again to Vince. Might just have held that one back a touch. Vince had to just restrain himself again, just half a stride forward, and playing through the line of the ball rather than getting to the pitch of it, played it carefully out into the covers. It bounced out towards extra cover. Sam Evans, I think it is, at extra cover. And there's no run. Gavin Griffiths starting to warm up at mid-off. Fifth over coming to the end of his fifth over of the morning for Chris Wright. His 25th of the innings. There bounces as he runs in and bowls to Vince, who has got that one through the covers for 4. Beautiful shot. He was looking for it earlier in the over. Picked out Dearden, not on that occasion. Just adjusted his direction finder. Punched it away. Through cover. Picks up 4. Moves on to 195. I hope Kev's back in time to describe Mr. Vince's double 100, if it comes about. Update will be coming also for BBC Radio Leicester. End of the over. 466 for 4. James Vince 195 off 193 deliveries. Just rehearsing a careful, gentle drive at the non-striker's end now as Liam Dawson, who has progressed quietly, solidly, in support of his captain, on to 59 off 88 balls. They came together when young Tom Alsop was dismissed for a splendid 119 yesterday. Off 204 balls in his case, got a leading edge to a delivery from Alex Evans, who was caught by Ben Mike at point. One of only 4 successes for the Foxes, none so far today. Griffiths is on, replacing Alex Evans at the pavilion end. Bowls on off stump, slightly short of a good length, and forced off the front foot almost. His weight was on the front foot, Vince, but then he sort of leant back and tried to force it through the offside, picked out Sam Evans at extra cover, so there was no run. Gav, says Callum Parkinson as Griffiths runs in and bowls short, pulled hard, but straight to mid-wicket. Good stop by Hassan Azad, low down to his left. Ball was travelling. It was a nice piece of timing from Dawson. A foot or so either side of Azad, and that would have thumped into the advertising hoardings in front of the meet. Got away with it a little bit there. Gavin Griffiths, his teammates encourage him again as he runs in past umpire Taylor and bowls. A better delivery, line and length, and pressing forward. Dawson defends it out into the offside. And there is no run. Not much wind this morning. The smoke from the chimneys, particularly a long, thin chimney, probably about half a mile away. On the other side of, close to Saffron Lane, I would think. Saffron Lane is a large main road that runs through Aylstone from the city centre, runs from near the football ground and the rugby ground. In goes Griffiths, bowls a horrible full toss, and Dawson just has to wait for it and guide it away through the offside, and does so for 4, an absolute gift, and gratefully accepted by Liam Dawson. Hampshire move on to 470 for 4, and Dawson into the 60s now, on to 63. That will not make Gavin Griffiths feel any better. 1 for 78 for him now from his 16.4 overs, a wide swinging full toss outside off stump.
I've just realised why I'm not doing any updates when they didn't come to me the last 2. It's because of the news from... Yeah. Okay. Which I
guess people may have heard about. Are we allowed to know? I don't know what the protocol is.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I read the protocol a few weeks ago, and I can't remember, but it seemed to say, don't do this, don't do that, don't do that. So I think we'll just...
Okay.
If we say nothing...
There is some news has emerged today from Buckingham Palace, which you will hear about if you look on the various news websites. In goes Griffiths, and bowls again. It's short, and again it's going to be 4. It was outside off stump. He tried to, well, just sort out his length there, but in trying to do so, he dropped too short. Gavin Griffiths punched away for 4, and that's consecutive boundaries, and Ackerman is running down to have a word with Gavin Griffiths. First 3 balls dots, but consecutive 4s, and they were the 2 4 balls that he kept bowling yesterday in the over. So the first was an awful full toss, but that wasn't a great short ball either.
Yeah, it was well put away though, wasn't it? My word.
Yeah, fairly whistled away across the... Very quick, as we've been saying, outfield. Hasn't got any slower with the drizzle this morning.
Difficult. Silentcricket@gmail.com. I've got an email from Russell Winston. Somebody mentioned earlier about the quality of the audio. He says the audio was awful for a little while, but it seems to have improved. Thank you.
Griffiths in again, defended, dropped out both occasions. The batsman was Liam Dawson. Nothing from James Vince, of course.
Of course.
So
it looks like Chris Wright's going to continue from the top end. He's got through a few overs, hasn't he?
He has 5 this morning. 25 overall. He's hundreds up. Bless.
Yes. Yep, another 100. He's right then down the hill to Dawson. Dawson clips that away through mid-wicket. They run the first one quickly. Dawson was thinking about the second. James Vince was saying, no, well, I'm not going to have any of that. I've been batting longer than you, son. I will... and I'll take the strike as well, because I'm only 5 away from a double 100. Got another email here from Mike Vokes, who says, nothing too controversial this morning, but looking to the northwest on the rainfall radar, I hate to say it, but there is more poor weather which appears to be heading towards Leicester.
From the north?
Yeah, you don't normally get it from there, do you?
Tends to come the other way. Yeah. I'm just looking at the clouds, and they are drifting the other way, so we'll not moving very fast.
No, we'll keep an eye on that, of course. 476 for 4. Here's Vince then, facing right. No slip, and Vince just guides that into the ground high and over point. But there is a man deep who's fairly square, and Vince is coming back for 2. I think he might have settled it off Swindle's pads onto the stumps. Fortunately, Vince was behind the line, so that's okay. Not want him being run out at this stage, that's for sure. He's on 197.
Springsteen has sent a question in case it rains again. He says, what is the connection between Roger Tolchard, Jeff Tolchard, Nigel Bryers and George Geary? There's one for Leicestershire supporters. And probably Dave, who seems to... he knows a lot about Hampshire. Does he know a lot about Leicestershire cricketers?
I recognise 3 of those names. George Geary isn't so well known to me, anyway.
30s
was he?
Geary, and you see the Geary bar?
Oh, right, okay.
It used to be the Geary stand. George Geary played for England.
Oh, right, okay.
Took many a wicket for the Foxes. So, if Leicestershire supporters know, let us know if they can answer Springsteen's question.
Is Chris right then? Is this the moment? Bowls and Vince drives, and that's into the gap in the covers. He may look for 2 here. It'll only be 2. Dearden slides into that. Now Vince is going to go for 3. Is he? Yes, he is. He's turning for 3. The throw comes in, but Dawson will get home easy. And there is James Vince's double 100. His 3rd double ton for Hampshire. Gets a round of applause from his teammates below us, and Vince, as he did when he passed 100, takes off his helmet, takes off his... or raises his bat as well to his teammates. And that is a wonderful 200. 195 balls with 32 fours and 2 sixes.
Well, Dave will be able to confirm, but I'd wager it's his fastest 200. I can't believe he's got to 200 at better than a runner ball before either of his other 2 scores, but I'm sure Dave will let us know. 32 fours and 2 sixes, goodness me.
Oof. He's right to Dawson. Dawson gets one, he just squeezes out of the bat. Oh, he's down the wicket, the throw comes in, Dawson dives and he's home, but the ball misses the stumps.
Swindles has his gauntlets on his head. Dearden has his head down. Is it? It's not Dearden, is it? No, it's... Is it Ackerman coming in from slip? Just waiting to see who that is. Picking himself up slowly, looking a bit depressed about it. I think it is Dearden. But the reaction from the Leicestershire fielders... It's Evans. It's Sam Evans, who is one of the best fielders on the Leicestershire side. The reaction suggests that might have... Well, it certainly would have required a decision of umpire Taylor.
Yeah. I don't have a square camera, unfortunately, on the stream, so that won't help us. Here's right then, bowls to Dawson. Dawson pulls that away hard in front of square, and that's not going to be cut off. That's 4. That's come straight out of the middle of the bat. Pulled from probably just outside off stump. Yes, it is. Round about chest height. Kept down, rolled the wrists over it. Beautiful shot from Liam Dawson. Moves on to 73, 485 for 4.
He's enjoying himself now as well.
Wow.
What can Ackerman do? Not a lot at this stage, and go completely on the defensive. He's getting Callum Parkinson to warm up, so...
There's not a lot you can do now, is there? I think your suggestion of just putting everybody back on the boundary and giving Vince a single is probably a good place to start.
Dawson now is playing pretty fluently as well. Lots of hands on hips out there, or in pockets.
Right again then, bowls to Dawson. Length ball, Dawson drives pleasantly out towards extra cover but finds the fielder. And that is the end of the over. We've had just under an hour's play this morning. Started late at 11:45. 4:31 for 4. Hampshire were at that stage. They've moved on to 485 for 4.
Impressive innings it's been from James Vince. Must be a lovely feeling. I can't imagine it, but it must be a lovely feeling for a batsman to look up at the scoreboard and see 200 by your name.
Unbelievable, wasn't it? What an innings. What an innings that has been.
Made against Essex.
I've got another stat on Vince's innings, if that's all right. Richard Shelley, thank you, at Silent Sports, says that 200 from Vincey is the 73rd from a Hampshire player in first-class cricket, and the second against Leicestershire, the other being Jimmy Adams' 231 in 2014.
Yeah, I remember that one. Griffiths then in from the pavilion end, bowls a horrible short ball that's pulled away for 4. So he does now have his second highest first-class score. James Vince, but he won't get many simpler balls to put away than that. It was a long hop down the leg side, and he just pulled it away down to fine leg.
That's not his best ball. I think now it's difficult. Gosh, it's difficult when you're into your second morning in the field and player of James Vince's calibers out there, and players around him seem to be scoring as well, which is not helping. But now is the time to sort of just, you have to somehow dig deep. This is, you know, when they talk about digging deep, this is where you do it. Gosh, I've been in the field many a times when sides have scored 600 against you, and it just feels the end of the world. But you've actually, you run the risk now of looking a bit ragged, and that's what we don't want to do.
Yeah, I think they are looking a bit ragged. Not just running the risk. In goes Griffiths, bowls again to Vince. It's very full, but it's straight, so he has to dig it out rather than drive it away. And a comfortable stop at mid-off for Ackerman. A couple of tweets from Down Under, from Melbourne. That's how you say it, says Fango. This knock from James Vince is easily the best innings I have seen against Leicestershire in my time. I would like him to stop now, please.
Yes. Well, actually, going back to that Tom Alsop interview I did last night, and he said, you know what, if Vincey carries on playing the way he is, he said, we will be fielding before lunch.
Griffiths is in, and he's driven back past him for 4. It was full, and it was straight, and as was the previous ball, but it wasn't quite as full, so his weight was able to get on the front foot there from Vince, and he hit it beautifully straight back past Griffiths, mid-on and mid-off, didn't move. You heard the ball clatter into the sight screen down behind the advertising hoardings. It leapt the hoardings, having jumped over the ropes, and clattered into the sight screen. So 4.4, having conceded 2 fours in his, was it 3 fours in his previous over, Gavin Griffiths, and he too is drawing close to conceding 100 runs. He's 1 for 91 from 17.3 overs.
The thing is, as well, what's happening here, if you just take this over as an example, Vince isn't taking people apart.
No.
He's not slogging length balls over mid-wicket for 6. I mean, those two shots he's hit have been a long hop and a half volley.
Yeah. Griffiths is in again, and that one again is very full onto leg stump this time, waits for it, Vince, and clips it away down towards deep square. Just looking at how many fielders we do now have on the boundary. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're not quite at the stage where Leicestershire are completely on the defensive. Obviously, they're pretty much on the defensive. There are no slips, but there are still a few single saving fielders knocking around, and Griffiths is in again and bowls, and that is a big hop down the pitch from Liam Dawson, a real rush of blood and a mighty swing across the line. He misses the ball completely, and it bounces over the stumps, well over the stumps. It wasn't close to clipping them into the gloves of Harry Swindles, and Vince, to whom that just must feel aesthetically horrible. It must I think he just went down and had a word on grounds of, don't play shots like that, just so awful.
Isn't it weird how I actually just mentioned about slogging length balls over mid-wicket for 6? It's exactly what Liam Dawson was trying to do there.
He was.
I don't know why.
In goes Griffiths and bowls, and chastised.
It worked, doesn't he?
So where's Ben Mike? I wonder if Ben Mike is...
Oh, is he off?
He's not been on at all this morning.
So Alex Evans then, bowling his 25th. It's down the hill. He had a spell down the hill as well yesterday. Now there's an outside edge there from James Vince going down towards third man. It will be fielded. And Vince will move on to 210 for 95 for 4. Tigger Miles, now the old stats at Hampshire, the stat people, they're really working overtime here at the moment. Tigger Miles at Silent Sport says Vince's 240 at Essex, it was home against Essex, came off 222 balls. Both his previous 200s were in the second innings. So this is his first innings 200. There you go. Thank you very much, Tigger. We were talking about Les Taylor and David Gower earlier. Simon Jones, simoncricket@gmail.com, says, I seem to remember a Gower story where Leicester, under his captaincy, went into the field at the start of a championship game. As he set the field, it emerged they had 12 players on the pitch. As that's nicely tucked away by Dawson through mid-wicket. I think it was slightly aerial initially, but it's going right up to the rope, and it's pulled up just inside, and they'll jog through for a third. Dawson moves on to 76 for 98 for 4. It emerged that Gower had actually selected 12 in the team, all of whom took the field, necessitating an instant selection decision. I'm sure that's been done a few times, isn't it? Here we go. And meanwhile, the Hampshire 5th wicket partnership keeps going.
Apparently, we are not on the air at the moment. I've just had a message to that effect. Well, obviously some people are hearing us.
There's Alex Evans, which is bowls, and it's turned to mid-wicket. There is no one there, fielded by Hassan Azad.
Okay, no, it's just in relation to the news.
Oh yeah, the inserts we do. Is it?
Yeah. Well, no, in terms of, yeah. So we're not broadcasting to listeners only, but we are still broadcasting via the streams.
Oh right, okay. Evans from the Bennett end, bowls. Vince works that good length delivery into the gap, into the covers, jogs through for a single, 211 he's on now. 499 for 4. That was quite interesting, because I saw an email earlier, which I think I showed you as well, from our online cricket people, that suggested we were going to carry on. Yeah, your radio commentaries will of course continue as per your own local broadcasting arrangements, and will remain available. So maybe they've decided against it, I don't know. Here's Evans again. Dawson plays forward, gets a thick outside edge along the ground down to third man, and that is the Hampshire 500 up. 500 for 4, and that has come up in the 109th over.
Can you just tweet us if you can hear us? Because I'm getting various messages from the station telling me that we aren't broadcasting, but we do seem to be getting messages from you all, to tweets to the effect that you can still hear us via the streams.
Evans again. Vince on the back foot hammers that away through extra cover. Dearden's not going to cut that off, and that is 4 more, and that is 215 now, James Vince. And the Hampshire total moves up to 504 for 4 at the end of that over. I'm just going to check on my computer actually to see if we are still broadcasting via the BBC online services, and I'm not sure I can get them actually.
Partnership 153. 504 for 4. Unlike the partnership between Vince and Allsop yesterday, this has been a sort of more equal affair, hasn't it? Dawson, 77 of those runs, has played his full part in supporting his skipper. Different sort of innings. Callum Parkinson is going to take over from Gavin Griffiths. Is Ben Mike actually off the field at the moment? I'm just trying to see him. We mentioned Klein earlier. No, Ben's down below me. So he's here at long off. So he's out there. He's just not bowling. I wonder if he has a little bit of a niggle. Or whether Ackerman just daren't use him. He didn't half go around the park yesterday. He's turned to Parkinson anyway, the left arm spinner. He's going to come round the wicket and bowls to Dawson, who waits before driving the ball away through the covers to the sweeper on the extra cover boundary, who's Lewis Hill. A single is taken. Dawson on 278, 505 for 4. Yeah, we are being heard. So down in Melbourne anyway. So we are still going across on the stream, at least. 505 for 4. Once again, many non-playing foxes going through physical drills on the far side of this huge Uptonsteel county ground area. In goes Parkinson, and he's slapped away by James Vince for 4. Just dropped a little bit short, and Vince powerfully on that occasion. It wasn't quite, without quite his usual elegance. That was just sort of power shot, just rocked back and punched it away off the back foot for 4.
Yeah, just to clarify, I've just got a message from Robbie as well. We are not going out via the BBC Online service, but only on the live
on the stream.
picture streams. Yeah, I've just looked on the BBC
well,
website.
Many people
as well.
do listen to us on the streams, and so all good. In those terms, of course.
Nice as the BBC to tell us, really, wasn't it? I'll probably get sacked now for saying that.
In goes Parkinson, bowls, and again driven. Extra cover is deep now. Sam Evans, about just over halfway back towards the boundary, so it is only going to be just a single for Vince, who's moved on to 220. 240 is rapidly hoving into view now, isn't it? The way he's going, it's only going to be 3 or 4 overs away. Parkinson into Dawson. Gives it a little bit of air that time. Pleasantly flighted delivery and waiting for it. Dawson just strokes it out through the vacant mid-off area. It runs down to long off to Mike, and these two now just taking runs where they want. When the bad ball comes, anything that is slightly short or slightly wide, they put it away. Otherwise, they pick up the singles. 1-4-1-1. 7 off the first 4 balls of the over thus far. Parkinson, very short hair in again. It gives it a nice amount of air and waiting for it, so it's close to his feet. Vince clips it out through the vacant mid-on area, down to long on, jogs the single. Parkinson, he's getting close to his 100 now. None for 93 for Callum Parkinson. 1 ball to go in what is his 21st over.
They've all put in a shift, haven't they?
Yeah. Drying the ball after each delivery. In he goes and bowls. Vince again is playing it through mid-on down towards long on. Gavin Griffiths is down there. Gets his throw away to Swindles. Good throw. Bounces once. Taken beside the stumps, but the most comfortable of overs for Hampshire. And it yields 10 runs. 9 runs.
Yeah.
9 runs, I beg your pardon.
It is tough out there for the fielding side, that's for sure. Thank you to all of us that have just clarified that we're going out. I'll just give you a mention as well, because I know you like being mentioned over the year. Tim Rogers, no live updates on the BBC Sport website either. No, thank you very much. So it's just all the live picture streams now. Pete Watson says, watching and listening on YouTube. There have been a couple of times when the stream was frozen, but only for about half a minute. That's good news. Here's Alex Evans again. He's bowling to Liam Dawson, and Dawson just pushes that up to mid-on, and there is no run. Mike Clark says, coming through loud and clear, I'm here trying to teach my granddaughter Erin the rules of cricket. Oh, good luck. Just get that tea towel thing that you can buy in sort of all good cricket shops where it says when one team's in and out and all that sort of rubbish. That's the easiest way. Bobby Church at Silent Sports says, I can hear you both listening to the live stream at the office, definitely not watching it on my second screen. That's good. Sarah Kuchera, hope I've got that right. Sarah, I can hear you via the Hampshire app live stream. Lovely. When it's not frozen. That's good news. David Ackland, thank you very much as well, as Dawson works that to mid-wicket, no run. Mike Warmington says I can still hear cricket commentary on the live stream. Tim Rogers, stream's fine. I would imagine local radio might go national at this time. Yes, they do. They were instructed to go straight to 5 Live, I think it was. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Paul Williams says fine on Fox's TV. That's good news. That gives them a mention as well. Ian says first chance to tune in on YouTube this morning, this season. Great to have both Vince and Dawson back, as well as the streaming. And Tim Jenkinson says I can hear you, as Dawson pushes that good length delivery back to the bowler. Thank you all for getting in touch and letting us know. It helps. It really does, because we had no notification from the BBC as to what exactly was happening, although I just have had an email now from the guys, those very nice people at Central Cricket BBC HQ, that do confirm that there is nothing going out on the BBC online feeds. So there you go. There's Evans again, then bowls to Dawson. Another good length ball. That's what you've got to do in this situation. It's tough. He's in his 26th over. Hasn't played a lot of cricket. Playing against two very experienced batsmen who have both played for England, both in control, But all you can do, and all you have control of, is actually where you let the ball go. And if you bowl line and length, you give yourself a chance. If not a wicket, it helps keeping the runs down. And he's doing a fair job. He's under 4 and over, which is important because the overall run rate in the Hampshire team is over 4.5. Here's Evans again. It's a length ball. Dawson's on the back foot and just crunches that out to deep cover. That's okay. And Dawson moves on to 81, and it's 514 for 4. I've got an email here, sunandcricket@gmail.com, from David Holt, talking about James Vince. Gosh, when were we talking about James Vince? He says, my memory of Vince's 200 at Taunton, that was back in 2018, is that he knew he was not picked for England before he scored that 201. Oh, okay, right. I was queuing at the Taunton turnstile when he arrived and stepped out to thank him for the tickets that he got me. Here's Evans again, and Vince just quietly pushes forward out on the offside. Have we got another break? I think we have, because the batsmen are walking off.
It's 1
o'clock.
It's lunchtime.
It's lunch. Can I quickly finish this? He was by himself and he looked down. When we heard he was not picked for England, we, the Hampshire supporters, said that he had a point to make. Thank you, David. Right.
So, 514 for 4 at lunch. No wickets have fallen on a truncated morning, truncated by the rain. We had a 45-minute delay at the start of the day. But James Vince has continued in prime form. He's moved on from his overnight 168 onto 221, continuing. Actually, he's improved slightly his scoring, because his 168 was off 167 balls. His 221 has come off 207. Liam Dawson, who was on 51 at the start of play, has moved on to 81. He's added 30 to his overnight score. Hampshire must be
comes in the game, runs away from us, falls in mid strides for extra cover, where we didn't have to wait long.
Bowls forced beautifully off the back there. He didn't need to play himself back in, helped by some, has to be said, rather poor bowling from Leicestershire, but some of the shots he played today were right up there with some of the shots
Oh yeah, oh is he here?
He helps with the youngsters batting and coaching.
Oh, great stuff. I did a couple of commentaries with him in the last couple of years.
It's good.
Yeah, that was good.
Good company.
Yeah, good day.
Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Second session on the second day of the LV Equals Insurance County Championship match between Leicestershire and Hampshire. Hampshire about to resume their first innings, 514 for 4. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Solent, Richard Ray and Kevin James, your commentators for this game. James Vince, the Hampshire captain, about to resume on 221 not out off 207 balls. Liam Dawson is his current partner, 81 not out off 110 balls. And it is simply a question of how many will Vince want before he decides to declare and get Leicestershire in. Maybe an hour before tea would be pretty close to 600. By then you would have thought Vince's first target, well, I'm sure it's not a target really in his mind, but he'll be aware of it, is his own first-class career best of 240, made against Essex a few years ago. Well, you would not back against him beating that. Kevin.
No, I agree. I think if somebody gave me a few quid, I'd definitely put it on him beating it at the moment.
I don't think you'd get long odds.
No, I don't.
That way. Callum Parkinson then opens the bowling from the pavilion end with a huge stroked out into the offside. There is a sweeper. Lewis Hill is out there, and so he gets away with it, Parkinson. He only concedes 1 run. A few tweets during the interval. When will the pain stop? From many of the Leicestershire supporters. Well, not with the bowling like that. In goes Parkinson. That's outside off stump and cut away. A long chase for Hill. Well, not too long. A quick chase for Hill. He has to scamper away to his left. He does so. And Vince picks up... Oh, did he pick up 2 then?
Yeah.
Or was Dawson? Yeah, it was 2. Yeah.
Yep.
Dawson was the man on strike previously, so 82 to him. Vince now on to 223. So a full toss and a wide delivery to start with. Parkinson in, that's at least straight, and Vince just leans forward, foolish delivery, and strokes it out towards wide, long off. All the time in the world to pick his spot. He does so. Moves on to 224. Parkinson is in and bowls, tosses that one up, just a little paddle sweep around the corner by Dawson, and that's going to run away for 4 as well. Sweetly played. It went very fine. No chance at all for long leg to get around to fine leg to pick it up, and the runs continue to flow.
Nice little shot, wasn't it? A little death shot. Swindles had anticipated it, but yeah, nice shot.
Clever little paddle to the delivery, just drifting onto leg stump, maybe just outside. There is now a short fine leg as Parkinson is in. A flatter, quicker delivery, makes no difference. Dawson just waits for it and guides it off the front foot, sort of square, drives it just behind square. Had enough width for him to swing his arms, get it through the ball and pick his spot. Pick his spot he did. Consecutive boundaries. So first over after lunch. 1, 2, 1, 4, 4 so far. Leicestershire supporters asking for the pain to stop. Well, it's just getting worse. The Chinese burn is twisting.
I think any side in this situation being so dominant, wouldn't they? They would. I mean, this session, it can get out of hand.
What do you mean it hasn't already?
Well, I'm trying to find a positive from Leicestershire's point of view. I mean, you know, no matter what situation you face, there's always a little mini battle, isn't there, somewhere?
Yes.
And and this one is don't let, you know. I mean, Hampshire will probably, well, more than likely put Leicestershire in, I don't know, half an hour or so before tea, maybe even earlier.
Parkinson to finish his over, bowls, and it's driven away through the offside. Might be another 4. Beautiful piece of placement by Liam Dawson. So 3 consecutive.
But you reap the reward, don't you? The longer you're out the middle, the more dominant you become as one side squeezes the other. The game becomes suddenly very simple. And these 2 out there in the middle are certainly doing that at the moment. Now, Ackerman's on. Only bowled 5 overs so far in this innings. Kept himself out the way a little bit, really, as that's pushed away on the leg side by Vince for a single, and he quietly moves on to 225. And Hampshire total to 531 for 4.
Just looking to see if there's
a turn
there, but kind of
no,
really, maybe just the merest suggestion.
A slow turn, something. Here he is then from the Bennett end. Dawson's on the back foot and works that out inevitably into a gap where it's fielded at deep cover by Dearden. 532 for 4.
Runs off every ball post lunch.
Yeah, hasn't it? 8 balls. As I say, again, you know, nothing but just normal cricket. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad there. There's a half shout.
Swindle sort of, I think in surprise went up, but Ackerman had already turned away when the bowler isn't bothering it.
The shout at this stage. Slightly quicker ball as Vince is on the back foot now. Thought they might look for 2, but Dearden's quickly in off the rope at deep cover. Keeps it down to a single. 533 for 4, then Vince moves on to 226. They've come off 212 balls. I think virtually the whole of his knock is kept above the strike rate of 100 runs per 100 balls. As Dawson works that into the gap as well. The gaps just seem to be there all over the place now for these 2. Jog through for another single. Dawson moves on to 96, is that? Yes, it is. Off 116. Just 4 men saving a single, 2 on each side as Ackerman bowls, and Vince gives himself some room and slashes that out to Dearden at deep square point. 227 for 4, and that is the end of Ackerman's 6th over in the innings out of a total bowled of 113. I thought you would have bowled a bit more, would you not have thought that before the start of the game?
Yeah, indeed. I'm not entirely sure he's completely fit, Colin.
Oh, okay.
Might just have had a little bit of a hamstring. I'm not sure. But either that or he's exercising his captain's prerogative not to.
Yeah. Well, it would suggest, because he's bowled so few, it would suggest the former.
Yeah. Parkinson in to Vince, a full delivery on off stump. Just waits for it, Vince, and dabs it with an angle bat down towards Ackerman, who's at backward point and jogs the most comfortable of singles to give Vince the strike. And once again in the game, it's time to hand over to Kevin James to describe a Hampshire landmark.
Right, as Dawson works that away on the offside. There's 1, and they'll come back for 2, and Dawson moves on to 98 now out of that Hampshire total of 538 for 4.
Highest total by Hampshire against Leicestershire, 548, so just 10 short of that.
Ooh.
1927
Ooh.
in Southampton.
That's when they could play in that era. 1927, eh? Here's Parkinson. Field's come in now for Dawson, so Dawson actually has got to find the gap. He doesn't on that occasion as he drives straight out into the covers. Only deep mid-wicket for Dawson. The deep cover fielder has come in, forming a ring. So Dawson will have to just probably nudge it a bit harder if he's to pierce it. Just pushes that away on the onside, but finds the one fielder out deep, so that'll only be a single. And he moves on to 99. 539 for 4.
Top scorer for Hampshire in that game back in 1927, Mr. G. Brown with 132. G. Brown.
I'm going to guess, but I wouldn't be totally sure. Vince cuts that away behind point, but there's no gap there. G. Brown. I would just pull it out. Well, that's what I mean. Like, yeah, I'd have pulled a name out of thin air, but I've got a feeling I've heard that name. But
okay.
Jay Van will be listening. He'll tell me. So hopefully he will. Now that's half stopped, but Vince will still get a single as it's palmed away at short extra cover, and Vince will keep the strike, so we'll have to wait a little longer for Dawson century, if indeed he gets one.
The only way it looks as though Vince might get out is if he gets a little bit tired, a little bit bored, almost a little bit careless, but given that I say that he's closing in rapidly on his first class best, I'm sure he'll be alert for the next few overs anyway, so to speak. I don't think he'll get bored until he gets past 250, as you say, if indeed he does. So Ackerman will be bowling to Vince with a long on, a long off, a deep mid-wicket and a deep square and a deep extra cover. In he goes, bowls to Vince, who defends out into the offside delivery off stump. It's picked up there by Sam Evans, who actually reties his shoelace before throwing the ball back to his captain. Ackerman just a couple of strides, then he goes in and bowls, tosses that one up, gets to it on the full Vince, but just strokes it out through the vacant mid-on area, out towards long on. Excuse me, Alex Evans is the fielder, and in come the fielder just to put Vince under a modicum of pressure.
Yeah, you've got to do it. Have to do it. Make him hit it. Make him work for the 100. So Ackerman's just checking his field, just checking that everybody is saving a single, and everybody looks like they are. Dawson comes down the wicket, but can't find the gap as he works that quite hard to mid-wicket. There is a George Brown that played for Hampshire.
There you go.
Yeah, between 1908 and 1933, so that would be the same one.
Must be the man.
There we go.
Had to be George, didn't it?
Now, interestingly, Ackerman's decided to push deep mid-wicket, or push mid-wicket back to deep, so he's inviting the single, which is quite an interesting one, because I would have thought that's an area where Dawson would like to hit it, and he does. And there's the gap, and there's the 100. Interesting. 100 for Liam Dawson, his 10th first class 100. Raises his bat to his teammates, doesn't take his helmet off like James Vince has done a couple of times before. 121 balls and 16 boundaries. That's interesting, pushing that fielder back.
Well, he's not going to try and hit it over him, sort of 2/3 of the way back. He just offered him a single.
And also, that's an area where you're looking to play an off-spinner. So that was an interesting one.
Ackerman is in to Vince, who goes back and plays it to that self-same mid-wicket area. The mid-wicket has now gone out onto the boundary. Lewis Hill comes in to meet the ball, then underarms it back to Callum Parkinson at mid-on. The single duly taken by Vince, who's just sort of swinging his arms, trying to get himself going again. Ackerman in to Dawson. Bowls. Dawson a couple of steps down the wicket, but doesn't try and over-hit it. Gets almost to the pitch of it and then on-drives it away through the vacant mid-on area down to young Evans at long on. Takes a single and keeps the strike. 102 to him now of 122 balls. Hampshire 543 for 4. Need another 6 to beat that record we were talking about, in which George Brown played such a big part.
I've got an email here from Ruth Taylor, solentcricket@gmail.com. As Parkinson starts his 24th over. Down the wicket comes Dawson, and lost that high of a mid-wicket. It's not going far enough. It's going to be caught by Dearden, and drops it straight into his chest, and it dropped out. That was not difficult. It was right, excuse me, it was right on the boundary. Richard Ray's got his head in his hands. That was not a difficult chance at all. He lofted that too much, Dawson. He got right underneath it, but has got away with it. 102, 5-4-5 for 4.
Oh.
He got too close to it, actually. Just looks as though he got too close to it. Vince tries to work there on the leg side, and he's caught, is he? Yes, he is! Now, Vince doesn't look particularly pleased, but then again, he's probably wanting a huge score, but he's gone. Well taken by Swindles at the second attempt. Just the slightest of deflections, and Vince goes for 231. Leicestershire take their 5th wicket, 5:45.
What a strange game this is, really. To have Parkinson's heart must have been down in his boots seeing that one spilled by Dearden off Dawson, and then his very next ball, it's down the leg side. Vince goes back, just tries to tickle it on its way. Did just get the faintest of edges. Parkinson was absolutely certain, so too was Swindles. On more to the point, so too was umpire Billy Taylor. So, well, you got sawn off a little bit in a funny sort of way, caught down the leg side. One of those that could so easily have he'd missed or raced on down to fine leg. But what an innings by James Vince. What an innings. Not quite his first class best, but something very, very special indeed we've seen here at the Uptonsteel County Ground yesterday and today.
Yes, he certainly has. And just having a look at 36 boundaries, well, 36 fours and 2 sixes in that innings. He came in at number 5 when Hampshire lost Sound North East 25 minutes or so after lunch yesterday. So he's been batting since about just after 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Hampshire at that stage 127 for 3. Certainly left his mark at 5:45 for 5.
He did.
Yeah, I think he's made a fairly good contribution to this innings. And Lewis McManus, the Hampshire wicket-keeper, makes his way out into the middle. In fact, he's taken guard. He's looking around at the field, and I guess Leicestershire can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief, and they've got a sort of an end to sort of have a little go at here. As Parkinson bowls and McManus drives out square on the offside. Dawson was looking for a single. There certainly wasn't one there.
Amazing how the luck can swing like that in 2 balls, can't it?
Oh. Here he is again then, the left arm spinner. They'll be pleased to have finally got a wicket in his 24th over as McManus quietly plays out on the offside. Ruth Taylor, this is an interesting email because I've quickly jotted down some names. My dad Roy, says Ruth, and I have a question. When was the last time Hampshire fielded 6 international bowlers? Well, I don't know the last time is the answer, but that's pushed out on the offside.
Thanks for the reminder.
Yeah. So I've worked out Abbas, Abbott, Dawson, Crane, Holland, But that was only a quick calculation. Oh, Brad Wheel, the other one, play for Scotland.
Ah,
So I've got it.
Good one.
I've got it. Thank you very much. So I've worked that one out. That's the easy bit, I guess. And even then, I found it a little bit hard. Just turned away towards mid-wicket, end of the over. McManus yet to get off the mark then in that over. Dawson will face on 102. You and your dad Roy will have some sort of answer shortly.
Ackerman will continue from the Bennett end. Dawson, having had a life off his previous delivery, and a big life, lofted it high to deep mid-wicket, and it actually bounced off his chest, I think, in the end. I think it sort of went through his hands, and bounced off his chest. Ackerman in to Liam Dawson, who's going to reverse sweep.
Oh.
Beautifully timed as well. Beautifully timed. It was perfectly pitched from his point of view. Just switched hands and swept it away down towards third man. Left-handed, so to speak. Timed it exquisitely. He is not going to rein back his instincts while McManus plays himself in. In goes Ackerman again. He goes back and forces out through the offside for more conventionally hit the boundary, but oozed power and brought up the Hampshire 550 and confirms their highest ever score against Leicestershire. And the two counties first met in 1803, apparently.
Ooh.
Tell you about that.
Where was that? Where was the venue?
It was actually at Lord's Old Ground in Marylebone. In goes Ackerman and a little paddle sweep for 4 more. 3 consecutive boundaries for Liam Dawson. Did he hit 3 consecutive boundaries off Parkinson a couple of overs ago? I can't quite remember, but he's in the mood. He's in the mood. Yeah. He's chasing towards that runner ball score, improving his scoring rate into the 90s now in those terms. 114 off 126 balls for him. And so much is happening that, well, I'll get the details about that 1803 game out to you in a moment. Swings rather agriculturally on that occasion, Liam Dawson. Thick bottom edge through backward square, runs down towards Ben Mike, who's at deep backward square. He was feeling his back and his side a little bit yesterday, wasn't he, Ben Mike? So that would explain why, well, there's no real point in them at this stage turning to him. So, you know, they don't want him to make it worse.
Yeah, he's going to need to play the sort of knock he played for Warwickshire a couple of years ago against Hampshire, saving the game.
Yeah, potentially. 558 for 5. Dawson on to 115. Ackerman just adjusting his field for the new man McManus. In he goes, bowls. McManus goes back, turns it into the leg side, a little twitchily. And Mike, who has come in from deep square to a conventional square, completes the fielding. Not always the nicest of feeling to come in at this sort of stage. It should be, but almost you've got everything to lose and not too much to gain at this stage from McManus. In goes Ackerman, bowls to him. He goes back and he's going to get off the mark with a nice back foot force. He went back, made a room to free his arms, forced it away through the covers. It runs across the boundary at extra cover, so he too off the mark with a boundary. Not the first batsman to achieve that in this innings. 562 for 5. McManus 4, Dawson 115.
Thank you to all the Hampshire fans who have quite rightly pointed out, and I will point everybody to Ruth. It wasn't me who said that Hampshire were fielding 6 bowlers internationally. There are actually 7 if you include James Vince, who took a wicket. I can certainly remember he got one against Ireland, didn't he, in the one-day international. So thank you, David Ackland. Adrian Kirk says, cracking knock, he enjoyed watching via the app and listening to the BBC commentary. Joel Heritage has also mentioned about James Vince and his one-day international wicket. Neil Monnery as well, and Phil Webb. Thank you all. Yes, there's 7. So Ruth, the question should be, the last time Hampshire fielded 7. Down the wicket comes Vince, works it out on the mid-wicket boundary. Dearden does well there, picks it up, and keeps Dawson down to a single. He moves on to 116, 563 for 5. So the question is, and if Dave Allen, if you're listening, or Tigger, or any of you like Richard Shelley that does all the stats as well, the last time Hampshire fielded 7 international bowlers. There you go. I'm not sure. Does Vince count really? I don't know. I'll let you all make up your own mind.
Bowled internationally?
Well, he does, yeah, but I suppose, 7 international bowlers, but whether Vince actually bowls in this game, I'd be very surprised. Now, Dawson drives that down the ground high, and that is going all the way for 6. Down towards the dining area here at Leicester, for those of you that know the ground. And that's a beautiful shot. One of many, many, many in this Hampshire innings. 116 now to Dawson, 569 for 5. And the ball, we're going to get a change of ball here. I don't think the ball was hit that far away.
Could have bounced over the fence at the back, perhaps.
Yeah, must have hit the concrete, the tarmac and what have you, because that certainly, I mean, it cleared the picket fencing here just to our right, but it wasn't much higher. It certainly didn't go over the stands. But anyway, we're going to have another ball, and I think this is about it's just at least the second change of ball today, isn't it? Got a little bit wet the other one earlier.
There's plenty in that case.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, it's the biggest case really made to.
Those things that spies will open and there'll be all flashing lights and it'll be a sort of nuclear bomb disposal or something.
Obviously full of balls. As that's pushed away on the onside by Dawson, so to speak.
That's quite a good point, myself.
17, yeah. 570 for 5.
How many then? Vince can put his feet up and think about that for a few moments.
Parkinson bowls, and Dawson goes for the huge heave over mid-wicket, and that is gone for 6. Umpire Billy Taylor signalling to the scorers. Just about cleared the rope. That was probably hit into the advertising boards.
I think 600. I think that's what's...
Round about there, yeah. It's either that, or it's like, get as many as you can before a certain time. But 600's loads, isn't it, in any game, in any situation. That's pulled away by Dawson hard. Dearden again in the game at deep mid-wicket. Picks it up, just one bounce. And Dawson jogs through a single. 577 for 5. Dawson 1, 2, 3. So, field scattered as you'd expect. 2 on the leg side, even for Lewis McManus on the deep. McManus hammers that past Parkinson's left hand, and that's 4. Wow, power in that shot.
It was in the air as it went past his left hand, quite low, only about a foot off the ground, and he sort of started to reach towards it, Parkinson, and then I don't want to lose my fingers.
Well, Dawson has shown absolutely no effects from coming back from a ruptured Achilles in last season's game at Radlett against Middlesex. He spent most of the winter on crutches and doing some rehab, and it was a very, very slow process, but he's looking like he's been batting almost every day for the last 6 months or so.
I was going to say, he appears to be fixed.
Yes.
Ackerman, we are now at the stage where just about every Leicestershire fielder is on the boundary, with the exception of Azad at short, fine leg, and Parkinson, who's retreating from a fairly conventional mid-wicket to a bout. Halfway back. Everybody else that I can see is on the ropes. In goes Ackerman, drops it short, pulled high over mid-wicket, and it bounces away for 4. Well, if you're going to bowl a long hop, it doesn't matter about having all your fielders on the boundary, because Dawson mightily tucked in on that occasion. On the ropes. That is what Leicestershire are at the moment. 585 for 5.
Has to be a big hit on that left-hand side of the ground. Yeah. We're slightly playing to the right here.
Parkinson's going back now, so is that everybody except Azad? And the bowler and the wicket-keeper. Might as well put Azad back as well.
Well, this is the sort of field that we thought, or you thought, that might have been for Vince for earlier, wasn't it?
Kind of what do you do, really, but just to slow things down. I know he isn't very positive, but... Ackerman and bowls, and Azad should stop that, but can't. He fired it in, Ackerman. He went for the swing, got a little bit of a bottom edge. Ackerman is kind of smiling, but I don't think he's smiling in his heart, because it was swung around the corner as Ad scrambled or fell to his left, stuck out his hand, couldn't get there, and of course across the long leg boundary it goes. Dawson on to 131 now, off 132 balls. Hampshire 589, a 4-5.
Incredible. It's like having a net at the moment, isn't it?
Now as Ad's going back to the boundary, now every Leicestershire player, bar bowler and batsman, are on the ropes.
Well, that's a bit over the top, but hey.
Where's this one going? In goes Ackerman. Bowls, big swing, because he drops it short. Nobody can see it for a second. Parkinson was wondering where it had gone. He didn't quite get it all, and it rolled fairly slowly actually out towards long on. But Alex Evans I didn't see it. Parkinson didn't see it either. They were all wondering where it had gone. Happily, from Leicestershire's point of view, they picked it up in time to prevent any extra runs. So just a single on that occasion to Liam Dawson. Fields coming in, or at least 1, 2, 3, 4 of them are coming in.
Yeah, he has to have some in
to save the single.
Yeah, I mean, McManus has only faced 9 balls.
Hit one very nice 4.
He did.
He's on 15 off those 9 balls. In he goes, waits for a foolish delivery and just pushes it off the front foot out towards Evans at long on. Takes the single and hands a strike back to Dawson, who is trying currently to hit every ball for 6.
He'll do well with this field.
If Ackerman keeps dragging him down, though, it is a big hit, though, isn't it, out there? On the leg side, anyway. Ackerman is in, bowls, and just held it back a bit, played it rather nicely in the end. He sort of opened his shoulders, Dawson, but ended up just steering it down towards third man. So it is going to be just 1 on that occasion. 133 for Liam Dawson. What is, well, we said here this is his 10th first-class century, didn't we?
Yes.
Ackerman into McManus, tucks him up slightly, turns it away through the leg side, but only as far as Parkinson at mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. 8, 9, 10, 11 from it.
It'll be interesting. I'm just looking at the overs remaining in the day. There's 69 overs to be bowled, which means there's 37, I guess, before tea, unless that's been moved for the 45 minutes that we missed this morning. I don't know, but I'm going on the fact that that's still 2 big sessions, and I think Hampshire wouldn't want to be out in the field. That's quite a long time, especially when you're coming back on the 3rd morning, and and hopefully being still in the dominant position. I think they wouldn't want to give themselves such a heavy workload today. So I'm guessing they may go beyond 600 if that's the case. But of course, I've been wrong so many times before. It's scary. So I don't know. That's my theory. That's why I never captained anywhere, because I'll probably get it totally wrong. But I would say they'll bat for a few more yet. Here's Parkinson then, bowls, and Dawson heaves that away on the leg side. He's got hold of that one, and that might be out of the ground. Yeah. If it's not, it's pretty close to it.
Ben Mike's already going to the
going back to the ball
in the air when he went towards the case to pick it up.
I think I would have Ben Mike actually just fielding next to that case and just say, look, every few balls now, Mike, just dip into it.
53 partnership off 23 balls.
Wow. Well, we've seen some quick partnerships. That's up there, isn't it?
It's brutal. It kind of feels a bit men against boys, but at the moment. But
well, yeah, but you get this, don't you?
Yes,
you get this when one side's been batting for a day and a day and a session, really. If you take off the 45 minutes we lost this morning, it's a day and a session. Sides just wilt, and it could be anybody out there right now. 5:28 for 5. Dave Allen is listening. Thank you, Dave, at Silent Sport. He says, I suspect Ruth and Dad never... This is about, well, the original question was 6 international bowlers, but of course we've since now it's 7. I found 7 internationals that played for Hampshire in 2007. Crawley, Irvine, Bickle, Watson, Pothas, Mascarenhas and Udall. And at various times that year, also Peterson and Tremlett. But they didn't all bowl for their countries. Probably that year is the best bet yet. Thank you, Dave. I think that sort of more or less wraps that up. Unless, of course, you know different. Here's Callum Parkinson then, and Dawson's heaving that away. He's got a top edge. He's got under that, but I think he's going over the rope again. It is. Yep. Well, that was a top edge more than out of the middle of the bat, and it's just cleared the rope by a few yards, but it went high. And there is a fielder out there, but it went over his head. 600 up for Hampshire in the 120th.
Will they go to the end of this over or beyond? Azad sort of was under it, but he soon found himself stepping well back over the ropes.
Fortunately, that's a slightly smaller boundary side. That's fired outside the off stump. I think Parkinson was expecting Dawson to run down the wicket at that and fired it in hard outside off stump, but Dawson had stood his ground.
Yeah, everybody on the boundary again, bar Evans, who's at short fine leg for some reason.
The way Dawson's playing does suggest that the declaration is imminent. There's another smack over mid-wicket, and that's further this
Onto
time.
the meat.
Has it gone over the air raid shelter?
It came back down.
Has it?
So it hit the green roof of the meat and came rolling back down the sort of corrugated iron roof. Dawson 151
of 138 deliveries. He's getting close to his highest first-class score. Now, I wonder if the declaration is imminent, that he will be allowed to at least beat his previous best. That's fired hard outside of stump, but this time Dawson, you heard the crack, smashes it to Ben Mike down at deep mid-off, just in front of us here, and Dawson moves on to 152. Thanks to Di Davis and one or two others as well, who pointed out Liam Dawson's highest first-class score, and that's smashed down towards mid-on by Lewis McManus this time, and he'll keep the strike, and that's 612 for 5. In fact, that is it.
That is it. That is it. So it was the 600. Hampshire have declared 612 for 5 with Liam Dawson on 152 not out off 139 balls. Lewis McManus 17 not out off 12. The heavy roller is coming on the pitch, but I don't think Leicestershire could get any flatter, quite frankly, at the moment. What a day and a half it's been for the Foxes, and of course for Hampshire, in two very different ways. Now, can they get themselves together? Think that the pitch is good. Yes, we're going to be up against some good bowling. Yes, we're facing a huge total, but just treat every ball on its merits and show that they too can make runs on this pitch. But what an innings, particularly from James Vince and from Liam Dawson as well.
Well, we've been treated to some fabulous batting, haven't we, over the last day and a bit. It's been very tough for the Leicestershire bowlers. What we do know, apart from the fact that Hampshire can't bat, is that this is still a very good pitch. You know, it doesn't matter who the players are, doesn't matter what the bowling is or whatever, that a lot of the shots that we've seen, you cannot be playing those sort of shots unless it is a very, very good wicket. So rest assured, if you're a Leicestershire fan and wondering what's coming next, that whatever comes next, it's still a very good pitch. And if you apply yourself and you play properly, yeah, okay, you'll get a good one, that's for sure. We know there's a lot of good balls around out there. The ball's been moving around. But if you do your normal job, play your normal game, and you know, a little bit of luck here and there, then there's no reason why Leicestershire too can't score some runs. But again, when you're on the receiving end, Richard, and as you've seen many times, and I've been on the receiving end many times, it's uncanny how a side scores millions and makes it look easy. And all of a sudden you struggle.
Just to muddy the waters slightly,
do you know what?
I'm shouting at their streams at the moment.
I know. Well, I mean, I got sent by a guy at 5 Live who photographed, screenshot the ECB page that said there was a question. It was a question and answer. Is the innings going to finish at 120 overs like last season? No, it won't. You can carry on as long as you can.
It is a coincidence because the official scoreboard does say declared.
Ah.
So
right, there we go.
It is just a I think they're basically trolling us. They've heard it, haven't they? Let's mess with the minds of James and Ray up in the commentary box.
Yeah, they're getting too big for their boots. They're making out they know everything. So let's just throw them a little curveball. Oh God, you had me worried there, Richard.
Well, it's
So would it say innings closed or something if it was 120 overs and that's the cut-off?
Yes, I assume so. Don't.
Quite daunting, but it has been done many times.
That's it.
Do you know, as I said it, I was thinking, can I give an example? And I was thinking, no, I can't at the moment.
It has, I'm sure it's been,
Of course it has
been
yeah,
done
of course it has.
plenty of times. But these are tricky conditions, so the floodlights are on. And, well, I've seen Mohammed Abbas bowl size Durham in particular, bowl coming down the slope, I would think. Bassi, as he quickly became known by his less teammates.
Bassi.
Nothing original about it. They did have the song though when we took wickets in that first season. The Mohammed Abbas song they called it. It wasn't sort of Paul Simon standard. It has to be said. Oh, Mohammed Abbas was the sort of basic chorus. Oh, Mohammed Abbas. I think it was one of the... His English was not great when he came. Much improved now, of course. Lived in Leicester with his... and he was much happier in the second season because he had his wife and child with him for the first time. He's told me that at the end of that first season with Leicestershire, over the last 3 years, with his massive international commitments at the time, and then coming to Leicestershire, he'd had something like 32 days of the last 3 years with his family, he reckoned. But that changed obviously because he's now not an automatic selection for certainly for the Pakistan one day set-up. Hugely talented group of players.
I'm double checking this 120 now because even the 5 Live guy that sent me the official
now
Kevin Howes is now saying to me, did they declare on 120 overs? And I'm thinking, now you're confusing me even more.
Well, it's down on the official scorecard as declared. 612 for 5. Dawson 152. James Vince 231. Go through the bowling figures, if you like, for Leicestershire, and then Kevin will no doubt go through the Hampshire batting card. Chris Wright, 26 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 111 runs conceded, 4.27 runs per over. Alex Evans emerged with some credit, really. He bowled 3 pretty good spells over the... Goes right and bowls. It's caught. Yes, he's gone this time. He
over the wicket and bowls. It's pulled away. It's in the air now. Who's under it? Swindles is under it. A square leg. Take it.
Bowls and hits northeast. He appeals for the out before and he gets it and he clenches the full 2 swindles, and that one is caught at point. Evans has the wicket he deserves.
Too close to it. Vince tries to work there on the leg side, and he's caught, is he? Yes, he is. Now
5. Do you want to do the Hampshire sort of batting card, or do you want me to?
Yes, of course, yeah, of course, yeah, no problem. Sorry, I was just double checking this 120 thing.
Well, I can go through the batting card.
Well, share it out. It's up to you.
Have you?
I've finished my messaging,
right,
so hopefully I'm waiting for some.
Okay.
So top scorer, inevitably, James Vince, 231, and there was 152 from Liam Dawson, 119, gosh, we've forgotten about that,
Yeah.
almost, from Tom Alsop. They were comfortably the chief scorers. Big partnerships throughout the innings, 224 for the fourth wicket between Alsop and James Vince, 194 for the fifth between Vince and Dawson. They were the main partnerships. Earlier there was one for the third, 52 between Northeast and what would that have been? Sam Northeast, and that would have been Vince as well, I think, wouldn't it? No, actually no, because he came in at 5. I'll work that out in a minute. Ah, yes, of course it was. Yeah, thank you. So they are the stats in the Hampshire innings. I guess Sam Northeast will feel he missed out a little bit on 19. Ian Holland the same with 11, but nevertheless it is a formidable total of 612 for 5. And as Richard mentioned earlier, Hampshire's highest ever total against Leicestershire in many, many years.
Ever. Can Dave tell us whether any of those partnerships were records for Hampshire's third, fourth, fifth wicket against Leicestershire? There's something for you to
I'm sure you'll
check,
have a look
Dave.
here. I should look some of this
He'd have
up.
probably told us.
Apparently, thanks to Joe, Kent batted 128, almost 129 overs in their match.
Well,
so
we're all, okay. We're good. We're good.
So we're all right. So
It's
they
just-
declared.
It's a rotten coincidence that has tormented us, basically, deliberately, I'm sure. We've been trolled. James Vince having a word with his players in their bright white kit with quite a restrained advertising logo on the front of it for a beer. A rather good beer, actually.
Have you tried it?
I don't mind an IPA.
Oh, there you go. Other beers available, of course.
Well, I haven't said the manufacturer.
Oh, is that right?
IPA
Oh, see, I don't know anything
India.
about it. All right.
You know plenty about beers. Indian Pale Ale. India Pale Ale. IPA stands for. So loads and loads of brewers, most brewers make an India Pale Ale, and this particular brewer is a pretty good one. It's kind of like a lighter, refreshing brew normally compared to a bitter, really a strong English ale. So 612 for 5. As Hassan Azad, and I'm sure it will be Sam Evans, just waiting to confirm that, who emerges from Leicestershire's new dressing room, which is in the meet. Azad, long sleeved shirt, Evans short sleeved shirt, because you would not say it was warm, but it's not quite as freezing as it really was bitter this morning. It was bitter this morning. And all the Hampshire players have got their long sleeved sweaters on, understandably, and Abbas is going to open the bowling from an end with which he is familiar.
Let's hope he still remembers.
Oh, I'm sure he remembers.
Well, he's got. I presume it's his. Well, it's obviously his preferred end, but I hope that Kyle Abbott is happy with that. Tigger Miles says the fifth wicket partnership of 194 was a record versus Leicestershire. Tigger, thank you very much. I should look all this up. I feel very undercooked actually coming into this game because I don't know. I feel like I could have done more, but not quite in the groove as yet.
Does he know which one it beat? Who the very old one? Go on, just give these guys something to do.
Richard May's saying that, Tigger.
This is because I have to write a report at the end of the day, Richard, so it's always good to have and I also have to write this up for Wisdom as well, actually, at the end of the year. Oh, Bassy, what are you going to do to us?
Oh, Bassy. I think Kevin House is playing about with me because I think he's winding me up. Because I've said to him, Kent and Essex both batted longer than Hampshire. I think it's just a coincidence on the 120 over mark. Right, so here we are. Mohammed Abbas, his first delivery for Hampshire on a ground he knows well. And he's going to be bowling to Evans, and Evans immediately goes through him, does it? No, not quite. It hits him on the...
Yeah.
It does, yeah.
Wrapped him, he gets life off this. It's there. It's there.
Bit of bounce. It just jagged back a fraction, didn't he? Played it quite late.
He knows where to, how to get it out here. Or extract life from this Uptonsteel county ground.
So young Sam Evans then, facing Abbas, who has 4 slips in. And here he comes again. Decent run up. Probably about 17, 18 yards. Comes in, right arm over, bowls. These raps on the pad, just these flicks away down to final leg. Umpire Michael Goff will signal leg byes. Just going down, wasn't it, a little bit?
Oh yeah, it was going. Yeah, it was going down. I'm just wondering whether it just sort of seemed a little bit. It did wobble though.
Yeah.
This will feel wonderfully familiar to Abbas.
I spoke to one or two of the Hampshire boys because he had a little bowl in the second pre-season friendly against Sussex, did Abbas. He wasn't around for the first one, and he said that, don't worry about him, he looked a bit innocuous and what have you, but it was freezing, and his first bowl for ages. I said, don't worry about that, there's plenty more to come from him, as you well know, Richard.
Oh, yes.
Previous 5th wicket record was 171, Gregg and Barrett at Leicester, Ayleston Road in 1901. There we go, Tigger, thank you. It's very kind of you to do all Richard's work for him.
1901.
Here's Abbas, I think there's a bit of sunshine somewhere. Now he's playing, outside edge, gone past Gully, along the ground, safe, but it's gone for 4. And Azad is off the mark.
Who were the 2 participants in that?
Sorry, it was J.G. Gregg.
G-R-E-G-G?
G-R-E-I.
Oh, as in
G.
Tony.
Yeah, that's right, sorry, yeah, that's the best way to... And E-I-M Barrett. B-A-R-R-E-T-T. At Leicester. Ayleston Road. Was that the old ground, Ayleston Road? Yeah. Not too far away from here, is it?
No. Mile or so.
So I'm sure I came that sort of way back into the ground, Ayleston way. That's outside off stump, and Azad coming forward leaves that alone. 5 without loss then. So they've ticked 5 of that 463 they need off. So thank you, Tigger.
Yes, thank you.
Talking about that. Robert Coe tweeted earlier. We were talking about George Ferris, weren't we? Who was the previous quick bowler here. I think he tweeted you as well, actually, Richard. Talking about reference George Ferris. My dad, Jeff Coe, says he hit the biggest 6 he's ever seen at Grace Road. It was still rising as it flew over the 3-storey pavilion. That's a biggie. Azad plays a misses outside the off stump. Good delivery from Abbas. 3 stories, so yeah, that's just to our right, isn't it? The sort of 3rd story. That is a big hit.
Ooh, that was a nice ball.
Just nipped away a bit, didn't it? A bit of sunshine. Where's that come from?
I don't think it's going to be with us too long, but he would not describe the conditions as pleasant, but they're better than they were.
Yes, I know. Abbas then to Azad. Azad's walking into that and just turns it away on the leg side. Turns it away on the leg from as well.
You know, he does it from time to time.
Does he?
Yeah, just wanders down, tries to negate any. And you just whisper. It looks big. I've seen Svelter figures. He said he hasn't bowled much over the last year or so.
Yeah.
A little bit around the midriff, perhaps. Won't stop him charging in, that's for sure. Plenty to draw on for a season ahead. Round the wicket he comes to the left-handed Azad and bowls outside off stump. That one goes through at a decent lick. Azad just lifts his bat over the line of the ball, lets it go through. And there's no run. Chorus of approval from behind the stumps. Wicket-keeper and 3 slips.
Something Abbott does quite a bit to the left hand, just come round the wicket. He's got the angle coming in, and then his natural ball is to straighten it as it goes towards the batsman.
Difficult to play. In goes Abbott and bowls slightly short of a length. Getting right behind it is Hassan Azad. Turns his wrists on it as he defends it down onto the onside. Rolls out towards mid-wicket. There's no run.
Had a good season a couple of years ago, didn't he, Azad?
Very, very good season. Yeah, his first full season. He's a very bright boy. He's got a first-class honours degree in chemical engineering.
Ooh.
As Abbott goes in and bowls to him, he steps forward but leaves his bat raised. Got in position to either defend or drive, but just kept his bat up, and it passed underneath it through to wicketkeeper McManus. Yeah, no, he had a wonderful first full season. He got his. He wanted to make sure. He started at Notts actually a long time ago. Notts let him go. He decided to go to Loughborough and do his degree, and play for Leicestershire Academy at the same time as playing for Loughborough. Abbott in, bowls, fullish, looking to get his weight going forward, but waiting for it as well. As Azad ends up pushing it to mid-on, not off the middle, and there's no run. And did well for both Loughborough and for Leicestershire, and then had a year when he was going to give himself a chance to establish himself, and did in some style. Abbott in and bowls, and that one I think beat the outside edge. It bounced and left Hassan Azad. Could just have played deliberately inside the line. There was a little twitch though that indicates that perhaps he didn't.
It's good delivery. That's the ball. That's the Abbott ball that comes in and straightens.
Yeah. 1189 runs in 2019 in first-class cricket. In goes Abbott, bowls to him. He's forward, deflecting the ball down towards fourth slip, who has now come in, but he was in control there as he defended that one. Bounced a couple of times before it was taken nice and cleanly. End of the over. 6 without loss it is. A maiden from Abbott, who is markedly quicker than Abbas. Bigger, stronger. You would think, man, Abbas is wiry and whippy. Abbott is all sort of power, bull at the gate. Yeah, Hassan Azad, as I say, 1189 runs in 26 innings at an average of 54, which was pretty impressive stuff. He scored 3 centuries, all curiously, against Gloucestershire, and 8 50s. Last year, obviously had far fewer opportunities. He doesn't play one-day cricket. He'd like to.
Here's Abbas then from the Bennett end, bowling to Sam Evans. Evans pushes forward, gets a thickish outside edge as it goes out to point.
Just the one half century in 8 innings, 144 runs at 18. He was trying last season to be a little more positive. He was sort of conscious of not being able, or felt that he couldn't really sort of accelerate once he got in batting at the same sort of pace, and he wanted to be more positive early on.
Abbas again to Sam Evans, and Evans is on the back foot, punching that out behind point.
And as a consequence, he kind of got caught between two stools a little bit, and got himself out unnecessarily a few times. And then once that starts to happen, he just got himself in a little bit of I think a mental tangle as much as anything, curiously.
A bit of a Hasib Hamid.
He'd like to
sort of bats a bit one pace, I guess. I mean, I'm just looking at his strike rate. I mean, he's got a great first-class average of 43, nearly 44, from 29 matches. That's a bit of bounce outside the off, but a good leave from Evans. But yeah, that strike rate is quite low, even for 4-day cricket.
So that's what he's been trying to do then, but he'll hope that this season he finds the middle way.
Yeah.
I think Leicester at the moment would settle for the old
just play.
To be quite honest.
Especially in this game.
Yeah,
just bat.
Absolutely.
Just occupy the crease, which is obviously something he's more than capable of doing.
You've got 2.5 days. Get on with it.
Play your natural game. Here's Abbas. And that's neatly tucked away on the leg side, just in front of square. And they'll pick up a couple. Evans off the mark. Joe Weatherly, that is, under the helmet at short leg, running all the way back to retrieve that ball. Sam Evans, of course, a little bit younger. He's 23, averaging just 23.
Yeah, he had just had the one game in 2019 last season. He had a few more opportunities, played 3 Bob Willis Trophy games, 5 innings, 148 runs with a best of 85, averaged 29.
Abbas in the sunshine here. And it's neatly played by Evans, punching that out into the gap. Moves on to 3. Leicestershire 9 without loss. Not too many things to worry about out there at the moment. The pitch is still playing its good old self that it was in the Hampshire innings. The new ball hasn't really done too much for either bowler at the moment.
Evans being given the first chance. You'd say that when Harris arrives, Marcus Harris, the Australian, Evans is the likely one to go down the order a little bit.
Sure. Abbas to Azad. Azad pushes forward, square out on the, or just in front of square out on the leg side. Another accurate delivery there from Abbas to finish his second over. None for 8. Leicestershire 9 without loss. 5 to Azad and 3 to Evans.
But here's a chance if he can start well at the top of the order. Perhaps Harris is the man who'll have to come in a little bit lower down. I suspect not. But
just to say, Di Davies, I know, has tweeted us and say still going at Grace Road or the Uptonsteel ground, whatever you want to call it. It seems it may have not got the BBC memo. Just to say, Di, and just to clarify, the BBC has basically closed down after the announcement earlier from Buckingham Palace, and it's standard BBC practice that I can't tweet programmes. I think of all local programmes anyway. BBC stations have switched to main national radio, and it's going to be like that for a little while. I think there's an email just come in my inbox actually as to what's happening later on today, but that's why you're not seeing or hearing anything from the BBC.
In goes Abbott back over the wicket. Forward goes Evans and defends a foolish delivery off stump out into the offside. But hopefully, maybe you can get access to a stream, which is available via both the Leicestershire and indeed Hampshire websites, via the ECB and also on YouTube. And you'll hear our dulcet tones as well. In goes Abbott and bowls foolish again. Evans carefully, studiously forward, most delicately forward. He's a slight young man, there's not much of him, Sam Evans. Not an imposing physical figure in the way that sort of Abbott is, of course, but a very fine player, prospectively. I saw he was singled out in Wisden in the Cricketer. In goes Abbott and bowls to him, beats him on the outside. It's a nice forward defensive shot, but the ball was even nicer from Abbott's point of view. And it went past the outside edge. Just held its own off the seam. Big man, what is he, 6'2", maybe 6'3". As I say, quite heavily built. It's not a criticism. He's a strong man, clearly. Kyle Abbott is in and bowls straight to delivery. Evans right behind it, looking to get forward, trusting the pitch, having seen it at fairly close hand for a day and a half, having chased leather on it the best part of a day and a half. 9 without loss. Leicestershire. Sam Evans 3. Hassan Azad 5. Best part of the day at the moment. A little bit of dark cloud gathering again away where the weather has been coming from to the west. In goes Abbott, bowls full again. Evans, something of a little bit of a flourish then as he waited for that one, then pushed it out to mid-on.
Where's this sunshine coming from? Pleasant.
It is. In here.
Yes.
I expect it's still fair. I mean, Abbott and Abbas should be alright, but I'm sure they've got their hand warmers in their pockets, the Hampshire fielders. 87 on his back, Kyle Abbott, as he charges in and bowls. Just drags his length back a little bit and slightly deceives Evans in that respect. You heard the tinny sound of the ball on the bat, didn't quite hit the middle, but it was solidly enough behind it, as again he looked to get forward. Might get one or two short ones before too long to test him out, but consecutive maidens for Kyle Abbott.
Yeah, the two Leicestershire openers have started reasonably well, haven't they?
Yes.
Just sort of getting the feel of the bat on the ball, getting the feel of the pace off the pitch, just working out if there's movement and what sort of movement there is from either of the two Hampshire openers, and I think they would already be forming an opinion that it looked pretty good when Hampshire were batting, and it's not too bad at the moment. That's wide of our stump, and Azad gets a good front stride in, doesn't he? Leaves that alone outside your stump. I'm just watching, there was a discussion yesterday about James Vince sort of batting outside off stump, and one or two commented on it today. Apologies if I missed the tweet. If one of you two of you did. I sort of studied it again today. I know there's been talk about it, and James Vince definitely batting on off stump. Certainly the times that I was looking. Actually, if we look at the live action, it's well to our right, so we have to sort of, like you, look at the stream to get a better indication wicket to wicket. Azad also is at least batting off stump, if not a fraction outside, certainly when the bowler's around the wicket, whereas Evans is more traditional. That's turned away on the leg side by Azad. Don't think there'll be more than... No, there's two actually. Thought they were going to settle for one, but Abbott running round from mid-on, and that will take the Leicestershire total to 11. So it's quite interesting. Azad sort of taking up a James Vince type guard for his stumps, whereas Evans is more traditional, sort of middle and leg. You can almost see leg stump at times when Azad's batting.
Just trying to think now, you just said that. He may have been bowled once or twice behind his legs.
Really?
I'm sure he was actually last season.
Here's Abbas, he's round the wicket then, and that's outside the off stump, and Azad leaves alone.
Just go back through my my notebook for last year just to check on his methods of dismissal, how he got out. But I think on at least one, possibly two occasions, he was bowled behind his legs. So, but as I say, he's a very bright boy, and he will have thought about every aspect of his game, analysed it.
Well, it's a good ploy, really, especially with bowlers coming round the wicket, because you know it is a little bit off-putting. That's nice forward defensive there as he plays it back to the bowler. And with a left-hander, I mean, a lot of left-handers are very good at just sort of working the ball on the onside. That's always been a sort of a left-hander's thing, really, because you tend to get a lot of balls from right-arm bowlers that are so used to bowling at right-handers all the time. That you get a lot of balls sort of on your pads and sort of on that sort of middle and leg sort of area. Now, if you come across your stumps a little bit, you'll probably tend to get a few more. Of course, what you mustn't do then, of course, is play across the line when you've sort of taken guard or stump or just outside. That's short delivery. Azad just sways inside the line quite easily. So it's an interesting one. Different places of where you stand brings with it different challenges, but as I say, as a left-hander, as long as you're not playing right across the line, because of course a lot more balls are going to be straight at you, and of course if you hit the pads then you're basically in front, then it actually does help. If you're a left-hander that likes to work the ball on the leg side a lot, you'll tend to get a few more. 11 without loss, 5th over, 3rd over of Abbas's, and Azad plays forward, soft hands, outside edge, runs quickly down to 3rd man, there's nobody there, so it's 4.
Openers for that, and a legitimate shot. Touches close with Sam Evans into double figures now as Azad. 15 without loss, Leicestershire. Pulls off his sweater. Just his short sleeved shirt underneath it. Not one of those who I used to like to wear a t-shirt or vest just to keep my back a bit warmer when I was bowling, I must admit. But Abbott, with his short sleeved shirt hanging out of his trousers, isn't bothered. Comes in. Sorry.
No, also, have we got it round the wrong way? Because I was doing a bass.
Oh, it's me. There you go. Onto our stuff.
I thought I might have stolen an extra over.
That won't be the last time that happens this season. Chuntering away there, and suddenly thought, should I be chuntering away? Solid on off stump again, young Evans, Sam Evans. 3 of 14 for him. Has his back raised in his stance all the time, doesn't come down to the ground as in goes Abbott and bowls to him. Solid forward again, good straight stuff from Abbott, not too much there for him off the pitch. And being dealt with solidly enough at the moment by Evans. Vince, Hampshire's captain at first slip next to McManus, standing quite deep as Abbott, big strides, goes in and bowls, good lift, he leaves it and it does not miss the stumps by very much if the reaction of Abbott and those behind the stumps is to be believed. It wasn't far away, it really wasn't. I think that was a genuine misjudgment by Sam Evans. It may even have gone just over the top. Need to see another replay on that one. Here it comes. See how close it... Ah! Just a little bit too soon, that replay. Or too late, I should say. Abbott in again to Evans, outside, off stump, steps forward, leaves and leaves safely on that occasion. And it goes in quite low to McManus. Sort of skids through a little bit.
Well, for the benefit of Leicestershire listeners and fans that won't have seen too much of Abbott over the years, that is kind of Abbott's standard sort of plan against right-handers, and it works. Hence, he took 70-odd championship wickets a couple of seasons ago, but he will bowl a sort of a line on or just outside the stump, and the ball goes on, and then the odd ones will nip back.
And he goes, bowls to Evans, finds the thick inside edge of Evans as he again presses forward. The ball runs out to square leg, and there is no run. Ian Holland, the field there.
Yes, it's been very effective for him as well, because of course what it does, Richard, as you know, straight balls become just as deadly as the ones that nip back, because the players aren't quite, the batters aren't quite sure which ones to play and which ones to leave.
Abbott polishes the ball like a man who means it. In he goes and bowls, and it bounces high. Oh, he's gone leg before. He went forward, Evans there, did come back. He just hit him above the knee roll. He appealed and hit it. Was it the back pad? I think it was the back pad, and umpire Billy Taylor raised his index finger on the left hand high, and they have the breakthrough. Hampshire, Abbott has it. Sam Evans goes leg before. 15 for 1 the score.
Well, we saw James Vince doing what he normally does, the way he plays. That's the standard Kyle Abbott dismissal. Just emphasising what I was saying earlier. The balls that nip back are very difficult, so they nip back quite quickly as well, and if you don't get a long way forward, and of course Abbott's of a decent pace, so it's difficult to get a long way forward, but if you're thinking about what to play and what to leave, and so you try and play it later, so perhaps you don't get as far forward as perhaps you normally would do, then of course you're leaving yourself wide open to balls that nip back, as Sam Evans did there. I mean, he didn't do a lot wrong, to be fair to him, and I've seen many batsmen get out like that to Kyle Abbott, but and that's what makes Kyle Abbott the bowler that he is. He is amazing, just as James Vince is with the bat, and has been a major plus for Hampshire in their bowling attack. As I say, 72 wickets, 71 wickets in the Championship 2 seasons ago. Didn't come over last year, so we didn't see him. Hadn't done a lot of bowling, but I tell you what, but I tell you what, just watching that over, you think, well, it's only taken him a couple of overs, and now he's back to what he normally does. Fantastic to see from a Hampshire point of view, maybe not so much from a Leicestershire one.
Huge difference already apparent in the quality of the bowling. Only if you focus on the fact that there haven't been any loose balls really. Leicestershire bowled so many that the batsmen always knew there was going to be runs to be had if they kept out the good ones.
But you are talking, you're talking two bowlers that have bowled in many Test matches, as opposed to others that haven't, and that's a big difference, isn't it? Oh, it's me, isn't it? Sorry, it's Abbas. Sorry, I'm getting confused now. I'm getting excited now. I've got very excited in this game because not just because of James Vince and Allsop and Dawson and that, but Kyle Abbott, straight away, because if I'm honest, when I wrote the sort of the county preview stuff on the BBC web pages and that, and I said, well, Kyle Abbott is a fantastic bowler, but has hardly bowled in the last however many months. Yeah, well, yeah, and and to see him drop into a groove like that so quickly in his first few overs, it's great. That's a push forward defensive by Azad up to mid-on. Sorry, I only caught the top of this at Hampshire. Could this be the year?
Cricketing. Could this be the year at last? They asked the question, and there's quality in this Hampshire side, that is for sure.
I don't disagree with that. I think I suppose we're always more critique with our own counties, aren't we, than seeing what other counties do from a distance. I thought definitely last year, if it hadn't been for COVID, Abbas bowls and Azad leaves that one alone outside the off stump. I think with Nathan Lyon signed and playing, if not the whole season, virtually the whole season. And then, of course, especially seeing what the weather was like this time last year, where it was hot and dry and whatever, I thought that was our best chance, because we had Fidel Edwards as well in the side. It would have been his last year. Abbott was going great guns, and we had everything else that you've seen here in this game as well. And I thought that was a great chance, and I think a lot of the players felt that as well, and that's quite important. That I think they felt that they were in with their best chance. They finished third the year before, so the momentum was there. Azad pushes forward out on the leg side. So once last season played out the way it did, you think, is that, because there's a lot of things that need to come together, don't they? And you think, is that a missed chance? And I have to say, I've come into this season thinking I'm not sure, because Fidel I thought was a really big plus for our bowling attack. He just gave us something that he could rough a few players up if they got in. He went for runs at times, but just bowled wicket-taking balls. I mean, always bowled a wicket-taking ball at some point. Azad pushes out on the offside. Would bowl a wicket-taking ball when nobody else could. So we had the complete attack, really. So I thought that was a major miss, really. But I don't know. Listen, I know you can't judge it all in 1 day and a half, but there is. When you look around, there is some good talent out there, and maybe I believe a bit more than I did, perhaps. Before the start of play yesterday, I don't know. But as I say, one game, one day, 1.5 days doesn't make a campaign. Here's Abbas. Azad leaves alone outside the off stump. Accurate stuff from Abbas, but not troubling the batsman too much at the moment. He's completed 4. He has none for 14, 15, 1. Sorry, I'm rambling.
We haven't introduced the next batsman, who is Harry Dearden, a young left-hander, chunky. That said, he lost a lot of weight last year. Got himself into really good shape. A very fine player, as looks a good player. Timer of the ball, as left-handers so often do. Thus far in his career, though, he's kind of flattered to deceive a bit. There have been some good scores, but he hasn't really gone on in the manner that Leicestershire have hoped he might. Maybe this will be his season. In 2019 he scored 375 runs at an average of 20, played 13 games, had 19 innings, played all the games last season, had 9 innings in the 5 games, 234 runs at 26 with a best of 70. Round the wicket goes Abbott and bowls to Dearden, who is forward, getting to the pitch of the ball, defending that one out to point, and there is no run. He's looked good in pre-season, Harry Dearden. Played a couple of good innings. Mason Crane was the fielder on that occasion. Just looking at his pre-season scores, 75 against Derbyshire, 55 not out against the Students. So he's got runs under his belt already. Waits with bat raised as Abbott goes in and bowls to him again. He's very correct. Looks a correct player as he goes forward and defends that one out into the offside. And there's no run.
You've got 2 left-handers out there that like to get forward, haven't they? So that's almost got similar techniques from the few balls I've seen.
Joe Weatherly, the fielder in the covers. turns in past umpire Taylor. Bowls 2 did, who's driving, or looking to drive, and it's a pleasant looking shot, doesn't quite time it. It bounces up towards Weatherly, who turns his head away because he fielded it on the very used pitch on the edge of the square, and it sort of bounced up over his hands and into his body. No great pace, not likely to wind him, anything like that, he says euphemistically. 15 for 1, Leicestershire, with a long old way to go to save the game. Abbott is in and bowling 2 did, and outside off stump did, and again he's pressing forward and lifting his bat over the line of the ball. Yeah, it's almost as if it's been said in the dressing room, isn't it? Get forward, get forward. You've seen that there's no great bounce in the pitch, it has to be banged in quite short to get the bouncer in.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good pitch. It's still a good pitch. It always has been a good pitch. It's just been the movement at times, isn't it? It's been interesting.
Abbott charges in and bowls, reaching for that one. He's did a little bit, and it's in the air for quite a long time. He's going to pick up 4. It goes behind square, down towards third man, crosses the ropes now in front of the electronic scoreboard. That sounded like there are 1 or 2 less supporters who've gathered at the Milligan Road gates, peering through the gates.
Can see through now, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
That wall replaced by railings.
Yeah, trees planted in sort of pots on the left-hand side of the gates as we look at them. Abbott in again, 2 did, outside off stump and allowed to go through. Shouts of yeah.
Quite a nice competent forward defensive up towards mid-on. 19 for 1 then Leicestershire replying to that formidable Hampshire total of 612 for 5 declared.
Given he did and scores over the last sort of 2 years, he's been around for longer excuse me, than that. 2017 he played 10 of the championship games, 19 innings, 401 runs at 21. It's been at the sort of same sort of level of promising for 3+ years.
And Azad pushing forward again, quite happy to play that forward defensive shot. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking. He's 23, isn't he? So he's the same as Sam Evans.
Yeah.
He's played a few more first-class games,
yeah,
isn't he? Yeah,
absolutely.
But he only averages 21.
Yeah, yet to score
career
a first-class 100.
Yeah, it's on the low side.
Big season for him.
Yeah.
This really.
Yeah.
Needs to kick on.
Abbas stays round the wicket to Azad. Azad just turns that away square on the leg side.
He does play the ball late, Azad.
Yeah, but which is exactly
that's what you
right.
should do, isn't it?
Yeah, it's exactly right, isn't it? I mean, you made the point earlier that when he gets in, he probably doesn't sort of kick on a little bit, but there's a balance, isn't there? If you're an opener and sometimes players can get away playing like that all the time if there's other players around them that are scoring quickly, and then you provide the anchor and you keep the innings going. But if there's nobody else doing that, then of course it exposes you a little bit more. It's left through to Lewis McManus.
He's quite old-fashioned in that respect, I suppose, Hassan Azad, and the importance of one-day cricket now in terms of something as basic as your earning ability. If you're in the one-day sides, or Colin Ackerman and Callum Parkinson picked for the 100, and then you can make good money now around the world.
Abbas to Azad. Azad again playing that familiar forward defensive up towards mid-on, fielded by Abbott.
And I think he probably feels he almost has to develop that side of his game to give himself a chance of making a good living. He's going to be fine, put it that way, as a first-class graduate in chemical engineering, and he won't have a problem in that respect. But you take my point that if you're going to have a successful cricketing professional career now, then you need to be able to score in white ball cricket.
Abbas Azad leaves alone. Again, extravagant forward movement anyway, and bat held high away from the line of the ball. End of the over, 19 for 1. Yeah, you're right. I mean, the money probably, well, the money is more in the white ball game, isn't it? And
the big money.
Yeah,
probably.
And you know,
I mean, yeah, unless you're good enough to play sort of test cricket.
Yeah. He's 27 years old now, isn't he, Azad? So
he is. But this is only his third. I mean, if you count last season, the full season, so which many people wouldn't, but if you do, this is only the start of his third full season, because of his decision to get his degree sorted out once he was released by Notts. Abbott, I wonder if Abbott will come on down the hill for Abbas.
Yes, I think he might be taking over.
Because he's been taken off from the pavilion end and he's been replaced by Ian Dutchy Holland. I heard James Vince called him Dutchy, I suppose. Not original, but inevitable, I guess.
Did he play here when he was on loan at Northants?
Jeepers.
I might check that out, actually.
Yeah. In he goes, Holland, and bowls to Harry Dearden, who turns his wrists on that one, slightly across the line, fullish delivery. Obviously bowled from over the wicket, so no danger or unlikely to swing back in and pin him leg before. Turned out towards mid-wicket. There is no run.
I meant to look that up before the start of the game, and it's one of those things that I didn't.
Holland turns, in he goes, and bowls. Did a nice straight back to a fullish delivery. Might just have swung in, a touch to him, bounces down into the pitch, and Holland half fields in his follow through. News from Dan is that the tea interval will be at, he says, having lost the message, tea will be taken at 3:55 at 5 to 4. Holland in and bowling. Ooh, that one just skidded off the pitch outside off stump, and a little bit of extra pace, a little bit of extra effort from Holland. And all the slips were jumping into the air because Dearden played loosely at it. It was neither a drive nor a defensive shot. Unfortunate not to take the edge.
Amazingly, he played 5 games for Northamptonshire, and one of those was here.
Should remember him then. In he goes and bowls, and that's a straighter, fuller delivery, and Dearden much more comfortable in playing that one, getting right forward to the pitch of the ball, pushing it out into the offside. Is that Weatherly out there? Number 5 on his back.
It was a 50. Sorry, Richard. It was a 50 over game in May, so maybe not necessarily. But you probably don't remember it because Northamptonshire won the game. And he bowled 3 overs, none for 18, so it didn't really do a lot. That's probably why you don't remember.
Holland is in, drops a little bit short on that occasion, and waiting for it, Dearden angles his bat. He's going to pick up runs as the ball runs down towards the third man boundary. Just the 2, however, without the pace of Abbott. Dearden, who picked up a 4 down to third man off Abbott, had to sort of make the pace off that one. And it was picked up around about 3 or 4 yards inside the ropes. So 3:55 tea because of the taking the extra half hour, 15 minutes added on to each session. Holland is in, and Dearden is going to pick up nice runs there because it was full and swinging in towards leg stump, and something of a flourish as he clipped it away through square leg. Long chase back towards that deep square boundary. By the time it is pulled in by Tom Alsop, I should have known it was Alsop because it was a left-handed throw. And of course Alsop, a left-handed batsman, not one of those who does the 2, so to speak.
They're weirdos.
There are 1 or 2, aren't there?
Yeah, they're weirdos. They are.
Hey, why were you one?
Yeah.
Were you?
Throw right, bowl left.
There you go.
Yeah. Samit Patel is the other one that gets mentioned on a regular basis. Him more than me, that's for sure. Abbas to start his 6th over. Leicestershire 23 for 1. I've been asked to mention something which I'll come to during this over. I meant to mention it earlier, but I forgot, so apologies. But I shall mention it now. As Abbas comes in, Azad leaves alone outside the off stump. I'd like to mention long-time Hampshire cricket members and supporters Richard and Francis Sherat. They are celebrating their golden wedding anniversary next Tuesday. That's the 13th of April. So good luck with that, Richard and Francis Sherat. Golden wedding.
Congratulations. Is that 50?
I think it is, yes. 60s platinum, is it, or something? I don't know. I'm getting myself down a hole which I don't want to go down, but good luck to those two. As Azad pushes forward out back down the pitch, and there's no run. He's certainly accurate, Abbas, but there's not a lot happening for him with the ball. But he's keeping things tight into his 6th over, conceded just 14. A couple of tweets here. Paul Stephen Downing at Sun Sports is talking about the cold weather and fielders putting their hands in their pockets. Is there a rule that fielders cannot wear gloves in the field? Yes, there is. You cannot do that. The only one is the wicketkeeper. Sad pushes out square on the offside, just sort of playing it from the crease this time.
And the umpires.
And the umpires.
Most of whom are gloved.
They are. Michael Goff's very black, aren't they, against his white coat. Mike Vokes, who's determined to tell us about bad weather, he emailed earlier, suncricket@gmail.com. He says, it's coming your way. I think he's relishing the fact that we might get some bad weather later. Of course, we missed the first 45 minutes this morning, but that was just because of drizzle more than heavy rain. Abbas, he's just attempting to walk down the wicket there again, Azad, and leaves that alone outside the off stump.
Guy's messaged saying that all other BBC commentaries on the live streams have stopped, and the live streams are continuing either silent, pictures only, or with a club official. But you and I, Kev, are continuing to commentate. Oh well.
What, even on the live picture streams?
Apparently, but well, hopefully we're not. We're adding to your. We're adding something to the pictures.
Interesting. We've not been told anything, have we?
No.
So we just keep going, the professional people that we are. Bass, and that's pushed into the gap in the covers.
His Royal Highness enjoyed his cricket, and on that basis,
we're celebrating his life in that way.
Absolutely. Sun comes back out.
Right on cue. 24 for 1. April White has emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com. Says, hello, enjoying cricket and commentary in Basingstoke. Richard knows where that is. He knows he's Hampshire.
Why do you keep saying that?
Well, you do, because you always nod, whenever I mention the place, you nod your head, and I think, oh, Richard knows where that is. Of course, it's just a bit down the M3 up from the M3 from Southampton. I'm quite impressed with your knowledge of Hampshire, to be honest. Outside the off stump, that's left alone once more. You probably know Hampshire better than me.
I don't think so. I had a nephew who lived. He's in America now, but he lived at Fareham for a fair while. So, and obviously with coming down to watch Hampshire at the Rose Bowl initially. That was when I was with the Guardian cricket reporter, and not many times, alas, with Leicestershire, but. Looking forward to a return visit.
A few weeks' time.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if, as hopefully will be the case, we have a few spectators in the ground.
Yeah, get food back. Food's pretty good there. Can I quickly finish this off before the start of this over? I might not get a chance. April goes on to say, last came to Grace Road 40 years ago to watch cricket. About the same number of spectators there as today. Isn't playing. Hang on, I'll come to it. Isn't playing in such a soulless ground bad for players? Are any improvements planned? Says April.
A little harsh. April, soulless. Not sure. The ground is a soulless ground. It's a wide open ground. Some people like that, that's for sure. Holland is in, over the wicket, bowls outside off stump to Azad, steps forward, lifts his bat over the ball as it goes through to McManus behind the stumps. And, well, there have been times when it's been full, and it's a good atmosphere when it is, and plenty of spectators been in the ground for some good championship games in recent years. As Holland is in and bowling, and may just have played inside the line, may have beaten the bat. He was just outside off stump. Azad went forward, bat tucked in close behind pad. Yeah, he wasn't playing at that one. It is one of his traits again, that bat just, when he isn't, tends to tuck in behind the front pad. and he watches it with interest through to the wicket-keeper. 36 balls he's faced for his 12, 24 for 1. Holland in, bowls to him. Again, he's forward, but the chorus from behind the stumps isn't quite as pronounced as it was before. I think they're beginning to... They won't have seen anything of Azad, of course, the Hampshire fielders as well as bowlers, so they'll be just getting to know his characteristics a little bit.
He already looks a difficult player to get out, to be honest.
Looking for some wood to touch. In goes Holland and bowls a couple of steps down the wicket, as every few overs he does from time to time, just perhaps to keep the... I've never seen him get out like that, in fairness. Everybody's eyebrows raise, but he doesn't advance down the wicket, then play an extravagant shot or something, a la Liam Dawson or something. He doesn't then try and wipe it out of the ground. He usually plays the same sort of defensive shot anyway, so I think he's just simply trying to maybe knock the bowler off his length a little bit. In goes Holland and bowls to him, and he gets behind it, not particularly elegantly, but he does get behind it on off stump and drop it down almost at his feet. You wouldn't describe him as elegant, sometimes almost crab-like in his movements, but as I say, in 2019 he was sensationally effective. Just slightly lost his way last season. In goes Holland and bowls to him, and he's solidly forward again, almost walking into the shot as he defends it out into the offside. So Abbott not coming straight back on. Abbas usually bowled 7 or 8 overs in his opening spell. Whether he said anything along those lines to James Vince, not sure. He's not walking back towards his mark with any great intent on this occasion. And indeed Abbott is coming back on now from the Bennett end. Have we got some spots of rain on the window?
Indeed. Oh yes.
And yet we have sunshine.
Mm.
Yeah, it's raining. Actually, it is. You can see it.
Mike Vokes was right.
I think we might be having an early tea here, folks. We're going to start this over because it's very faint drizzle at the moment, but it does look, as you say, like it's filling in now, doesn't it? A bit.
It does a bit, doesn't it? And looking at the area where you say it comes from, about what, 2 o'clock as we look. It doesn't look better over there, that's for sure. Abbott switched ends then, 4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 4, bowling up the hill from the Pavilion end. Here he is now from the Bennett end, and he's bowling to another left-hander in Harry Dearden, who punches that ball off the front foot up to mid-off. And there is no run. Chris Hart has just texted me and said he's listening to us on the Fox's YouTube channel, which is good. Yeah, we are going out on the live streams, by the way, as you probably know if you're listening to us already. Which is good fun. We only have to concentrate on the pictures. And yes, you're right, Richard. It's has it got a little heavier? As Abbott's round the wicket to Dearden. Dearden plays that into the ground, and Abbott fields on his follow-through. It looks steady.
From the bowler's point of view, do they want a little bit of rain on the pitch? Would it?
It'll help it skid a bit, won't it? But as you found this morning, the Leicestershire bowlers found this morning that once the ball goes across the outfield a few times, then the ball starts to sort of ingest some moisture, and that's not great. You don't really want that. You want the ball to stay as hard as possible for as long as possible. Dave Allen has got an interesting Duke of Edinburgh fact for us. Outside the off stump, he's playing a miss in there. Nice delivery there from Abbott. Dave Allen says, Duke of Edinburgh did enjoy cricket. You mentioned that earlier, Richard. He played with his 11 versus Hampshire at Bournemouth in 1949. He took a wicket and scored 12. He obviously played a little bit then. Just going on that game.
But nobody bounced him.
Or sledged him. You so-and-so.
Sir.
Yes. Abbott to Dearden. Dearden just gets turned round there a little bit, but manages to find or push the ball out into the covers.
I was telling you about the very first game between the counties. Strictly speaking, it was actually between Hampshire and a combined team from Nottinghamshire and Leicestershire. A 3-day game in 1803 that Hampshire won by an innings and 20 runs at Lord's Old Ground in Marylebone.
Abbott, Dearden drives just wide of mid-off and comes through for a quick single, 25 for 1.
The bowling is opened for the Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire team by the Reverend Lord Frederick Beauclerk, the leading amateur player of the Napoleonic era, whose action was described as slow underarm with unknown arm. Make of that what you will. Slow underarm with unknown arm.
Weird. Slight change in the field for Azad. There's now a leg slip. That's Joe Weatherly. As Abbott continues with his round the wicket. That's short and it's pulled away and has found Joe Weatherly. I think it might have hit him on the arm.
Yeah.
Just sort of shoveled it around rather than try to hit it.
That's really interesting. Hampshire have done their research. He's got out a couple of times like that as well. He started to get into a tangle into the short ball to the body in how he played it, and once or twice he sort of fended off because he couldn't sort of get his feet and his legs and his arms and everything sort of in place. So he worked hard with the Leicestershire coaching team and worked out a way of sort of just paddle pulling it, if you like, as Holland goes in and bowls to Harry Dearden outside off stump. Dearden steps forward and lets it go through, and bringing in that man at sort of short fine. He's in the game. If you bowl a short ball into the body of Azad, especially from around the wicket, that's his sort of. It's become his way a little bit of playing that ball into the body, just helping it round the corner, and having someone on the catch makes him think about that. In goes Holland, bowls to Dearden, who waits for a ball that just again shapes arguably just a little way back into him, plays it firmly down into the ground, and half stopped again in his follow through by Ian Holland.
Yeah, it's an interesting one to monitor. This is where sort of a Fidel Edwards would have sort of, really sort of exposed that.
Holland in again to Dearden, outside or off stump, and Dearden steps forward, lifts his bat, lets it go through to McManus. No run. Vince has his hands deep in his pockets. That little, you could almost call it a shower, seems, touch wood, to have stopped. I'm trying to see if I can see any drops in the air. It's hard to at the moment. Holland is in, bowls, Dearden carefully forward, head right over the ball, bat right next to his front pad as he defends that one out to mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, they're working hard, these two batsmen, aren't they?
They are.
Which is good to see, showing some fight, and they're getting forward at the right times, and they're leaving well, and they're not putting the bowlers under too much pressure, but I think the pressure is there at the moment when you've hit 612 is to get wickets early on, and that's not quite happening at the moment.
Holland is in, and Dearden's going to pick up 4. He went back to that one outside off stump, just played it with an angled bat, and got it wide of third slip, who dived across, couldn't get there, and it runs away down to third man. It's been a productive scoring area for Dearden in the innings so far. He actually overtakes Azad with that shot, moves on to 13 off 23 balls. Azad has 12 off 41.
Yeah, the thing most important for Leicestershire at the moment is to create frustration in the Hampshire ranks, because they'll be expecting to take wickets on a fairly regular basis.
Holland in again to Dearden, just straightens his line up a bit onto off stump. Dearden defends with a straight-ish bat out into the offside, but again, nice and correct. He always does look pretty correct, Harry Dearden. And he wanders down to have a chat to his fellow left-hander, Hassan Azad. came together when Sam Evans went leg before wicket to Kyle Abbott for 3. The score was 15 at that stage, so they've almost doubled it. But at this stage, doubling the score doesn't mean too much. Remember, 463 is the target, should Leicestershire wish. Well, of course they wish to avoid the follow-on, but should they be able to?
A long haul, isn't it? Kyle Abbott, the 1 wicket taker so far, 1 for 5. Azad 12 and Dearden 13. Ackerman next in. As that's pushed just in front of him by Azad. Start of a new over from Kyle Abbott. And so I'm going to have another sort of look at Azad. It's quite interesting actually, really. He doesn't have much. He has a bit of a backlift, but it's quite interesting. I think I can see why that he doesn't score, or his strike rate is quite low, and there's a lot of defensive shots in there. If you actually look at his hands, they don't really sort of go back behind him and then come through with the shot. Now, I'm not saying you do that every time, but it's always from a standing position there. See, the hands haven't really moved there. I mean, it's great for nudging around square of the wicket, which he's done there, square on the leg side. You know, the sort of nudging on the offside and sort of punch shots into the covers and sort of mid-wicket area and that sort of thing. But there's no sort of picking the bat up, but with the hands going behind you and then coming through, which is creating bat speed. Yeah, there's basically the hands are already by the side of his body and they're just sort of moving forward a little bit in sort of a little motion. So there's no real sort of power going in to any of the shots.
It would take a huge change to make him into a forceful T20 batter, wouldn't it? And I don't think that's there.
No. Abbott bowls and Dearden just pushes forward there, out on the onside. But I'm saying, you're saying that he was aware that, well, even if you just take 4-day championship cricket, don't take any more, that he's obviously a player that is used to sort of grinding it out and getting, getting through the first period. I mean, he's the ideal opener, isn't he? But there comes a time, like he's got 1100 and odd runs in 2019. Gosh, you don't do that unless you can play. But I think if you do want to sort of move on up through the gears as your innings goes on without taking chances, then you should be able to sort of play sort of as Dearden pushes forward again, correct forward defensive. He goes out on the onside. You should be able to sort of just turn the speed up a fraction. Without doing just fine tuning his technique a little bit. But I think he's going to struggle there a little bit because, as I say, the hands. He's picking the bat up, but the hands are always by the side of him. They're not sort of going back and coming through, allowing extra bat speed, which will allow him to play more forceful drives, going straighter of the wicket. Here comes Abbott. Again to Dearden. Gets a short one. Dearden just drops his hands on that. Well played. Good bouncer. Or good short ball, but well played by Dearden. Stayed watching the ball, which is important.
I wonder if Azad this season will accept and look to make the most of what he is, what his strengths are in that respect. Try and weight of runs, weight of first class runs.
Well, I mean, first and foremost, you want somebody in your side opening the batting that sticks around, don't you? I mean, Abbott bowls and Dearden gets a good stride in. That's a nice positive forward defensive as that goes out into the covers where Joe Weatherly fields. End of the over, 30 for 1.
It would be interesting if he were to get another 1,000 runs, let's say, this season against much better bowling attacks. It would be legitimate to start talking about him as a possible Lions, sort of candidate in those terms. But players sort of wandering around out there. Is it? They're doing their sanitising without going to the boundary. They're relying on the 12th man's spray or bottle dispenser, if you like, rather than go out to the dispensers on the other side of the boundary.
A lot of batting is about mentality, isn't it? He clearly has the mentality that he wants to stay out there. It's amazing how so many batters, of course the next sort of milestone for both these players is when you get to 20. It's amazing how many batters. I always felt that, and I know a lot of people think this, that it doesn't matter how well somebody's playing or how well that they're sort of keeping you out, that there's a kind of a step down in concentration once a player reaches 20. You look at scoreboards all over the place. There are so many players that reach 20 and get out. It's quite uncanny, and it's kind of a sort of a milestone. So no matter how well somebody has started in their innings, the next point where you think, I've got an even slightly better chance of getting them out, is around the 20-odd mark, because players do relax a bit.
Holland is in, bowling 2. The man we're analysing, Hassan Azad, who steps forward, tucks that bat in and watches the ball go past and through to wicketkeeper Lewis McManus. And there is no run.
But I get the idea with Hazard, he's got the same concentration, you know, on naught as he has on 20, as he has on 40, as he has on 60. He looks that sort of player, and I've never seen the guy before in my life.
He doesn't really throw it away. Over analysis on his part as Holland goes in and bowls that one, just swing back in a touch, and on the move again is Azad. Thick inside part of the bat, gets there before pad, but he can be a leg before candidate sometimes in the way that he does sort of shuffle almost across.
But just watch his hands when he maybe sort of in the next over when I'm commentating. Just watch his hands where they sort of go and don't go really.
Waits with bat raised as Holland goes in, bowls to him, defends a full-ish ball on off stump, doesn't get up the ball, that is, particularly. 13 apiece to Dearden and Azad. Getting dark again. It isn't raining at the moment. That little shower has drifted past. One feels there might be a little bit more around, but at the moment we're heading towards tea at 5 to 4. Holland is in outside off stump. Bigger stride from Azad, who raises the bat, lets it go through. No run. I wonder if we'll get an over of Liam Dawson just before tea, just to see if he can extract anything, or Crane even.
I think Liam will probably come on before Mason. He says famous last words. That tends to happen. Mind you, with 2 left-handers in. Well, actually, no, they're both spinning it the same way, aren't they?
Holland is in, bowls solidly forward, goes Azad, back down the pitch to in Holland, who picks up in his follow-through, keeps hold of the ball, does his own polishing.
Well, wickets just as hard to come by here at the moment, aren't they? Coming to the end of the 16th over, just 1 wicket taken so far. Pitch is a good one.
Holland bowls, Azad waiting for that one rather, no big stride because it wasn't a full delivery, it was a decent length. Blocks it out into the offside. That is the end of the over. Wanders down and touches gloves, as is the way now with Harry Dearden. 30 for 1. How many overs we had? 16 overs. Well, there were 6 off the first. Was it 6 off the first? And you were saying, well, there you go, keeps it all up.
It's got a bit quieter since, hasn't it, really? But Leicestershire are doing the right thing here. It's not all about sort of scoring the runs they need for the follow-on. I mean, that will come, but you can only do that if you've got players that have worked hard to get in, getting used to the pace of the pitch, what the bowlers are trying to do, their plans.
But this is how to bowl on the track, isn't it? If there's not doing too much, keep it tight.
That's right. That's basic rule of cricket, really, isn't it? As Abbott bowls and just wrapped on the pad there, Dearden. Half shout, but even on this angle that we're watching, it doesn't look particularly close. Probably just got excited because the ball might have nipped a little bit. He just have come in with the angle more than anything, but. Yeah, I guess this was always going to be a different type of innings, wasn't it, really? When one side thrashes it around like Hampshire do, it doesn't mean the next side are going to do that. It's, you've got they talk about scoreboard pressure, in inverted commas, but, it's very true. More responsibility in this innings, as Dearden on the back foot punches that out to point. It's important that, each batsman plays for the team and does their part in trying to get the team over that line, and that over the line at the moment is 463.
Not quite a free hit as far as these two are concerned, but you just go out and bat. There's no. We can talk about scoreboard pressure, but it's time as much as anything, isn't it? Just bat time.
Exactly right. You're under no pressure to do too much. Dearden comes forward and Mason Crane fields just behind square on the offside once more.
You're not going to get yourself in a position to put Hampshire under pressure. It's highly unlikely that you're going to do that. In turn, it's just about really saving the game when you're looking at a score of 600 plus. So in a way, the pressure is off these two.
Here's Abbott again, and Dearden leaves alone. Run rate's dropping all the time. It's under 2 now. It was just over 2 or 3 overs ago or so ago. Hampshire were mostly going between 5s and 6s most of the innings. It's a bit of a war of attrition out there at the moment. As we were saying a few minutes ago, that if you can't take wickets, then it's all about keeping the runs down to its minimum level, and that's what Hampshire are achieving here, which unfortunately Leicestershire couldn't quite do the same. That's outside the off stump and left alone at the last minute by Dearden.
Great line though, isn't it? It's just,
monotonous.
Do I leave it? Just a very late decision, and eventually must just take the wrong decision, the batsman.
Straightened a fraction actually. That was a good leave, yeah. But this is it, this is what it's is what it's all about. It's keeping tight lines, keeping the channels as narrow as possible. That's what creates pressure in itself. But not in this situation, but generally in a normal game. Abbott bowls, Dearden again, good leave from him. He's looking to leave as much as possible outside the off stump. End of the over, 30 for 1. Abbott's completed 7, 1 for 6. Holland 4 overs, none for 8. Bowling at the other end.
The boundaries that have been sort of dabs of deflections down to third man by and large. There's been nothing from Abbott or Holland or Abbas for Leicestershire to sort of seize on and crack away, and there was so much from the Leicestershire bowlers when they bowled for the Hampshire batters to do precisely that. Holland will continue.
Haven't seen too many half volleys, have we?
No, Abbott's figures: 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 6. Runs per over 0.9. Holland 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8. Runs per over 2. In he goes, 22 on his back as he bowls 2 Azad and beats the outside edge of Azad's bat. I'm pretty sure he did play that one. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Pushed across him. They did something. It just did a little bit.
It looked like it might just have straightened and nipped away a fraction, just enough.
Yeah, super ball. Didn't take the outside edge. Azad survives. Holland in again, bowls to him wider this time, and a safe leave on that occasion from Azad, who's touching his toes there mid on. Brad Wheel, might see him.
Yeah. Yeah, he's
Scottish international.
He is.
Scotland.
Scottish mother, I think it is.
Holland is in and bowling to Azad, a foolish delivery, and just guided out into the offside. And that's, I guess, one of your points about his hands. Other batsmen might have been looking to drive a little bit there, had they any sort of flow, so to speak, but
there's sort of
hard for him to get in that position unless it is much wider.
Yeah. Yeah.
Holland in again and bowls, takes the outside edge, does it? He's appealing for the catch behind. No acknowledgement from Azad. More importantly, however, nothing at all from umpire Taylor. And Hampshire puzzled, and it all goes very quiet, and Holland walks back to his mark. He was convinced. Let's have a look at the replay. It was a good ball. Well, afterwards, Azad just touched his the top of his left pad. So it must have hit something, but perhaps just flicked the pad on the way through. Holland in again to Azad, who's forward. He's going to pick up runs. He's going to pick up 4 runs, I think, there. He's deflected it down to third man. He's picked up a few runs like that in his short career so far. When I say a few, I mean a lot. And there's 4 more. So A frustrated Holland. Thought he had his man a couple of balls ago. Didn't. Have you thoughts on seeing the replay?
It's difficult to tell, isn't it? I mean, we're a long way away here,
Yeah.
and also on the live stream, it's you need Snicko, don't you? Whatever it is.
Yeah.
Really.
34 for one, Azad on 217 as Holland goes in and bowls to him slightly short of the length, gets up on his toes, looks to force out into the offside, picks out Weatherly, the tall Weatherly, who is guarding the covers, and that is the end of the over, the 5th over that Ian Holland has bowled, none for 12. Leicestershire 34 for 1. We have, 13 minutes until tea, possibly 3 more overs, maybe 4 if we're going to get a change, if Abbott's coming off now, which he is. And it is going to be
Brad Wheel. Yeah. Good young bowler. He's had a lot of injuries. Had some real injury problems for a number of years now. 2 or 3 years at least. And he's still only 24, but only played 28 championship games. And has had quite bad back injuries. Came to Hampshire in 2015, so that'll give you an idea of how little he's played really in that time. But a more than useful bowler, and probably get a few more chances this year. With well, I know Abbas is around for a couple of months, which is sort of filling the Fidel Edwards role. But I think if Brad Wheel can stay fit, then he'll get plenty of opportunities. Here he is then from the bandit end, right arm over, bowls, it's fullish. Dearden gets it off the bottom of the bat, and as he looks at it, as the ball just trickles its way up towards Abbott at wide mid-on. 34 for 1 then, Leicestershire.
Dies let us know that Kevin is commentating on the Essex live stream down at Chelmsford, but nobody else is. Anyway, it's just ourselves and Kevin. So it's all a bit confused. So he says, carry on and don't answer if anybody calls.
That's an interesting one, isn't it?
Nobody has called.
No. That's pushed up to mid-off. Dearden's going to take a quick single. That's good running. Up there, I think that's... Is that... who's that? Is that Sam North East? Might be. But it was well to his left anyway, so that's good awareness from the batsman.
Is that North East at Gully? 70?
Oh, it is on North East at Gully, yeah, sorry. Yep.
I recognise those curls from Kent days.
Those Kent days.
Yeah.
So that, I've got a feeling we've got a sub-fielder on. Yes, Felix Organ.
Curry and Organ have both been around.
Yeah.
Abbas went off, so I'm trotting down here. So maybe a comfort break or.
There we are. I've already got some sub-fielders on as well, as Ad punches that up towards mid-off. Or again, it's fielded by the substitute Felix Organ. Yeah, Scott Curry's on there in the covers as well, so we've got 2 players off at the moment.
Some serious windmilling going on down here at the moment.
Yeah. Dawson's going to come on, isn't he?
Looks that way.
35 for 1 then. Yeah, so, well, funny enough, Kevin Howes did actually message me earlier and saying, oh, you commentated on the live stream, and we said, yeah. That's pushed back to the bowler by...
I don't think it's
Azad.
remotely disrespectful.
No, of course it's not. Well, it's up to the counties to decide, isn't it? It's not up to us, isn't it? We take our lead from the main men, or ladies, or whoever is in charge. I am mere the monkey. I am not the organ grinder. Never have been.
Minky.
Wheel again then. To Azad, who just flicks that away neatly through mid-wicket. They'll pick up 2. There is a man out deep. That's all Sop. Throws it in back to McManus. Azad safely home, and he moves on to 19. And the total for Leicestershire is 37 for 1.
Be interesting to see how he gets on against quality spin. Azad hasn't faced too much of it in the 2nd division.
Does he not? Yeah, Dawson. Well, a bit like the bowlers we've seen already. We'll keep that very tight. Don't give them too much. Just plays inside the line there, Azad. Nice line as well from Wheel. That's the end of his first over. Conceded 3. Azad has 19 and 14 to Dearden, and we are going to get some spin for the first time in this Leicestershire first innings, with Dawson taking over from Ian Holland, who bowled 5 tidy overs, 2 maidens, none for 12.
Joe Weatherly's been off and come back on with his pads on underneath his whites and helmets, and no doubt other various bits of padding underneath his clobber. He hands Lewis McManus a helmet, of course. The wicketkeeper has to wear one now. Pops in the protector. Dawson bowls a couple of deliveries to James Vince, a couple of looseners. Short sleeved shirt for him. He's going to go over the wicket, of course, to the left-handed Dearden. He's got a slip and a short leg. Mid wickets, not quite on the push, but he's tighter on the clip. In he goes and bowls a fullish delivery. Dearden gets forward, strokes it out into the covers. No run. Blows on his bowling hand. Liam Dawson. What an innings that was. In he goes. Bowls. Tosses that one up. Fuller delivery. Dearden squeezes it out. Out through point this time. The man at point is actually out on the boundary, giving Dawson a little bit of cover. So it's a single for Harry Dearden. Moves on to 15. Leicestershire 38 for 1. Some mighty blows struck earlier in the day by Mr. Dawson. Past 150. And he goes and bowls, and again it's full, giving it a chance. He's hoping to see just a modicum of turn, but not really. Getting to the pitch of it, just pushed out into the covers again by Azad.
Just trying to find that bit of that rough outside the off stump, isn't he? There's a little bit more today, but not much more.
In he goes and bowls. He looked like he was winding up for a big drive there, Azad. Ended up reaching rather for the ball, but realising perhaps that he was reaching for it, he just reined in his attacking instincts and steered it towards backward point instead, along the ground.
Does he play a sweep shot?
I've seen him play once
I
or
was going
twice.
to say, he looked like he was shaping for the sweep initially.
Certainly looked like he was going to play a more expansive shot, didn't he? Forward goes Dearden to that delivery on off stump, drops it out into the silly point area, and there's no run. Like you said, on the money so far, Liam Dawson, like the seamers before him. In he goes and bowls. That one just stays a bit low. It's a slightly shorter ball. Dearden went back. He had loads of time to play it because any turn was quite slow. I don't think there really was any. He kept it out. End of the over. Interesting one, but nothing particularly encouraging as far as Dawson and Hampshire are concerned.
We haven't really seen the ball turn at all yet, have we? If indeed it's ever going to.
Yeah.
So just plug away, really. Plug away and hope maybe one, especially with 2 left-handers, I think that will give the left-arm spinner a little bit more encouragement, because there's always a little bit of rough to aim into, so there's always that hope that one might just do something a little bit unexpected, but in that over, not the case. Brad Wheel to start his second over then, 39 for 1, Leicestershire. Bowls to Azad, who plays that familiar sort of pokey shot out square on the offside. He's not giving too much encouragement, is he, Azad? In fact, neither is Dearden. I think they're doing a good job. They're doing a great job in the situation that Leicestershire found themselves at the end of the Hampshire innings.
Yep, so far.
Probably nowhere near base camp yet in terms of what they need to do, but they can do no more than what they're doing, and I think they're frustrating Hampshire really well here. As Wheel comes in again and bowls, and it's just prodded again on the leg side this time by Zad. I think fractionally he wasn't quite sure where the ball went.
I think what we can say is that we're seeing that the pitch is good.
Yeah.
You know, yes, don't judge it until you've seen both sides bat on it, as they say, but there hasn't been that much, if anything, more there for the Hampshire bowlers so far than there was for the Leicestershire bowlers. The difference in the attacks, the difference in the quality has been in the accuracy.
Yeah, agreed.
Thus far, Hampshire have given Leicestershire very little to score off. Leicestershire gave Hampshire plenty to score off.
Wheel again to Azad then. Short, and Azad gets hit on the shoulder. Yep.
He has just one or two issues in that respect.
Just took his eye off it a fraction as well, didn't he?
He tends to leave get a short leg will surely go in straight away now. They haven't seen Azad. In the end, towards the end in the second division, certainly last year he got peppered. People said, hang on.
I'm not surprised.
And
yeah,
people haven't had a look at him, but this word will get around, a video will be watched, won't they? And he can expect plenty of short pitch bowling again.
That's the trouble as a batter. That's one reputation you don't want to have.
It's not a case of not fancying it with Azad. He gets in a tangle. He doesn't quite know how to play it. He doesn't seem to. And I say he worked out that little sort of paddle pull.
What's Wheel going to bowl here? It's a length ball, which Azad is more comfortable with and leaves that one alone. Yeah, I can see why.
With John Sadler, who's now at Northampton, who was Leicestershire's batting coach in recent years. But that was concerning to see that from Leicestershire's point of view. Wheel isn't express. It's a decent short ball, but it wasn't sort of like Abbott, and Abbott's eyes will have lit up, but he didn't really try too many short balls. You might now.
Well, I was going to say it might change a fraction, because he's shown that that's another length ball, which is well played by Azad. I mean, there is no doubt that Hassan Azad has shown that he's got a good technique, very tight, very difficult to get out. Okay, fine. Well, we've all worked that out. Great. But then you've got to try something. Well, maybe in this situation, it's not quite the right situation to sort of worry about things because one team's so far in front. But in a tightish game here, then I think he would get a lot more even in this situation. But I think he needs to thank his lucky stars. There's no Fidel Edwards, because Fidel Edwards, whatever, his eyes would light up. Now that's a good shot. And he's pulled that away nicely, kept it down, and it's run away hard behind square on the leg side for 4. Maybe expecting it, I don't know, but either way, he's played that a million times better than the one a few balls before. 39 for 1.
Is that a little bit shorter? It's the kind of armpit ball, the just chest ball that it just seems to slightly get in a tangle with sometimes.
Yeah, probably didn't quite get up as high either as well, maybe a few inches lower, but it was well played. He can do no more than do what he did in that last delivery, and he played that exceptionally well.
We're going to get squeezed in one more before tea. Looks that way.
Just
45 overs left to be bowled today in theory. Dawson, the first of them. Over the wicket to Harry Dearden. He goes, tosses that one up. Dearden just turns his wrists on that one as he plays it back down the pitch on the front foot. Dawson jumps across, can't field it. His captain can, and does. Mid on. Walks into his bowling action. Dawson, full again. Forward goes Dearden. Driving, but without any aggressive intent. Fielded by Dawson in his follow through. Licks the fingers on his bowling hand before gripping the ball. He's in and bowls. Well, that might be the Google. His action seemed to change a little bit there, but I'm not sure it was. Either way, Dearden went back and dug it out, played it out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Back goes Dearden, dabs it out through backward point. Northeast goes in pursuit from slip, picks up around 20 yards back. Dearden picks up a single, moves on to 16.44 for 1. Ice Cream Man is back, bless his heart. I don't mind, ice cream on cold days? Of course you can. Can be very nice.
He's persistent, isn't he?
Yeah. In goes Dawson, and that's a little bit short, played into the air off the back foot by Azad, and that might just have been a sniff of a chance for short leg in there. Whether it just came off his body, need to see. We're going to get squeeze in a replay. You watch the replay while I watch the next ball, see if it was. In goes Dawson, bowls, Azad goes back, stays a little bit low just outside off stumps, dabs it down towards gully. Northeast goes in pursuit. It is going to be another single. Was Weatherly in the game there? It is T now. Did they show a replay in the end?
Yes, they did. I mean, the ball's travelling quite a bit actually. It's one of those where, as a short leg, you just sort of close your eyes, sort of duck your head, and just sort of fling out a couple of hands, and it may just have touched his fingertips on his left hand, maybe, but there was absolutely, no sort of realisation from Weatherly exactly where that ball was going. But I think that would have been an amazing catch if it somehow stuck. But yeah, I think it would have been unlucky.
So T, 45 for 1 Leicestershire. They have lost a wicket. Sam Evans leg before wicket at a bat. It's going to be a thing now.
You're going to be,
aren't you? Abbott. I think I'm trying to sort of put it into your mind now, so you spend the rest of the season saying a bat and a bass. But I'm not succeeding so far. 612 for 5 Hampshire when they declared earlier this Marylebone. In goes Ackerman and a little paddle sweep for 4 more. 3 consecutive boundaries.
James and Mason. What was the request?
Who's it for? James Mason, Mason Plain?
Yeah.
Has he got a pen?
Yes, yes. That's all right.
Yeah. Sorry. I hope he gets done tonight, but if not, he'll be done by the end of the game. Is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Not like I see him around the table, but
No, this is it. Yeah.
what's interesting, the Hampshire really want to bug it up. They all disappear.
Well, according to Dominic, yeah. It's only less than that. No, it's a shame. You space wearing sackcloth and ashes. Yeah, no, the streams are going, but either with no commentary or with good commentary.
Hello mate, how are you? I'm good. Listen, I won't keep you long, so I'm not sure what situation. But have you heard that most of the guys are not commentating for the screen now the BBC thing? Is that true? Oh, that's right, because I was with Richard here and he was saying, oh, you know, most of the guys are sort of not doing it, and I'm thinking, why is that then? Of course, in your situation, I can understand why, but we're carrying on the live stream, so. One of the benefits. Yeah, for sure, mate. Yeah, we'll do. Yeah. Yeah, good, mate. Yeah, good. Yeah, it's nice to be back, isn't it? Nice to be back, sort of doing some stuff. I know. Yeah. I think what I might do is I'll obviously get in touch with John Surtees, but I'm not sure I'm that confident about travelling up by train and back. You know, the way things are at the moment. I know they're probably empty, but do you think I'll be able to park in the ground? Yeah. I'll probably do that. All right. No, mate, no. I quite like not having that responsibility. Yeah. No, that's great. No, honestly, mate, it's. Oh, good. Oh, that's good. I'll tell him. Yeah, of course. Yeah, lucky Surrey, so you got all the Brill. Okay, matey. Sounds good. Thank you. Yeah, no problems. You continue putting your feet up. No problems. All right. All right, mate. Cheers, Jesse. All right. Actually, yeah, I forgot. That's one reason. Of course, where Gloucestershire do their own commentary for the screen, which of course that would happen with us. whenever you've got Gloucestershire, they do their own stream, so you'll only be doing it for the BBC website. They, of course, there's no point in them carrying on. Okay. Because Gloucestershire are carrying on. So they're just sitting there watching the game doing popcorn. You said you'll have some third voices from time to time at the Oval as well, because they're doing the IPL games from there.
There's usually Johnny Brown as well.
No, he's moved. So he texted me the other day and said, "Oh, I'm more the Aegeus Bowl now than I am the Oval. There's a chance of doing it."
The stately name to America as well. He's a promoter of some kind.
Yeah, he's got his own sort of promotions company, which I think is. I didn't ask him, but anyway. To be honest, I'm not sure. But no, they're doing the IPL games in there, so apparently when Adam Alford has said that when they're there and Surrey are playing, then 2 or 3 of them can double up as third voices. Yeah. Who does the IPL commentaries? Norcross, but Atif Nawaz.
I met him.
Yeah, he's quite good.
He was a fine comment, you know what I mean? He was fine, he was a nice guy. I kept waiting for a zinger, or something.
Yeah. Never came. Yeah, Jamel Mills is around apparently doing quite a bit of it, so they're apparently having known from the city.
He's a good guy.
Yeah. That's probably why Middlesex is packed up as well, because they want to do that. Cricket, are we able to resume online at Dawson? Not until 5 o'clock.
So they'll have to hang around.
One of my brothers is like very similar to me. He's like very active. Whereas that rap,
Well, that's not much good because I've got a tweet this. I've just got to send it to him.
Scotty, do you mind just grabbing my half sleeve, please?
Hello, mate. All right, just a quick one. I've just heard the bell go. Mate, well, it's quite
Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Third and final session on this second day of the LV Equals Insurance County Championship match between Leicestershire and Hampshire. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Solent, Richard Ray and Kevin James, your commentators for the game. Hampshire back out in the field. Leicestershire's batsmen with them, Harry Dearden and Hassan Azad, two young left-handers. Dearden is 16 not out, Azad is 25 not out. Together they've steered Leicestershire to 45 for 1. That is in reply to Hampshire's mammoth 612 for 5. Kyle Abbott is roaring down the hill to bowl to Azad, who just drops his bat on a straight full-ish ball, and the ball goes out into the leg side. There is no fielder at mid-wicket, just Mohammed Abbas, who's at a wide mid-on, who gets to the ball. Azad picks up 1, moves on to 26. He's faced 70 balls. It is dry, but very grey, very cold. The floodlights on at the Fisher... Oops. Last year's incarnation, the Uptonsteel County Ground. I got used to saying it. It was a couple of years, that's why I got used to saying it. Abbott in, bowls to Dearden, who drives pleasantly, but not quite off the middle, and the ball travels quickly, but not sufficiently wide of the man at mid-off, who is Wheel, I think, to beat him. Comfortable stop for the Scotland international, who troubled Azad a couple of overs before tea with a bouncer into the body, which maybe is why we're seeing Abbott back on already. Charges in, impressive vigour, and bowls to Dearden, who again drives, almost a replica of the previous delivery. He's giving it a chance to swing. Abbott, it isn't really, but he's trying to tuck Dearden up, perhaps a fraction coming round the wicket. Probably enjoying coming down the slope rather more than he did ploughing up it. Abbas has his hands plunged deep in his pockets at mid-on. Lots of dancing. Northeast is dancing around at gully, trying to keep warm as Abbott is in and bowls outside off stump. Dearden getting in position to play, realises too wide to take the risk, lets it go through. Umpire Goff with his umpire's garb, including a black ribbon on his white sort of fedora style hat and black gloves. Both umpires and all the players wearing black armbands for obvious reasons, as Abbott is in and bowling. Dearden again plays firmly, but only as far as Wheel at mid-off, and it's something of a three-man game in this over.
It is, isn't it, really? But it's good, accurate bowling, isn't it? And
yeah,
and Dearden is hitting it in exactly the right areas as well, isn't there? You can take a chance by just sort of opening the face or just closing it a little bit, but not in this situation.
Yeah. Sun trying to come out as Abbott is in, bowls, drags his length back a little bit, but Dearden still trusting the pitch, getting forward, getting his head over the ball, playing it out into the offside, into the covers on this occasion. That is the end of a good over as ever from Kyle Abbott. Just the single from that first ball to Azad. 8 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 7 for Kyle Abbott, who, if he isn't taking wickets, certainly isn't conceding any runs. What a great opening bowler he is.
So we've got Ian Holland to come on. So Liam Dawson just having that over or two overs before tea. You can still tweet us, because even though the BBC aren't continuing with their online commentaries, not for now anyway. I'm not quite sure when we're coming back. It may be tonight. There's a bit of confusing messages going around at the moment, but anyway, we are still on a live stream, of course, so you can hear us along with the live pictures, both via the Leicestershire Cricket Club website and the Hampshire Cricket Club website, so you can still tweet us, still get in touch. I can't personally tweet out. So that's a full delivery from Ian Holland, which Azad just pushes back to him. But Mark Budden tweeted during... Huh?
I can.
Oh, you can. Oh, sorry, Richard. Of course, Richard can. Yeah, of course, I'm... so you can still... what's yours, Richard?
At Rich M. Ray, R-A-E, all one word.
There you go. But as you can also tweet that and tweet at Silent Sport, but I can't tweet out any info. Not today, I don't think, and even tomorrow morning, I'm not sure yet. Check on that. As Ad nudges that around square on the leg side, Weatherly's after it, just a single. 47 for 1. Mark Budden tweeted during the tea time, as I mentioned. He says, from watching the live stream and seeing Azad bat for the first time, he seems to have the temperament of a young Hasib Hamid. That's right, we were talking about that a little while ago. From Lancashire, before he played for England, and then injuries and form issues. An opener who really values his wicket and wants to bat forever. He certainly gives that impression. So Dearden's retaken his guard. Just a slight pause in play. 2 slips in the gully, all of whom have their hands in their pockets, which will give you an idea about what it's like out there. Whenever we step outside the door here of this commentary box, we are met with some cold weather, to say the least. That's driven through the covers, through extra cover. The chase is on, but it will be picked up by Tom Alsop just inside the rope, just running down the hill there. And there will be a couple to Dearden. He moves on to 18. It's 49 for 1. Ian Holland in his 6th over here. None for 15 currently. All the Hampshire bowlers have been economical, all well under 3 and over. As they seek to take the second wicket. Always playing a missing outside the off stump. Decent delivery that from Holland. Just went away off the pitch a little. Good line to start with. Drew Dearden into the shot. Just pushing at that a fraction, Dearden. Just a fraction. Just bat fractionally away from the pad there as he came forward. Holland again comes in and he's playing a miss in there, slightly shorter but a bit more bounce there, and again Dearden was just lulled into having a little go. Good delivery though. Just every now and then one bounces, which we've seen from this end. Just angling across the left-hander. That delivery from Holland. Rain in the air again, Richard, is there? I think there is. As Holland comes in again and bowls, and Dearden, not surprisingly, leaving that one alone outside off stump. End of the over, 49 for 1. We've had 24 overs of the Leicestershire reply. There is a deficit of 563 currently on the first innings.
Yeah, a few drops on the side window in particular, suggesting it's, of the commentary box, suggesting it's sort of on what breeze there is. There isn't much of a breeze.
No.
And it's quite light still. So umpires have been keen to keep them out there, haven't they? Which is good to see.
Yeah, we've had odd little spells of this in the afternoon session where there was some rain in the air, and I think if it continues like this, they'll be staying out. Yeah.
Kyle Abbott down the slope, round the wicket, bowls to Azad, beats him on the outside. That one, I think, straightened. Let's have a look. Reached forward. Yeah, it did. A little bit of swing as well. How old's the ball now? 24 overs. It's
difficult, isn't it? Because it's drawing the left-hander in with Abbott coming round the wicket. The batsmen know they're looking to have to play, but then the ball straightens on pitching. Very difficult.
Broad of shoulder Abbott as he charges in, bowls a straighter delivery, and behind it, solidly, is Azad. No short leg for Abbott. Maybe they decided actually Azad can play the short ball.
Yeah, I think Abbott's at his best when he's doing what he's doing now.
Yeah.
You know, just probing on or around or just outside off stump with the ball that either comes in with the angle or straightens, as we've already seen in this over. I think when he goes slightly differently, that's not really him.
And he goes and bowls the short ball, which was absolutely inevitable after what we said.
It was, wasn't it?
But well played by Azad. It was not sort of an armpit bouncer. It was straight-ish, probably over the top of off stump, and Azad just swayed back out of the way.
Played it well.
Bent at the knees and swayed back.
Kept the hands in the bat low.
Watched it.
Maybe he's more comfortable on
fast.
that angle with the short ball.
Abbott casting a shadow now. Bowls edged, caught at second slip, second attempt by Liam Dawson, but he clung on. That is what counted, and whether Azad was just slightly unsettled by the previous ball, don't think so. As we said, he played it well enough. It was just a good, consistent ball, asking the questions that Abbott has been doing throughout. Found the outside edge, travelled at a comfortable height to second slip. Didn't grasp it cleanly first time, Liam Dawson, but he knocked it up. Grasped it cleanly second time. Leicester have lost their second wicket. They're 49 for 2.
Well, that's a good wicket to get, isn't it? We know that Azad wasn't going to give his wicket away easily. That's a good delivery. I think it's that over with the previous deliveries that have actually got him out. Not just the bouncer, not just the ball that outside off stump that straightened and the ball that are coming in. It's made Azad think, and maybe just a little bit too much.
27 for Hassan Azad. Battled away out there. But you just got to keep on going, because this is quality now. Not a ball that he could really relax on or pick up easy runs from. Of all that he faced, I think it had to be a really conscious decision if he wasn't playing at it to leave. And there were certainly no long hops or full tosses or really wide deliveries that he could free his hands at.
No. So this is the main man, isn't it, as far as batting's concerned?
It is. Ackerman, classy player. He shoulders a considerable burden. The South African. Short-sleeved sweater and shirt, of course. Looks around him. 3 slips and backward point / deepish gully. Back over the wicket comes Abbott and bowls very full, driven very pleasantly by Ackerman for 4. It was up there, was there to be driven a little bit. Ackerman just leant forward, didn't try and overhit it, steered it beautifully away through straight mid-off for 4. Statement made, perhaps.
Yeah. It's a nice ball to get first up.
Yeah.
I think Abbott's just tried to go for the inducker there and just overdid it, just overdid the length.
This might just be dragged back a touch. How far? Let us see. Abbott is in and bowls. It wasn't particularly, it was still a good length delivery just outside off stump, which Ackerman stepped forward and allowed to go through. I would think these two will have played against each other over the winter.
Ackerman's playing for?
I'm not sure which his team are in South Africa. Let me just find out.
Because, well, what few games Carl played was for the Titans, but their 50-over campaign in South Africa was absolutely ruined by the weather.
Okay.
So they hardly played. So, 53 for 2, Leicestershire. Good catch from Liam Dawson at the second attempt. He's good in the slips. He was out. I've mentioned this many times in front of Hampshire fans. As Ian Holland comes in and bowls to the left-hander Dearden, who drives pleasantly for extra cover, 4 runs. A couple of half volleys bowled by Hampshire in the last few deliveries, which Leicestershire have taken full advantage of. That's a lovely push drive there from Dearden, moves him on to 22. But, I forget what I was going to say earlier, but never mind, doesn't matter. I've said it many times before, so I can move on from that. Holland gets the ball back. And runs in the bowls again. Then 2 slips and a gully to Dearden. Dearden pushing forward, up towards Abbott, who's at mid-off. So Ackerman, I know you're looking. I might try and help you out a little bit, if that's alright. If I can find them.
Eastern Province. I hate this new cricket info.
Yeah, it's not easy, is it?
It's not half as good as it was.
It looks like he won't have played this winter. That's a pushed out square on the offside.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
In fact,
Sure, he has been home.
he hasn't played any list A cricket. Certainly not last winter. So, yeah, he wouldn't have played against Carl. I'll see if he might have done in the past. He might have done in the distant past.
The odds are they've come up against each other.
Yeah. Well, Ackerman's what, 30? Kyle's 33, so they're in that sort of bracket, aren't they?
Yeah,
that they would have
absolutely.
come up against us. Nice push drive up to mid-off. Fielded by Abbott.
He was somewhat disconcerted last season at 29, Ackerman, to find himself the oldest player on the side by about 3 years, as I remember at one stage, which it's never happened to me before.
It's a worry.
Makes me feel old.
I think what Dan Stevens feels like. 100 for him today at 44 years of age.
Yes, Leicestershire fans, he did it again.
Is Holland again. It's well played. Played very late, did, and into the ground. Fielded at backward point by Mason Crane. Plays it very late, did, like that. Looks very compact, as did Azad. 57 for 2 here. Still 40 overs left in the day's play after this. Should we get them all in? Should the light hold out as Dearden pushes forward? Again, it's gone out into the covers, fielded by Tom Alsop. End of the over. Holland's completed 7, none for 19. So Ackerman's been around, what, a while here? Well, no, signed, what, 2016, so he's had, what, 5 years? This is his 5th year.
Is it already 5?
Is it 5? Yes. Well, we were saying about 7 the last time I was here, and last time Hampshire played Leicestershire, we said 7.
Certainly 2020, certainly 2019, certainly 2018 and 17, so 2017 was his first
was it?
full.
Oh yeah, so he signed
season.
in,
Yeah.
for the next season, yeah.
Abbott. It's quite a straight run, high stepping rather, comes in and bowls to Ackerman, steps forward and then leaves, allows it to go through to Manus behind the stumps. He doesn't look like he's a talker, Abbott. He doesn't look like he's one for indulging in too much.
Not really.
For want of a better word, sledging,
Not
but
really.
chatting to the batsman. He's not that sort of, as you say, he's not that sort of fast bowler, is he? He's
Enjoys his plans.
yeah. Doesn't waste energy.
He'll have a bit of
Comes
power.
and bowls and drives a little bit loosely there, Ackerman, and it's a thick inside, not edge, but thick inside part of the bat, which skews the ball out to mid-wicket along the ground all the way, but a little bit of shape back in. And Abbott's arms started to go in the air.
Yeah, the face of the bat just turned in his hands there a little bit, Ackerman. He's just replaying the shot with a full straight bat. Certainly wasn't when the ball was arriving.
He comes past umpire Goff, bowls, and good lift, but a good leave by Ackerman. Stepped forward again, lifted the bat over the line of the ball.
He's got a guard that you can see sort of middle and off stumps actually, so where some of the batsmen have been sort of taking off stump or so, he's definitely more a sort of a middle and leg guy, which is a bit more tradition.
Yeah, Brunty's thinking of Latin conjugations and I'm getting real problems with this. In goes Abbott, and beautifully clipped away off his toes by Colin Ackerman for 4 through mid-wicket shot, as Kevin rightly said. Just he's amused by my struggles with Abbott and Abbas, and it's a bit like Amo Amasamat, Theo. Did you do Latin at school?
I didn't. I think one of my daughters, or both my daughters did, but I didn't know. Did you? Yours did?
Yeah. An O level in Latin, granddaddy. Yes, that shows how old I am. You used to have to get Latin, I'm sure. Well, at one stage, some universities back in the midst of the time demanded it. In goes Abbott, bowls 2. Ackerman nice and straight. Ackerman solidly behind it, pushing out into the offside. No run. 61 for 2 with those 2 Colin Ackerman boundaries. Sweetly hit, sweetly timed. You can see the class there with Ackerman.
So I don't think I've seen him play.
No. I mentioned his T20 bowling exploits. He is not a frontline off spinner, really, as you probably saw from his bowling in the game. He's a useful off spinner, but this is where he makes his bread. In he goes Abbott and bowls to him. Nice high left elbow. Gets forward, plays it back down the pitch on the onside, picked up at mid-on, and there is no run. The end of Abbott's over. 4 from it. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 15 from the big man. 61 for 2. Leicestershire in reply to Hampshire's 612 for 5 declared.
Yeah, I mean, you can already see Ackerman can play, that's for sure, and his stats obviously prove that. Career average of 41. I mean, you get over 40 and that's starting to get into the serious business end.
Holland international, he's training his lot with the Orange, is that how they?
What, the Dutch side? Are they? I didn't know that. Hold the bowl, starting you over and did, and just pushes that out to extra cover.
That's what the footy team are known as, obviously.
Okay.
Playing Orange as well.
So he's a Dutch international now. A few South Africans have gone that route. So he's or something like that. Because I don't know quite how it works. I played the serve, because I should know, but I don't really quite understand how they can play for Holland. But I suppose an associate member, I suppose, that's playing out in the covers.
Parentage, I think it's...
Parentage.
Used to be a really useful little biography, didn't it? Of you have to sort of find it now.
I suppose, yeah, I mean, obviously the Afrikaners would have more likelihood of a Dutch sort of ancestry, wouldn't they? There's a nice drive by Dearden and Abbott. Nice dive. Guys enjoyed that. Seeing Abbott sprawled out on the deck there. Nice stop from him, putting out his left hand.
It does also mean, of course, that he's got a Dutch passport as well, so he relinquished his South African qualification to sign his contract with Leicestershire to take advantage of the EU passport that he has.
So he doesn't come with any restrictions, is that right? Outside the stump?
Didn't. He may have. I have to check that actually with the club now. What the situation is. Whether that's changed, and whether he may even have a residential qualification now. I'm not absolutely sure.
So before, was he like a coal pack?
Yes.
Yeah.
EU passport.
61 for 2 then. Holland again with 2 slips on the gully, past the left-hander Dearden. Dearden drives up to Abbott, past his right hand, and that's going for 4. I don't think Abbott could have dived to his right-hand side as well as he did to his left. I think it was just a little bit too far away from him. Nicely timed by Harry Dearden, moves on to 26, 65 for 2.
Just a hint of starting to play with a touch more freedom.
Yes. Some nicely timed shots. Richard Bullen says at Southern Sport, greetings from Canada. Enjoying watching the coverage. I was wondering if you could dig up and repeat the statistic of Hampshire's opening stand being the third highest in a certain period of time, as I'm not sure I heard correctly. Think off the top of my head.
Opening stand.
Yeah, it wasn't very big. Oh, there's another drive, but a little bit, not quite in control of that one. Harry Dearden was a little bit wider, and the bat was quite a long way away from the pad, but he found the gap. There wasn't a problem really. In fact, he timed it quite nicely. 69 for 2.
He's only 37.
Yeah, and I think Dave Allen mentioned it and said that, I think it was on the opening day or something of the first innings,
Right.
that it's Hampshire's second highest opening partnership on the first day of the championship season. 47 was the previous highest or something like that. I think that this is off the top of my head, but I'll have to trawl through some either tweets or emails, because I can't remember which way it came to me. But I know it was Dave Allen that told us, because he loves that sort of thing, even though it was only 37. So I think, Richard, hopefully that sort of answers your question. It's not. I'll try and have a look while Richard looks after this over a bit more, but it might take me a little bit of a while to find.
Which will be bowled by Kyle Abbott. Again, comes in, bowls to Ackerman. He looks to get a big stride in. Actually, it's part, although he's weighted on his front foot, it's partly his back foot going back, his right foot going back and then leaning forward. He's not a long way in front of the crease. Colin Ackerman. Watch that carefully. His next delivery, if he gets forward again. Abbas is just starting to turn his arm over again, just to try and get a little bit of warmth into his shoulder. In goes Abbott and bowls. Fullis looking to turn it on the leg side, realises it's a touch straighter than he thought, ends up playing it back down the pitch to Abbott. Notice rehearses a turn of the wrist there, Colin Ackerman. Might just have swung a fraction back away, so to speak. 69 for 2. Dean has moved on to 30. Abbott in to Ackerman, who's forward again, solidly. Out to Abbas at mid-off, no run. Getting the light is okay.
Yeah.
There are a few dark clouds away, but it's a lot lighter than it's been at some stages in the game. Floodlights have been on all day, but they're not having a particular effect. Helping, which is, I guess, what they're designed to do in these circumstances. Abbott is in. Bowls, looking to drive again. It's not entirely convincing from Ackerman. He's on the move, ends up steering it along the ground out towards possibly Weatherly. An extra cover. Was that? No, it is Weatherly, I think.
Also.
Also it is, yeah, left-hander. Just the two slips for Ackerman. Alongside McManus. Vince at first, and I'm assuming that's Dawson. Can't quite see his number.
Yeah.
The catcher at second still. Abbott in. Bowls. Solid defensive press from Ackerman. The ball bounces back past his compatriot out towards Abbas, moving across to his right, and there's no run.
I remember what I was going to say a little while ago, actually. It was about Dawson and the catch at second slip. He is a very, very good slip catcher. Having said that, he'll drop the next one, but you know what I mean. And then for a period of time, he came out of the slips, excuse me, because I think he just got fed up with it for a little while and wanted to field elsewhere. And Hampshire really suffered, but he started to go back in there again in the last season or so, and it made a difference.
But bowls. Thick outside part of the bat as bat in front of pad from Ackerman. Runs out towards backward point. Along the ground all the way there, no semblance of a chance. That might be it for Abbott, one feels, just for the time being. Once again though, he's done what was needed as far as Hampshire are concerned. He's made a post-tee breakthrough. And he has the only 2 wickets to fall so far at no great cost either. 11 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 15. Outstanding stuff.
Yeah. Scott Carey's a little bit taller.
Okay. He brought out the right sweater with 87 on his back. He's done his job, the 12ers.
We're going for a bit of a run, warm up, I should imagine. Now they're pushing Joe Weatherly out at deepish forward square leg for Ian Holland, bowling to Harry Dearden. Maybe just to cut off that nice sort of push shot that he plays. He times well on the leg side. This time it's full, it's driven back to the bowler. I guess it's just to make sure that Dearden only gets one for that shot rather than beating the infield and the ball racing away and getting 4. I missed this email yesterday and I apologise, and I just emailed him back actually, David Bridge, and it was right at the end of play yesterday evening, and I forgot to mention it, but it's probably because we were coming towards the end and I was probably so euphoric that we were going to finish. Here's Holland, bowls, and outside the off stump. It's from David Bridge, and the reason I mentioned it was he said yesterday, I'm enjoying listening to the commentary at the ground. He said, I used to play football with Kevin at Dawson in the late 70s and early 80s with Dave Ashton. Good to hear. Yeah, there's a lot of cricket club play on the Great Cambridge Road A10, and they play in the Southern Amateur League. Always playing and missing outside the off stump. That's a good delivery there from Ian Holland. My word, that is a long time ago. The reason I was listening is that Lewis Hill, who's playing, be coming into bat soon, isn't he? Playing for Leicestershire, is my son-in-law.
Oh, right.
Oh, small world. Look after yourself, perhaps get a beer if I'm ever near the Aegeus Bowl. Well, you could, I hope you do. I've just emailed you back to say I've just found this email because I was looking back to see if I could find David Allen's, but I think he's done it on Twitter. So thank you, David. Oh, player missed outside the off stump. He induced the drive, he went for it and missed.
Well, I'm not being patronising when I say David that he couldn't have a nicer son-in-law, but I suspect he knows that, and he expects nothing less of his daughter, I would think. But he's a lovely chap,
yeah.
Super guy.
Fielded well, so didn't he?
Very fine wicketkeeper. Pretty good batsman too. Innovative batsman.
Here's Holland bowls and Dearden in behind that, pushes that out to extra cover, fielded by North East. So there was a Leicestershire connection in that as well. So a perfect email, really.
Been too many links between the counties that I can think of in terms of sort of playing links. It's not a natural path to tread one way or t'other, with the exception, of course, of D.I.
Mullally.
Allen, yeah.
Outside the off stump, and that's left hand 69 for 2. Most players go to Nottinghamshire from here, don't they?
Thank you.
They go up north up the M1.
Very sore subject.
Well, I know. When I said it, I thought, I bet it's a bit like saying when you're at Trent Bridge and you mention the football club down the road, you have to say it right. Yeah. Otherwise, everybody gets on your back. And I thought, when I said that, I thought that's going to be one that people won't like.
Yeah, it's quite fun to wind them up by saying Notts Forest.
So I wasn't going to say it, but
you must say Notts. It's Nottingham Forest or Notts County.
The thing is, anybody outside Nottingham doesn't give us stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say. Second-rate football. Boss have had their day in the sun. I suspect Abbas is back, replacing Abbott. Wasn't a particularly penetrative spell. When he do better second time round. Down the slope he comes and bowls to his old captain, Ackerman. A little bit of swing away from Ackerman as he leaves that outside off stump. And there's no run. A little bit wide. Got this sort of action, this sort of which just occasionally imparts a little bit of extra bounce and fizz. But he's not fast by any stretch of imagination, but
no, he's relying on putting a combination of balls together, isn't he?
Usually there's movement. And he comes and bowls outside off stump again, a little bit straighter. A good leave again from Ackerman, just stepped back and raised his bat very high. Will not want to get out to his former teammate, that's for sure. Don't know whether there's been much. The way the ground is now, with Hampshire back in the pavilion, in their sort of normal dressing room, so to speak, but Leicestershire using the meat. It's a case of never the twain will meet, other than out there in the middle, isn't it? In goes Abbas and bowls. That one comes back and is left again by Ackerman. It's creeping closer to off stump.
I did jack back. Probably getting a little bit more movement in this spell already than he did in the first one. Good leave.
Cheney wants an extra slip in there, perhaps. Yep, that comes out of mid-wicket north-east and goes in at third slip. Arms swinging, Abbas is in and bowls, again just outside off stump. Again, Ackerman leaves, slightly safer leaves, so to speak, doesn't come back as much. But they know where their off stumper is, these boys, don't they? It's one of the big differences, I think, of decent club cricket and first class cricket is knowledge of where the stumps are, which sounds daft, but they know how to leave.
It's part of the game.
Club cricketers inclined to play far more often. Abbas is in bowls, that is a straight delivery on off stump, and Ackerman is forward, solidly defending it back to the Pakistan international. 69 for 2.
Yeah, really didn't really work for him out in New Zealand. Pakistan tour there about 3 months ago now.
Once he left, I didn't really I sort of kept a vague eye, but it's not that you lose interest in. He goes and bowls outside off stump, swinging away, taken by McManus two-handed in front of the slip end of a maiden over from Mohammed Abbas. Yeah, his international career has not, after a pretty spectacular start, mainly against England, has to be said. He didn't have the greatest of times down under. Very late starter in the game.
Was he?
Relatively speaking, certainly in terms of international cricket. You know, he's talking to me, done all sorts of jobs in Pakistan. He worked in a bank and other places. Banks sometimes sponsor the teams, of course. Are the teams, aren't they? Out there.
Yeah, they have some amazing first-class teams names, don't they? Ian Holland staying around the wicket to Dearden. Dearden gets a straight one. He's well in behind that one. Plays that back to the bowler. Yeah, he's 31 years of age now, Abbas. And well, it was, I guess, about the time he played here, he was what, number 3 ranked bowler in the world, somewhere around there. Obviously, it had an amazing time here. Was it 79 first-class wickets in what, a season and a bit, really, wasn't it? If that.
Certainly 50 plus in that first season. That was amazing.
Here comes Holland again, well left outside your stump. And yeah, it's, I think in the last sort of bit, he had a bit of a barren time in a couple of tests he played in New Zealand. Sort of around January time, I think it was December, January, something like that. And then he got left out of the squad to play South Africa after that. So he's just going through a little bit of a difficult time. Internationally anyway. There's Holland bowls, that's a lovely steer on the back foot by Dearden. He's found the gap square on the offside. Beautifully timed shot. Takes the left-hander on to 34, 73 for 2.
Yeah, you feel, from Leicestershire's point of view, this is the big stand, really. The big partnership. If these two can stay together for a length of time. Not, I mean, they've got to change the nature of the game necessarily.
Holland bowls, left alone.
But in the hopes of getting a good first innings score on the board, these two are the main hopes. As you say, with the side the way it is, it looks a longish tail.
Holland into Dearden. Dearden pushing forward. That's going up towards mid-on, fielded by Brad Will. I haven't seen too much of him yet. I'm sure we will shortly.
Lewis Hill will come in next. wicket-keeper batsman at 5. It's quite high for him. It's 5. He actually tried him opening in a couple of the pre-season games, and he didn't do a bad job at all. He's a good bat.
On the game. Nice punch shot through extra cover. Chases on here for Tom Alsop. And he is not going to quite get there. That's another good piece of timing from Dearden, who's played 1 or 2 of those shots in this innings. And he moves on to 38. Let's come off 77. And the score for Leicestershire is 77 for 2 at the end of that over. 34 to do in the day.
Parkinson probably at 9, and the 2 seamers, Griffiths and Wright. Wright did make a 50 in pre-season, but it is a longish tail. Abbas looking to expose it, comes in and bowls to Ackerman, who again shows extremely good judgment, because that was around about stump high, the leave. Let's see how far it was. Yeah, it was a good 6 inches or so outside off stump, but it didn't really get up too much, so if it was going to miss the stumps, it wasn't going to miss them on height.
Top leave.
Eight of 21 balls for Ackerman. Abbas is in. Bowling to him, beats him with a beauty. Oh, goodness me, Mohamed Abbas. Whoa, that did plenty. Goodness me, he'd have done very well to get an edge on that. Just sort of shaped in and then left him beautifully, didn't it? That's Mohamed Abbas. That's the Abbas we remember.
That's almost the ball of the innings so far.
Wow. Vince put both hands in the air and turned away in amazement. That did loads. Wow. Abbas in again. Bowls. That one doesn't do quite as much, and Ackerman is solidly behind it. Off stump. Out into the offside. There's no run. Better spell by far.
Yeah.
Thus far by Mohamed Abbas than his first. His first wasn't horrendous or anything like it, but he's asking rather more questions in this. I think they probably know that this is the main battle, almost the main battle. Get Ackerman and or Dearden. In goes Abbas and bowls, and did he sort of curtain rail his bat inside the line of that one? Ackerman. No, I think he did, but it may have been after he had a little feel for it.
It's good cricket all round, isn't it? It's real probing stuff with a little bit of movement there.
Actually. Wonderful stuff.
Just the net backer now, I think.
Yeah. He can bowl it. That's for sure. He can bowl it. What he doesn't quite have is the sort of a little bit of zip. In he goes and bowls outside off stump, and Ackerman relieved, just lifts his bat, lets it go through. That sort of made him just occasionally could bowl a sharpish delivery, and if that one moved, you had issues.
I think that's the feeling why maybe he's just taken a little bit of a dip in the last few months, because I think there was no zip in New Zealand from what I was reading and hearing and what, I mean, he's just kind of lost a little bit that he had. I mean, he's never been express, has he?
No. He goes and bowls to Ackerman, who's right behind that one as he presses forward, guides it out into the offside, and that was a pretty good maiden from Mohamed Abbas, including, as Kevin said, didn't take the edge. 77 for 2. Leicestershire in reply to Hampshire's huge score of 612 for 5 declared. The deficit then, 535.
33 overs left in the day, which would suggest We'll be here till well after 7 o'clock, won't we? Which I can't see the light holding out.
It's okay at the moment.
Yeah, it is. We'll have to wait and see. That's going to be a long session if that's true.
So I did my exercise this morning. I won't feel guilty if I don't do any when I get back home. Few reserves, but you haven't had your porridge.
I'm sure you did all right, though.
I sort of clung on in there, really. Walked off in a pool of sweat.
We've got some Liam Dawson back. So Ian Holland off, 10 overs, number 35. Didn't look like he had sort of the measure of him, really, didn't he, in the last over or so? A couple of lovely strokes. Out on the offside, was leaving well as well.
There's a sort of feeling, I think, in the Leicestershire camp that if Dearden can get one three-figure score, can get past that, it's become a little bit of a barrier in his mind. I think 87 or something is his top score. And a couple of times when he's got into the 80s, he's almost frozen. He's realised and...
Well, it's Brad Will, actually. I thought it was Dawson, but it's Brad Will. He switched ends and keeps it a little bit low as he steered towards mid-wicket. Fielded by North-East. Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad strike rate, is it? I mean, in a situation, he's doing exactly the right thing. It's, 38 or 78. He's making sure that Leicestershire don't have a bad start. That's the last thing you need when you're so far behind. You don't need a poor start, and hasn't been too bad so far. He sees it, so you just keep doing what you're doing. Dearden on the back foot. Nice and compact as he punches that out to extra cover once more. And it's not a great strike rate, but the situation doesn't warrant. I mean, it doesn't need a cameo from somebody, you know, a little 40 off 25 balls, and that's not going to help anybody. It's about batting long and taking time out of the game and just keeping Hampshire away from sort of sniffing an imminent victory. That's what this situation calls for. Will bowls and comes away, well fielded at backward point. Mason Crane there once more. She'll see him at some point. Not a lot in this pitch from Parkinson or for Dawson, but a wrist spinner, you just never know, there might be something.
Harry Edward Dearden, coming up to his 24th birthday early next month, from Bury in Lancashire.
Wheel round the wicket, bowls and did pushes forward, slight inside edge as it goes out on the leg side. North-East moving smartly to his left.
Oh yes, I remember that now. He ruptured a cruciate ligament while fielding in 2017, which sort of set him back a bit. But he was recovered from that well. It was 72 first-class innings, excuse me, with a highest score of 87. For a batsman, that's a lot of opportunities. 72, isn't it?
It's a lot of innings, isn't it? So Dearden's on the back foot, strokes that out to extra cover. That's a lot of innings for a high score of 87, you're right. Especially if you're playing as a batter.
Yeah, average 21.
Yeah, see, that's not great, is it, really? That's at very, very bottom end. Very bottom end. I think you said earlier, didn't it, really? This is a big season for him one way or another.
It kind of is, yeah. It really is.
Yeah, you can't be hanging around too long with a career average of 21, that's for sure. Here's Wheel, and Dearden plays out on the offside. I'd say he doesn't look like a player in this innings.
Leaves him and goes through to wicketkeeper McManus, and there was very little that Colin Ackerman could do about that other than miss it, which is what he had managed to achieve. That's all you can really hope for as a batsman in those circumstances.
Great delivery. About 2 or 3 of those.
Oh yeah. So a look-see at that one. It's gone a little bit behind, I think. Abbas in again. Bowls. Nice high left elbow from Ackerman as he defends that one out to mid-off. There's no run.
Yeah, you feel that if a bass could keep producing balls like that, maybe one, maybe two and over like that, maybe a wicket's not too far away.
He had a couple of months when he first came, and he was doing 2 or 3 of those every over. He was unplayable in the second division for a while. In he goes, bowls, outside off stump, swinging away, but safe leave for Ackerman. Does so.
I think Ackerman's playing him well, I have to say.
Yeah.
Still haven't got that nip backer yet.
I faced him a fair few times in the nets, but he wasn't a great netter, I don't think. Abbas, he saved his work for the middle. He got through a lot of overs. Yeah, did he bowl in that first season in 2019? Mohamed Abbas, well, not excessive, relatively speaking. Only 9 matches he played. Is it off the back foot out towards point, but he can't get it past the man at point. He's able to get across and cut it off. There's no run. 13 innings, 9 matches, 281.5 overs, 747. Oh, that was, sorry, 2019. It's 2018 we want, really, isn't it? That was the main one. Delivery end first. 10 matches, 19 innings in 2018. In he goes, bowls to Ackerman, who's solidly forward, and there's no run. 345 overs, 50 wickets at 17. With a best of 6 for a 48, and match figures of 10 for 52. That was against Durham. 5 wickets in each innings, I think it was. Blew them away in a day, essentially. But he was better than that. Those figures are very good, but he kind of felt he was better even than that.
And averaging, what, 33, 34 overs a game? Looking at
I guess, yeah.
10 matches.
Yeah. Got through his work.
He did, didn't he?
But he's that sort of build, lean and whippy that don't seem to break down. Famous last words. Goes in and bowls to Ackerman. Goes through low, swinging outside off stump, but away, and Ackerman, again, having survived the brute of a ball, got through the rest as well. Maiden from Abbas. 9 overs, 5 maidens, none for 15. Was it 9 overs, 4 maidens? 9 overs, 5 maidens, none for 15, and it's been a pretty impressive second spell.
Yeah, it has, yeah. Definitely seems to have dropped into a better groove, doesn't he? He obviously prefers that top end. It looks like he said, no, I want to bowl there, for the moment anyway. Yeah, it's good bowling. It's nice shape on the ball, absolutely no doubt about that. But I just find myself, where's the nip backer? Where's the one that comes back at the right-hander? Because Ackerman is playing him really well. Only playing him when he has to. He's leaving the decision till quite late, and that's the perfect way to play balls that are just moving away from him. Certainly, they're not going early either. They're going quite late as well. This partnership worth 28 currently between Dearden and Ackerman, and Dearden's going to once more face Brad Wheel, and that's pushed out square on the offside. I don't think Dearden's come down this near end for a while. I don't think Ackerman's faced a ball at the top end yet. Very quickly to memory, could be wrong, but doesn't feel it. It feels like Ackerman's taken Abbas the whole time.
I could give our scorer Paul Rogers a ring. I don't think he's particularly popular in the score box at the moment, because obviously Paul Johnson, who does the second 11, is scoring for Hampshire in this game. That's how it's been working since the pandemic began.
Wheel bowls, and that's lovely cutaway behind square. He's got power in that shot. That has raced away. Well past Mason Crane's right hand, even before he had a chance to move across. Super shot, 81 for 2. Paul Johnson scoring for Hampshire.
Yeah, not. It's the name of our scorer, our second 11.
Oh, not that Paul Johnson.
No, it's a different.
Oh, right, I was going to say.
Same name, but different chap. But obviously also the chap for who's the cricket stats? What are the name of the cricket stats people who come to every game
Opta.
now? An Opta statsman, yeah. But
his Wheel again, staying round the wicket to Dearden. Oh, that's bounced. Has he edged it? I think he has. He's gone. Billy Taylor's fingers up, And that ball bounced outside the off stump and just feathered the outside edge of Dearden. He just had a little nibble as well, pulled his bat in, realised what he'd done, but it was too late. 81 for 3, Dearden goes for 42.
And that's where we're at with Harry at the moment. He can look at sort of $1 million, and ball before played a glorious sort of cut down to wide, third man for 4, was beginning to flow, looking good, playing well. Just has a little feel for one outside off stump, tickles it through to McManus, and big wicket you feel for Hampshire in the circumstances of the game.
He was playing well. That's a good delivery though, isn't it, really? Again, it's the angle coming into the left-hander. It tempts the shot anyway, and then it's just bounced and straightened.
He should have left it there, didn't he?
He'd been playing it so well. He'd been playing late.
Yeah.
And it's just that one, isn't it? It's, you know, time and time again, Dearden had done the right thing, but it's just the one, isn't it? Every now and then that you don't quite get right, and it's the one that in the end has your name on it.
But again, it's the reward for accurate bowling.
This is it. That's what was missing.
I've been making you play, and that's the frame of mind he was in, and it made the difference. Well played by Harry Dearden, but not quite enough to make a difference in the context of the game.
Yeah, good innings though, but yeah, I'm afraid when you're chasing 612, it's hundreds that are going to make a difference.
Don't make a difference.
No, but ordinarily it's a decent knock, and you know, he looks a good player. There's no doubt about it. But yeah, it is it's the reward. You know, again, it's not just individual bowlers, but it's collectively. Keep probing in and around the off stump. It won't always work. You know, you'll get cracked away. Your ball, and you think, oh. But if you continually attack off stump, just outside off stump, you will get rewarded. And collectively, Hampshire have done that. New batsman then is Lewis Hill, as Richard Ray correctly predicted. First up, he's pushing forward. Back to the bowlers, no run. Nice solid forward defensive first up as well.
Best part of the day.
Beautiful, isn't it?
The sun is out behind the... Well, obviously it's out behind the clouds, but you know what I mean, the white clouds are lit up by sun, and it's good light at the moment.
It is. Bradwell in again over the wicket, and that's full, and that's worked through mid-wicket. Chase on again. And that may just be pulled up by Tom Alsop. Yes, it is. But Hill's off the mark. Wouldn't mind that length early on in your innings. Just nicely just lean on that and just turn it away, and you're away. I didn't realise he's 30 years old, Lewis Hill.
Yeah, I was thinking that the other day. Jeepers, Hilly.
Career runs away with you very quickly. 1 minute you're promising, the next minute you're sort of in your peak, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, that's it, lad, thank you very much. And you think, where's that time gone?
Yeah. Short mid-wicket-ish has gone in. Short and straight mid-wicket northeast.
2 slips as well, as Ackerman leaves that one alone outside of stump. That's a good line again. That's the end of the over. 84 for 3 then. With Ackerman on 8, and Hill will face the next delivery. The next over, he's on 3.
Did he take a guard then, Ackerman? Was that the first ball you faced?
I didn't, you know, I should have looked, having said that, but I don't remember him facing much, if at all, up there, do you? Up that end? Could be wrong, my memory's not what it was.
Bass, the breakthrough having been made, will continue from the Bennett end.
So I think he'll enjoy bowling at somebody else rather than Ackerman. Yep. Good judgment, wasn't it, from Ackerman? What to play, what not to play, where his off stump was. Didn't look in any trouble at all, but it was good bowling against him. Mark of a good player.
Changes in the field, bringing in, is it going to be gully or 4th slip? It's going to be a 4th slip for the new man. Makes sense. Which means that the man in the covers goes across to fill the gap at mid-wicket. Abbas down the slope. Bowls. Hill takes a couple of steps down the wicket, shuffles down, looking to negate the movement perhaps that or reduce the impact of the movement that Abbas has started to get, the swing that he's started to get. But that will not discourage Mohammed Abbas. Just a couple of little steps down the track from the hill. Can't do that every ball. You can try, I suppose.
It's almost the sort of pace that Lewis McManus would stand up to, I think.
Abbas is in. Bowls, edged, caught. Found
Dawson.
the edge of Hill's bat, and a nice catch with that. Dawson again,
Yep.
low to his right at second slip. Good catch, clean catch. And this is what Leicestershire feared, rather. Once the first four are out of the way, there's it's a callow lineup, shall we say? And Lewis Hill comes and goes quickly. 4 balls. The fourth from Abbas. Bit too good for him. Mohammed Abbas has his first-class wicket for Hampshire.
Hooray! Hooray! First of many, we hope, of course. But that's interesting. I was looking at the line there, as I say, and if you haven't heard us mention, we are sort of well to the left of the wicket, so we get a better view when you see it again on the live stream. That did look quite close to off stump. I have to say, I think the line would have been certainly that Lewis Hill would have had to have played. It'd be interesting to see how Ackerman might have played it. He might have even left that. I don't know. We'll never know. But that's a good catch as well from Liam Dawson, low to his right, about knee height.
Clean on it as well.
Super catch. Told you he was good in there.
Straight in.
He was good
Melted
in
into the hands.
So, yeah, please from Mohammed Abbas. I think he deserved it in this spell alone.
Yeah.
And it just goes to show, isn't it, really? Ackerman away from the strike, and all of a sudden Abbas has got in there very early.
Quality. High quality bowling and catching, but it's been high quality bowling throughout. And Wheel and Holland, no less so than Abbott and Abbas, really. They haven't given them, the Leicestershire batsmen, any sort of opportunity just to take the pressure off by picking up easy runs. They've made them play in just the same way.
Well, it's important to have all your bowling attack not going for too many runs, is it? You don't.
Yeah.
This is the problem Leicester had. I mean, there was nobody really supporting Chris Wright. I mean, you know, Evans did a reasonable job, no doubt about that, but he's very, very young. But bowled more than his fair share of overs. But this is where you need a collective bowling attack. I mean, Wheel's gone for 3.5 and over. Holland's gone for 3.5. They're your backup bowlers. I mean, you wouldn't want them going for any more, that's for sure. But you know, your Leicestershire bowlers were going for far more than that.
5 6s, aren't they? 5s and 6s throughout. Harry Swindles comes out to face Mohammed Abbas. In goes Abbas and bowls fullish. Swindles just waits for it, now advancing down the pitch for him. Plays it out into the offside, and there is no run.
4 slips in for him now. Attack, attack, attack.
Yeah, sense opportunity here really to deal with most of this Leicestershire first innings today. Come back tomorrow refreshed. Abbas into Swindles, high left elbow. Steps across slightly as he defends that one out towards mid-wicket. There's no run. Harry Swindles, a Leicester boy. He's 22. Come through the academy. Signed his first professional contract in 2017. Was selected for England under 19s.
Ooh.
A lot of talent. Abbas is in and bowls to him. A little bit static in the crease perhaps as he played that one, but bat right behind it. Made his maiden first class 50 last year. Now he's a member of Leicester Ivanhoe Cricket Club. Started out at Narborough and Littlethorpe. Waits with bat raised, just bobbing at the knees as Abbas comes in and bowls to him. And there's lots of oohs and ahs out there because he's that one may just have come back in a little bit, and his bat was quite a long way in front of his pad. There wasn't too much foot movement. Had that one got through, I think the appeal would have echoed down to Saffron Lane. It didn't. 84 for 4 at the end of a wicket maiden for Mohammed Abbas, and that's not the first time I've said it.
It must be nice to say that again after all these years.
Well, in the circumstances.
Maybe dear.
Maybe not nice,
no.
but familiar.
Yeah, maybe a different game. Yeah, and 0 scoring opportunities really for Bass. So it literally is just see him out, see out the spell, and then see what comes next. I mean, it might be Abbott, it might be somebody else. It's what the game's all about. But
I didn't take note of his figures from his first spell, so I'm not quite sure what they are in this. But
I think I may have done actually. I'll check.
Go on, then.
Here's Wheel outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Ackerman. I'll just so before, is it before tea? Yeah, it would have been.
Yeah.
6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 15.
So this has been 4 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for none.
Yeah.
Hasn't conceded a run.
Yeah. 0 scoring opportunities. When I said it, I didn't think there was absolutely none, but there really is none. And yeah, that's what it's all about.
That's what you've signed, Hampshire.
Well, that's it. That's exactly right. As Wheel comes in again, Ackerman swings and then hits that through the colours. Lovely shot. That's going for 4. No chance for Joe Weatherly to cut that off. Hit nicely past his left hand. Somebody's got a whistle. I don't know who that is. Can't be somebody in the crowd.
Down there on the
there isn't one.
On the Milligan Road.
Oh right, yeah. Oh yeah, there's a few people there at square leg.
Stewart.
Not square leg. What deep extra cover, I guess. Looking through the railings.
You can see just by the side of the Geary bar.
Very nice.
Got a little bit dark.
Has, isn't it?
Two darker clouds drifting over, but as I say, still, it's quite broken. No danger of going off.
88 for 4. Ackerman on 12. Faces Wheel once more. That's a better delivery. Just nips back a fraction. Good leave again from Ackerman. Just nip back a bit as well. There's a beauty about being able to be a player good enough to leave deliveries which bowlers think, yes, that's a wicket-taking ball, only to see the batsman leave it. It might be close to the stumps, it might be close to the outside edge, but even when he's taking the bat away, but it doesn't matter. It's a wasted delivery in the end, but nevertheless a good delivery. So that is a great leave. Just watching that on the replay, almost might have gone over top of a stump. He's leaving it on length. Here's Wheel, bowls, that's Fuller, and there's a drive for extra cover once more, and that's 4. Wheel just over pitching there a fraction, and Ackerman doesn't miss out on those. Played a lovely couple of drives. I think his first scoring shot off Abbott was a lovely drive straight up the ground. And this is a couple more in this over. 16 he's moved on to, 92 for 4. Wow.
Didn't score 100 last year. Colin Ackerman he should have done. He made 94 and 70 odd against Lancashire in the first game, and the 94 he was run out actually by Tom Taylor, who's now at Northampton.
He's a bit of a miss, isn't he, Taylor?
Yeah.
That's a good length, good line, and Ackerman straight bat plays that up to mid on.
Genuine all-rounder. I think gutted to lose him. And no disrespect to Northampton, but it kind of felt a bit like a sideways move. You can understand it sometimes when a good young player goes to a inverted commas big county or first division county or whatever, but that just felt a bit like a bad loss really, simply because of that.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's another straight delivery which Ackerman shows the full face of the bat too, well fielded by Wheel and his follow through.
Swindle's very straight. Swindle's everything behind it. Pushes it back down the wicket towards Bass. No run. You can see a sort of, I think you can almost see a shower, but it's away over the river and beyond to over the sort of M1 area to the west of the city at the moment.
We missed that, you think, or not?
It might just drift up, yeah. Sometimes drifts up the motorway. In goes Abbas and bowls, and a little bit shorter of length, which means that there's a bit more bounce, and Swindles can just pull his bat out of the line of the ball as it goes through to McManus.
That's the right line to leave, that's for sure. I still haven't really seen the one that comes back yet. Have we really seen that? I don't think we have yet.
Once you do, you'll be happy then. And, you'll know he can do it all.
Oh, I'm sure he can. You know him far better than I do, Richard.
I've seen a few stumps broken by that one, and he goes and bowls 2 swindles, and again, late decision by Harry Swindles to leave, but a good one.
It was. Again, just outside off stump, but a fraction closer, but still the right line to be leaving, especially when you know that the bowler hasn't bowled you a ball that nips back yet. Won't be tied if he does.
Yeah. I'm sure it's coming.
Well,
whether it's the off cutter or whether he just tries to hit the seam, or
maybe he's still working his way into sort of getting into a groove. I think he probably is.
And he comes. Bowls. Again, it's the outswinger. Again, Swindle leaves. Very safe leave this time because it's a good bit wider.
Yeah. I must have to dive in front of the first slip, that one.
The swing is there for Abbas.
Come on, where's that nip backer? Come on, come on.
Usually does something different towards the end of the over. We had 4 balls. And he comes and bowls all, beats him and edges, and no thigh pad, says umpire Goff, who is very obligingly showing us where it hit. He's tapping
good on him.
His thigh pad, saying no, clipped the thigh pad.
Did Swindle start walking off though?
He kind of walked round his stumps, but let's have a look at him on the replay. No, he didn't really. He kind of...
No, he probably right. Came wide of that delivery as well, didn't he?
Shook his head and walked back into his ground. It was still a beauty.
Cool, wasn't it just?
Beat the bat and clipped the thigh pad.
Deliberately came wider of the crease there, Abbas.
So this is the 6th over of the spell without conceding a run.
Cool.
1 for none. In he goes. Bowls 2 swindles down the legs. He tried to get that.
Yeah, that was...
he tried to, and he misdirected it. Mohamed Abbas, and it flew on down the leg side. So Swindles survives. But there was the way he swiped at that, flicked at that, there was just a hint of, not desperation, but was not at ease.
Yeah.
We can say that for sure.
Well, there's no doubt about it. That was the attempted inducker. Maybe he's still in quarantine mode. It won't have been easy for him coming over here and then sort of bowling a little bit in pre-season where it's really cold. And it's not exactly the warmest year either at the moment. So maybe he felt confident enough right at the end there to stick the inducker in. That was definitely just started too straight.
Yeah, be on his own again, won't he? In his second season, I say, he had his family here and everything. He was a lot happier in those terms.
Wheels to Ackerman. Ackerman on the back foot. Pushes out towards mid-wicket. I got an email back from David Bridge, actually. He's the guy whose son-in-law is
Hilly's
Lewis
father-in-law.
Hill. Yep. And I emailed him back saying, I hope you're still listening. And he was, actually. And he used to play football at Norseman, which is a club in North London, playing in the Southern Amateur League, which I played at.
Did you say Norseman?
Yeah, they are Norseman. It's a very unusual name, isn't it? I know.
Good name.
Yeah.
Norseman.
It makes it sort of sound like we were all fighters on the pitch. We weren't. We were, well, some were. Outside the off stump and us left alone, I wasn't really. I wasn't into that. I wasn't good enough to be into that. He said, thanks, Kev. Yes, I did hear it. Good to hear you again. Yes, good old Norseman. Those were the days, he says. Lewis is a great lad, as Richard said. Very good bat and keeper. Fingers crossed for him today. Yeah, well, unfortunately, it wasn't to be, but he got a good one from the bat.
He did. If you're going to get out, might as well be to a high-quality international bowler.
His wheel again then. Bowles and Ackerman just content just to show the full face. Back to the bowler. Good length delivery.
I tell you what, I think Vince will be thinking about the spinners just to guard against the possibility of the light being called into question here, because it is now pretty dark. That sort of dark cloud that is building. There is a bit of sun around behind it, but it's beginning to drift towards the ground as well.
There's wheel again. Balls, and that's another good leave from Ackerman. That really is a good leave. And I'm just wondering as well. You're right, but what would you do? I mean, I don't know what sort of spells he bowled here.
Is that Crane warming up actually?
It is, yeah.
That point.
Would you be tempted to have another over out of Abbas, especially if
He's bowled 6 beauties,
Swindles.
hasn't he?
7,
But
sorry, 5.
in this
5,
spell, was it
yeah.
5?
5, yeah, he bowled 6
in
before.
the, okay, so 5 in this spell.
Yeah.
None for 1.
But I don't know, especially if Swindles is facing, would he bowl another over? There's another good lead from Ackerman.
Left brilliantly, isn't he, in this innings?
He just looks a class player, doesn't he? Really, he really does. Just he knows that it's a situation where Hampshire are on top here, and he's just toned it down a bit, I guess. But he still looks in control, doesn't he? 16 or 44 doesn't bother him. Doesn't look bothered at all out there, does he? Looks as though he knows exactly what he's doing. Here's Wheeler again. Bowls and... Oh, he's left that one. He's hit on the pad, but I think that's too high.
Yeah.
Not out, says Billy Taylor, but yeah, well, he's left very well.
Oh yeah, it hit him
Yeah, a bit
actually
too
above
high.
the pad, but
Yep.
yeah, that wasn't such a good lead.
That wasn't so good. But, yeah. When you're leaving with balls that sort of close, I guess you're always going to run the risk of that sort of thing happening as well. It was angled in by Brad Will, but yeah, too high. Too high.
He's got a pad on there. Club players wouldn't have a pad on the sort of right inside thigh, would they? Oh, that'd be a heck of a bruise.
Well, Brad Will, though.
Yes.
Oh, Abbas is having another one. That's good. Be tempting just to leave him on at the moment, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
The way he's bowling.
Indeed. Down the slope he comes. Bowls 2 Swindles. Nice and straight. Swindles presses forward. Inside part of the bat, quite high up. Plenty on it. How many balls has he faced now? 11. All from Abbas. None that he's been able to put away. Perhaps that explains the swish at that attempted inducker at the end of the last over. Abbas in again. Bowls again, nice and straight. Swindles playing him almost from the crease, isn't he? He's no great stride being put in. He's just kind of waiting for it. There's a lovely shape to the deliveries, but Swindles hitting the straight ones, missing the ones that are, or leaving the ones that are swinging away outside off stump. This dark cloud is drifting over the ground now. Bass bowl. Swindles is beaten to the wide by a beauty, and Vince and Dawson and well, not northeast yet, but there's a lot of hands on heads out there because Hampshire seeing for the first time perhaps what Mohammed Abbas is all about.
What a delivery that is. Had to play it. Had to play it. And it just went too much.
It did. Yeah.
It's going late as well.
Yep. It'd be interesting to see when, I mean, I'm not denigrating Leicestershire by saying it's a second division county, but it has been. And he goes and bowls 2 Swindles, who don't think he got any bat on. That might have come off the thigh pad, judging by the way it travelled. Is it going to be a leg bite? No! He did get something on it as it went on its way down to long leg, so he's off the mark with a single. And will be very pleased, I suspect, to be down the other end. But it'd be interesting to see how Abbas gets on against, in quotes, first division batsmen. You know, when you go up against Surrey and Somerset and
No, I agree.
Middlesex.
I agree.
You know he can take the wickets of second division batsmen, that's for sure.
You know, I don't know the guy, but I think he's still easing himself into this season.
In he goes and bowls, and it swings away, but Ackerman with the old curtain rail, I think that genuinely brought the bat back inside the line of that one.
Came wide again at the crease. I think, you know, today, this game, next game, I think he'll get into the rhythm of it even better. I mean, I would like to think that he'll improve a bit through playing week in, week out for these next few weeks.
Do you know that went miles? In he goes and bowls 2 Ackerman, who's going to pick up a run as he turns the delivery off the straight middle and leg to leg stump area down towards square leg. Just that, wow. I was watching the replay of that previous delivery. It really did.
Didn't it?
Zip away. In he comes and bowls beats him and edges and no.
Here's Wheeler again. Bowls and... Oh, he's left that one. He's hit on the pad, but I think that's too hot.
Or we go off.
I think that's exactly what he said, because I just saw Liam Dawson
immediately start to...
Yeah, but that was a bit of kidology as well. He may not have been saying that, and Dawson just did that to make him think that, but I think you're right. I think we might have to... I mean, the good news is that Abbas isn't express, but you're right. Once you start seeing the four shadows around each player, you know that it's a little bit iffy. We've got a bit of Mason Crane now. Looking forward to seeing this guy bowl. Very much looking forward to it, because another man that's been injured a bit and started to show some real form in the Bob Willis Trophy last year. Could really see him sort of getting back into it. But as I say, again, he's a bit like Brad Wheel, not quite as bad, but he's had his injury problems. And if he can pick up where he left off in the Bob Willis Trophy last year, then I think it'll be interesting, because he hasn't been that consistent for a little while. As I say, injuries probably counted quite a lot towards that. But he was injury-free last summer for that shortened summer. I think I'm right in saying he was Hampshire's top bowler in the competition when I looked, but I'll just double-check that in a moment. As he's bowling to Ackerman, then he's got a short leg in and bowls, and Ackerman drives, and a great diving stop in the covers by Ian Holland. Just hurt his right hand a little bit. Good stop though. That's always good, isn't it? Where spinner bowls and it gets driven out there, and the fact it's a good stop, you think, oh great, I started with a dot ball rather than maybe a boundary. 94 for 4 then, as Crane bowls again, and Ackerman drives, thick outside edge. That may just have turned a little bit as he goes out to backward a point. It's quite full though. Ackerman was drawn into the drive. That would suggest that probably there is a little bit there for the wrist spinner. By nature, he should get a little bit more out of this pitch than the wrist spinners, if there is any, but we'll have to wait and see. He is a big turner of the ball. Oh, Ackerman sweeps, that's straight, now that's close. Not out, says Billy Taylor. He's taking a bit of a risk there, Ackerman. It may just have been outside leg stump. Yeah, I think you're right, Richard.
The replay on.
Probably didn't look as close on the live stream as it did from here, and we're at wide mid off, and of course everybody's out with BW at wide mid off.
Certainly the live streams are sort of about 2 balls behind, which is frustrating.
Ooh, no, there's a bit of a swat there from Ackerman. What was that? A bit of bottom hand in that, and I think he was trying to slap that out on the offside. It's ended up at mid wicket.
Just occasionally, for quite an elegant classical player, he will play an ugly shot slightly like that.
Weird. Here's Crane again then, bowls, and oh, that's swept. Now that looks fairly straight. No, says Billy Taylor. Again, I think it might have been a fairly similar line to the one a couple of balls before. Yeah. Don't know. Maybe it didn't turn enough. Maybe the angle means that it's probably just about missing leg stump.
Don't know how, but your stream is actually ahead of mine. No idea.
I've paid the premium price. That's driven. Put it on BBC expenses. That's driven out the out on the offside, and mixed over there. Interesting over. Nevertheless, 94 for 4. Leicestershire trail by 518.
Good cricket though. It's good to watch. The umpires. Now I've said that. The umpires are having a word. Are they going to? Do they want to wait for this sort of cloud to go over? It's a chunky one. What time is it? 6:45. If they go off, and we're off at 6, we can't come back on, can we?
You're asking a man who doesn't know the rules, Richard. You've already worked that out, haven't you, this game?
I'm leaning on a broken reed.
Oh, they're going off.
They're coming off. I think we'll wait till 6, but it may be, folks, that we don't get back on. 24 overs left to be bowled. I'm sure we'll get some guidance from down at the Leicestershire club. But I think, again, Hampshire will be pretty satisfied with the inroads that they have made. 84 for 4, Leicestershire. Remember, needing the small matter of 463 simply to avoid the follow-on. They haven't managed to get rid of Ackerman yet, who's on 17, Leicestershire's leading batsman, off 53 balls, but they have managed to get rid of Hassan Azad, who was caught by Liam Dawson at second slip off the bowling of Kyle Abbott. This is post T, that is, for 27. Harry Dearden was looking good in going to 42 before being caught behind, just tempted to play at one from wheel outside off stump, and got the edge, the feather through to McManus, and then Lewis Hill, who was caught at second slip by Dawson, low to his right during a wonderful spell. And let you know what happens as soon as we can.
They played those two replays. I don't think it challenged enough.
Okay, apologies. Contrary to what I said about earlier meeting, just Stephen Marshall, we can't resume cricket at 5 p.m. We will restart tomorrow at 9 minutes of BBC Sport. We continue with the Lord for the BCB.
So we can do it this week.
Yeah.
Then that is nothing. Yeah, I don't know what the rules are. I think Mark and I are still taking consideration. Umpires are still out there, so obviously they're going to maybe not be a chance.
It's another excellent day's cricket. Really.
Yeah, it's watchable, isn't it? Yeah. So I don't know if it's good. You can still watch it. There's still some good stuff there. I think Dearden played well.
slightly to our surprise, welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, for the resumption. We have lost a few overs, 5 overs in fact, but theoretically we have 19 overs left to play. It's 6:05, 19 overs, even if they're all bowled by Messrs Mason Crane and Liam Dawson, will take us well over an hour. It will be well past 7 o'clock. Hampshire, though, sniffing blood because Leicestershire are 94 for 4 in their first innings, replying to Hampshire's huge 612 for 5. Richard Ray, BBC Radio Leicester. Kevin James, BBC Radio Solent. Here to the very end.
Bitter
We've
end.
nowhere else to go, have we?
Oh, I have absolutely nothing to do, and I've said that for about the last 9 months. I have nothing else, nowhere else to go.
It's going to be, well, Mohamed Abbas is coming off after a quite sensational spell. Well, a lovely spell. I mean, I've seen him bowl more effectively, take more wickets, but he did bowl beautifully. And he's being replaced by Liam Dawson, hiding behind umpire Goff. Umpire Goff's a big man. And there's Dawson emerging from behind him, goes in round the wicket, bowls to Harry Swindles, who goes back, and he's going to pick up, goes back, and he forced it nicely just past the man at short-ish cover. And that's the most convincing shot Swindles has played. But then he's been facing Mohamed Abbas for most of this game. Ian Holland is the man at short extra cover position. He, like many of the Hampshire players, has his hands plunged deep in his pockets. He's got a short leg in, and he also has a slip. Dawson is in and bowls to Swindles, who is forward in good time, as they say. He was committed on the front foot early there. Played it back down the pitch to the young left armour. Played a splendid innings earlier today, 152 not out. In he goes and bowls to Swindles, who's solidly forward again, playing the ball off the pitch. Really not getting to the pitch of it, but no great turn. Doing his best to impart revolutions. And but it's not biting on this Grace Road pitch. In goes Dawson, bowls again, and all the time in the world for Swindles to poke forward and play it to short leg on that occasion. I missed loads of tweets earlier, so at least I'm going to have the opportunity to go through some of those. As Dawson is in a little bit more air, a little bit more flight to that one. Waiting in position on the front foot is Swindles. Plays it out to Holland at that short extra position. No run. Vince directing traffic. He's sending the man at cover back to the boundary. Quite like Swindles to take one, it would appear. In goes Dawson, goes back, and he's going to do precisely that. Ackerman won't have any issues, I don't think, in giving Swindles the strike, which is what he has done. He's forced out into the offside to the sweeper by Harry Swindles, who does keep the strike. He's on 6 off 20 balls. Leicestershire drawing in on 3 figures then.
I'm wondering if the stipulation is that it had to have 2 spinners. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But 2 spinners we've got.
Lovely treat from Bronte. We were talking about Leicestershire Hampshire links, and he points out, of course, Michael Carberry, who came here as captain, and it didn't end happily or well for either party in that particular case. He says it's a signing best glossed over, and of course Mo Abbas, he says, and I'll come back to what he says about Mo in a second.
So it's going to be Crane to Swindles, 99 for 4. Crane bowls and Swindles is on the back foot. Plenty of time.
There was a bit of turn, wasn't there, for the wrist spinner there. Martin continuing, and of course Mo Abbas, who further cemented his Fox's legend status by never playing for Notts while costing them money. Which of course he did. He signed for Notts and then couldn't go.
Oh, is that right? He signed for Notts originally?
Last year.
Okay. Oh, of course he did, yeah. Yeah. Crane. Swindles drives pleasantly into the gap, but there is a sweeper. So it'll be just a single, whereas perhaps he might have expected a better value. Brad Wheels out on the cover boundary.
I forgot Simon Bailey was a Nottingham Forest supporter. He says, we've just fallen out. It's Nottingham Forest, and yes, we are easily triggered.
100 up for Leicestershire in the 44th as Crane bowls. Swindles pushes that back to the bowler.
Nick Matthews is delighted with the live coverage. Thank you for that, Nick.
Crane again. Bowls. And Swindles just waits for that. Sorry, Ackerman just opens the face of the bat, plays it out to backward point.
Jake's concerned about a very dark cloud over in Ibstock, which may be heading our way.
Ibstock.
See it actually. Oh. Yeah, it looks like.
Is that a village or part of Leicester or?
A village, yeah.
Village. Ackerman well forward there, bat and bag close together.
He says with a confidence he doesn't necessarily feel, but yes, it's not part of the city. I do know the areas of the city reasonably well. But he then continues, if it rains for the next few days, we'll be fine.
We won't. Yeah. As Ackerman again gets a good stride in, plays it out into the covers, and Holland Fields end of the over. Holland Fields end of the.
Springsteen, do I know why Kevin's nickname was the other bloke?
Well,
I don't. I didn't know it was the other bloke.
Well, it isn't really. It's just I know where that's come from, and funny enough, we were talking about Durham, weren't we? Well, we were a commentary for a little while, and it was one of my very few ventures up there as a commentator that, in those 4 days I did with Martin Emerson, that any tweets we got from the Durham public.
Dawson is in bowls, Swindles defends on the front foot.
It mentioned Martin, and there weren't many, believe me. And every now and then there would be one saying, "Who's the other bloke?" And it sort of stuck. I mean, that's all that is really. Okay. But obviously somebody wants to resurrect that.
Martin seized upon it, did he? In goes Dawson bowls, Fuller, but Swindles all care and attention as he plays that down the pitch on the on side, and there's no run. Lewis McManus goes and has a word with Sam North East. Might just be about what they're going to be eating at the hotel tonight. Might be hatching a cunning plan as Dawson is in a couple of steps down the wicket and whiskily turned away to mid-wicket by Harry Swindles, who scampers, scurries. He's got a very scurrying running style. And he calls Ackerman, his captain, through for a second. So Swindles on to 9. But I suggest Dawson won't be too unhappy to see him advancing down the pitch and clipping away. He wants the batsman to be on the move. In he goes, bowls, tosses that one up. He's looking to drive it away through the offside. Knew he wasn't quite there. Steered it firmly down into the ground, but the bat was at about 45 degrees from Harry Swindles. So again, there's a ooh from Liam Dawson. Make it a pretty good day for himself to go with his 150. He can pick up a wicket. In he goes, bowls. Nice straight, solid forward defensive from Swindles. Lovely stuff, says one of the Hampshire fielders. I don't know if you recognise the voices. Yeah, it's a big ask, is that? To recognise voices.
I hardly recognise them, let alone their voices.
Was it? In goes Dawson and bowls again. Fuller on off stump, looking to drive, but sort of had to dig it out in the end rather. Swindles hit it hard down into the ground. It goes more or less straight to Vince at wide mid-off, and there is no run. End of the over. 102 for 4. Always looks a bit better with 3 figures on the board.
It does.
Instead of 2.
It does.
But
yeah.
Think about saving this one.
And the scoring rate at the moment will always sort of keep them quite a long way behind, and that's what Hampshire will want, of course, even if they're not taking wickets for a fair period. Here's Crane again then, and Ackerman's on the back foot, just works that to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, just going back to that other bloke, I think there was a couple of tweets came in, and I said, oh, that other bloke has a name. And then, of course, the minute I said that just was like red rag to a bull, so that's where all that comes from, just to finish that story off. Down to look forward to later on in the season. Yippee! That's cut away to point.
It
fielded by North East.
could be fun. Sometimes they play their 50-over games at what they call South Northumberland Cricket Club, and that's fun. It's quite nice to go there, as opposed to the Riverside.
Yeah, well, I quite like the Riverside.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
quite nice. That's a nice shot by Ackerman. Steered that nicely through mid-wicket. Allsop's got another chase on. Picks it up, slides into it just before the rope, and runs back. And Ackerman will pick up 3. Nicely timed by the Leicestershire skipper. He moves on to 20.
I'm saying that, but most counties are saying there will be no outgrounds used this season. Understandably, unfortunately, unless circumstances force it.
That's just another ground to make COVID secure, isn't it?
Exactly.
And which you still will have to do even when there's a phased return of fans. I think most counties have decided that, members will come back first of all. I think something like that. I think Hampshire are doing that. There's a nice drive from Swindles, past a diving North East in the covers, but not past a diving James Vince, although he palms it out to Brad Wheel, who's run round from the cover boundary. A couple of runs for Swindles, moves on to 11, 107 for 4. 505 the deficit. I keep saying it because it sounds big then.
It kind of is big.
Crane bowls, and that's a nice delivery. That's right in the right area. It's just prodded short of short leg by Swindles.
Who's in there, Weatherly?
I think it is. Yeah, he usually is. Just hit high up on the bat there of Swindles. One of those you get excited as a bowler where you know you've landed it in the right bit and you're thinking, what's the batsman going to do? That's a little bit too full, and that's driven away hard out to Wheel at deep cover. Swindles will keep the strike, 108 for 4. Swindles moves on to 12.
Still pretty dark. That cloud that has been over Ibstock is drifting our way. We're not going to get these 15 overs, I'm pretty sure. You can sort of see the other side of the cloud and a lighter cloud behind it, but it is big. And if that comes over, if they go off now, I think that would be that.
Yeah.
And it is dark.
We've got it all to come yet, haven't we, really? We only got the edge of it.
Yeah, exactly. Swindles, then, having retained the strike, awaits the arrival of Liam Dawson, who goes in and bowls, and Swindle had advanced down the wicket, was beaten in the flight, might just have straightened a bit, took a thick outside edge, which saved him, squirted it out to backward point instead of into the gloves, the waiting gloves over wicketkeeper McManus, and I think the stumps would have been absolutely demolished on that occasion. Dawson in again. Better length from Swindle's point of view, because he wasn't advancing down the wicket and could just lean out and defend it back down the pitch. Nice little battle going on here. Swindles is trying to be proactive and trying to put the bowler under a little bit of pressure. Dawson is in a quicker delivery, and forward went Swindles, guiding it out to extra cover where Holland picks up. The Hampshire cap is it a sort of very dark navy blue?
Yes.
It's not black, is it?
It's quite a dark, navy blue, exactly.
Short leg Weatherly is now gone to a very, very silly mid-off. No more than a couple of yards from the bat, and he's hopping out of the way there as Dawson drops a little bit short. He rocks back Swindles, looking to force, doesn't really time it, and it goes to Crane, who's at backward point. And Weatherly has seen enough. Thank you very much. I'm sure it wasn't his decision, but he's now hopping back around the wicket to what he may feel is a slightly safer position. Short leg. In goes Dawson, and Bowles tosses that one up. Nice flight, but no real turn as he forward went. Swindles and defended it, battling away. The young man from Leicester. Built like a wicketkeeper, sort of not like. Keep forgetting the generation doesn't really remember Alan Knott now. Forward goes Swindles on that occasion. And Jack Russell, maybe, I suppose, might be slightly more familiar in terms of cricketers of a recent vintage, wicketkeepers, diminutive thereof. You're going to Gloucester? Of course, we're both going to Gloucestershire, aren't we?
Yeah.
No doubt we'll see Jack when we when we do, he's usually around there somewhere, trying to get rid of a couple of pictures.
Yes, he is, yeah. I think we're in Cheltenham, actually, for that one. I don't know if you were at Bristol or...
We've had a few games at Cheltenham in recent years, and it's been lovely. But no, I think we're at Bristol on this occasion.
Looking forward to that. Crane bowls. Oh, and that's edge. Oh, did that carry to first slip? That may have done. Liam Dawson sprawling to his right. Couldn't get his hands underneath it. But that turned. Oh, I think he did. I think it hit him on the wrist. Difficult chance. Difficult chance. But it was in the air. That did turn. Crane again. Bowls and Ackerman drives. A little bit fuller this time. A little bit fuller to hit through the ball with confidence.
He did, yeah, he did get it. His hand just about under it. Well, he got his hand too much under it, as you say it.
Tough one, wasn't it, that one?
Yes, it was. It was.
That was a second slips catch low down, wasn't it?
That would have been super wicket for Hampshire to end the day with. It's really murky now, isn't it? But we have the spinners behind.
Yeah. Crane bowls again, and Swindles gets a thick outside edge, but manages to somehow guide it to Sam North East's left, and his ball's going to beat him to the rope at the third man boundary at the top end of the ground. And Swindles will pick up 4 for his trouble. He moves on to 16, 113 for 4. From a Hampshire point of view, of course, it's good that Mason Crane has got one to turn off the straight. Probably the most we've seen one turn so far from a spinner in this game. That was a super delivery, wasn't it? God, my word, that was a great delivery. So, excitement, I guess, from a Hampshire point of view, that there is something coming off the straight for the spinners.
Yeah.
Although it won't be every ball. Swindles to face Crane. Crane bowls. There's a nice sweep shot. He misses it. And Dawson at slip just throws the ball back to the stumps, misses them as well.
And
it's well outside leg stump, and the ball just sort of ricocheted off his pad. Somehow made its way to first slip. Don't know how that happened, but it did. It's the right line for Swindles to sweep, though. That dark cloud is casting a big shadow, isn't it now? Swindles drives, and a pleasant drive past a diving Ian Holland in the covers. May look for 2. They do. A little bit too much there for Brad Wheel to do, coming round from the deep cover boundary. 115 for 4 now, Leicestershire. Nice shot there from Swindles.
He's been busy. 18 off 40. Ackerman 21 off 62. Underwent a severe examination at the hands of Mohammed Abbas.
Indeed. Good spell. Good second spell from him. Crane bowls. That's in the right area. Yes, that's right. That's just right, but well played.
6 foot. Colin Ackerman used it all on that occasion. Dawson is in. Back. This time goes Ackerman. Just turns his wrists on that one as he defends it, but straightish up the pitch it goes to be picked up by Dawson. There's no run.
Definitely quiet.
I was just thinking that. In goes Dawson and bowls. Forward goes Ackerman, back up the pitch on the onside again. Sometimes you get sort of a few flocks of birds wheeling around at this time. It's just too cold, isn't it? They're all in their nests, hopefully, somewhere. Well, in a tree, presumably. Dawson is in. Bowls. That one just drifts on towards leg stump and is nicely timed by Ackerman out through straight mid-wicket, and he's bisected mid-on and mid-wicket. Mid-on and whizzed quite deep back there. Is it Abbas back there, is it?
Yeah.
That he sort of trotted in pursuit, but he wasn't going to go sprinting after it. He reserves his energies for when it really makes a difference, when he's charging to the crease.
There's been many features of this game, but one feature has been players have got full value for shots if they've just pushed it into the gap and the ball's come off the middle of the bat. They haven't been short-changed, has it?
Been raced away, hasn't it? It is wonderfully quick, the outfield. Dawson is in. Back goes Ackerman, looking to force it. May have been a bit straighter than he thought it was going to be. Hit hard down into the ground. And Crane it was, fielding at backward point. Dawson to finish is over. In bowls Ackerman forward. Every ball a potential wicket-taking grenade as far as Dawson and his compatriot in appealing, his companion in appealing, Lewis McManus is concerned. He got plenty of bat on that one as he went forward. Ackerman defended it and there was no run. 119 for Leicestershire. Out comes the gel. Momentary pause in proceedings and 12 overs remain. How are we doing for time? Well, they've whipped through these two, haven't they?
Yeah.
Crane and...
We're getting through it a bit quicker than we would have otherwise done with a seamer, that's for sure. Pete Watson at Sun Sport has tweeted, could Hampshire be a bit more attacking with the spinners here, given the huge deficit, question mark? Have a man short on either side. Maybe even another slip or leg slip. Runs to play with, end of play approaching, no harm in getting the pressure on even more. Well, he may just do it a bit nearer the end of play as Crane starts a new over, well played by Swindles, just quietly pushing forward. I must admit, I was thinking when Joe Weatherly switched, didn't he, from side to side, I was thinking, I don't think it's really, certainly at the moment, not really a short leg or a silly mid-off pitch. I don't get the impression there's going to be too much going there, even in this situation. Here's Crane, and Swindles drives, and stopped by Crane on his follow-through. I think
the bounce isn't there, is it, for the spinners, really?
That's right, and you know, that one that went to Dawson in the slips, yeah, I suppose you could argue there, but there should be another slip. But I think at the moment, on balance, as Crane comes in and bowls and edged off the keeper, on in the air, and Dawson, it's gone through his hands.
He got his left hand to it. Dawson couldn't hang on. Oh my word.
I think he was already moving down, expecting the ball to go to his right hand. So when it then ricocheted off the keeper, he was in a low position and the ball was a little bit too high. Crane bowls. There's the googly that's just turned away on the leg side. Difficult one.
He was anticipating almost a bit too much there.
Yeah, he did.
So you could say, well, you can say he's put both batsmen down now, but difficult chances on both occasions. But
yeah, very difficult. I've seen him take them, but both of those are quarter chances, aren't they? Really. There's a low full toss which is driven but not timed by Ackerman out towards mid wicket. So yeah, just going back to the point, I think there comes a point where you're just having people in close for the sake of it. I think at the moment, with Leicestershire innings only scoring, in fact, it's slightly increased recently actually, but it's still under 2.5 and over. They're not really going anywhere with the innings. And it's just a matter at the moment, with so much time left in the game, as Ackerman drives up to mid-off, but there's no run. With so much time left in the game at the moment, weather permitting, that it really is a case of just getting through the overs and keeping the discipline and the shapes that they've done at the moment, and they will riffle through the order. It might take time at times, and as you'd expect it would with batsmen getting in, but I think keeping them way down, away from the score, is probably better than actually then having an extra man in close, leaving gaps, and all of a sudden the run rate starts increasing, and then it gives the batting side a bit of momentum. At the moment there's not a lot of momentum in the batting, and I think Hampshire on balance will feel that that's about the right way to go, because having another man in close is just for the sake of it.
Dawson then, can he redeem himself for those drops? He bowls to Swindles, who drives wide of Holland at that short extra position. Vince has to run around to his left from wide mid-off, gets his throw away, but Ackerman had made his ground reasonably comfortably, and the throw wasn't taken by McManus anyway. Just beginning to accumulate Harry Swindles. He's moved on to 20. Ackerman 25, waits as Dawson bowls to him, stretches forward, defends, no run. Yeah. Two big wickets those would have been, one feels. May not make any difference at all, of course, in the long term, but Mason Crane will be aggrieved. In he goes Dawson, bowls, big stretch from Ackerman, defends.
I think if there's a case, it would be having another man in close for Liam Dawson, because he's slightly the more accurate of the two. Bowling finger spinners, it's easy to bowl a bit accurately, but he looks the least likely to have a catch in close. That's the dilemma.
Dawson bowls back goes Ackerman. Defends comfortably enough in the end, out past Holland, out towards Vince at mid-off. No run. Our spectators gone. They have.
Yeah. Tea time.
Tea time, yeah. Dawson is in. Cut by Ackerman and top-edged past Northeast. No chance for him to get anything on it. Runs away down to the fine third man boundary for 4. But not convincing from Colin Ackerman. He picks up 4. Could so easily have been caught by Northeast there. Did it kind of go through him? Let's have a look at the replay. Oof, wasn't too far from his reaching right hand, that's for sure. Dawson in again. Ackerman is forward, thick inside part of the bat as it squirted away on the onside. And well, that's the over. 125 for 4. But the Leicestershire batsman not looking particularly secure.
No, I think also we're getting towards the end of the day as well, isn't it? And you know, you look at the scoreboard, especially as a batter, and you think, I want to make sure I'm there tomorrow morning, and you almost sort of overcomplicate it defensively. You know, you're so determined to be there for tomorrow morning and a new day and whatever that brings, that you can actually just, I don't know, stop playing the way you've been doing in a way, which a lot of batsmen do. Here's Crane. That's a good line, a good length. Swindle plays it well out on the offside.
Partnership 41 now between these two for the
Done
5th
well,
wicket. I suspect it needs to be 141 before.
241 at
too
the end.
Concerned, yeah.
I think Crane's got a lot of bowling to do tomorrow. I just have a feeling that's another good line and length, but there's not really a lot there for him. Swindle's playing that away on the offside quite easily.
Well, the other thing is, with keeping the run rate down at this sort of level, 51 overs have already been bowled today.
Amazing, isn't it?
And in the innings, so
Crane again, and Swindle drives, and it's behind square on the offside. Slight hint of an outside edge, maybe he just opened the face of the bat as well, but he's gone away for 4.
You know, they'll have a new ball well before lunch tomorrow if we get these next 9.
That's the thing, isn't it? And that's the other thing that, Richard, you sort of mentioned, and to bring that subject up, is that with the scoring rate fairly low, you end up facing more new balls in the innings.
Yeah.
Which, in the end, you know, will sort of get you. But they're doing all right. These two are doing, they're doing exactly the right thing. It's, you know, it's accurate bowling. It was never going to be 5 or 6 and over, as Hampshire were able to do. It was always going to be a bit more attrition for Leicestershire, but they can do no more than keep wickets intact, and on the whole they've done a good job as Swindles quietly pushes that out square on the offside. You know, a lot rests on Ackerman, that's for sure, but players like Swindles, like one or two others, Ben Mike, who we've, as I've mentioned before, did a really good job for Warwickshire against Hampshire, saving the game a couple of seasons ago, and he can play. Now there's a drive, and again sort of a slap really as it goes out to backward point. This time it's gone straight to Tom Alsop.
He doesn't really look like he's playing for the close, does he, Harry Swindles, at the moment?
No.
He's keep playing the same way. Northeast is jogging in from mid-wicket to go into second slip, is my guess.
Now, that's an interesting move. I mean, to be fair, you know, these balls are a little bit fuller. I mean, Mason Crane is waiting for the ball just short of a length and hoping it might do something. Now that's an interesting shot. That's a sweep shot, which is not particularly well executed. It was outside off stump, but it was too full. Yeah, it's under my foot.
It was. It was shot into the
a little bit too full, but he's all right. 129 for 4.
But Northeast going in there rather backs up your correspondent, if that's the right description, on Twitter. Can you correspond on Twitter?
And we are, you know, getting down to single-figure overs now as well. So you know, the pressure's there for the batsman to, you know, probably play a few less shots maybe, and so then you can start to maybe have an extra man in.
Not the case for Dawson though. Same field as the left armer goes in and bowls to Ackerman, who goes forward and defends out into the offside. Holland knocks across and picks up. Northeast wipes his nose. I bet there's a few running noses and eyes and noses out there, bless them. on his sleeve. In goes Dawson. He goes back to a slightly short ball. It stays a little bit low, tries to whip it away into the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, comes off his pad and runs down to man at short fine leg, who is Wheel.
But they can't wait to get back to the hotel and get under a nice warm duvet.
Oh no. Well, there's some good nice hot showers in their dressing room, but I bet there'll be a few in there as Dawson is in, bowling Fuller and looking to work the ball away. Again, doesn't time it. Ackerman hits it down into the ground, runs out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. The lights from the floodlights glinting off the sunglasses that are perched on the Hampshire caps, or some of the Hampshire caps. As Dawson is in again, very deliberate build up and step into his action as he bowls on off stump and played out to mid-wicket by Ackerman. The lights in the meet now looking quite bright on that first floor where Leicestershire now live. We could put the lights on in here, always a good move.
Put pressure on the umpires.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, hit down hard down into the ground by Ackerman with that sort of slightly cross-batted drive that Swindles has also taken to playing, sort of in-out sort of drive, and the bat anything but vertical. Usually gets it away there, Ackerman. He's on 29. Dawson bowls to him. He stays on 29 as he defends that one out to Holland, and that is the end of Dawson's 8th over. None for 20 for him. Crane has none for 19 from just 6, but he has created a couple of chances. On another day, he'd have a couple of wickets.
Yeah. Just keep plugging away. Keep plugging away. So 8 overs left in the day, assuming we get them all in. Maybe suggest that we might actually.
That would take us to 61, wouldn't it, for the innings? And yeah, an hour and a quarter tomorrow, and if you want it.
I think that would suit Hampshire playing all these 8, wouldn't it?
Mm.
Here's Crane then bowling to Swindles, 2 slips. Swindles trying to work that on the onside, gets a slight leading edge. It makes its way out towards mid-off.
Caught in two minds there.
A little bit careful, because the odd one is turning. Even if it's slow, the odd one is turning a little bit for Mason Crane.
There's 2 slips in there.
Crane just taking his time, polishing the ball. 129 for 4 then, as Crane comes in and bowls to Swindles once more. Slightly over pitched, and Swindles just pushes that out into the covers fielded by Holland.
I'm trying to remember who Harry Swindles got his first class 50 against towards the end of the season. Was it Yorkshire? Leicestershire supporters will remind me. I could look it up.
Crane again. Balls. That's the right area. Swindles plays that well. Pushes that past Crane, although he gets a hand on it as it makes its way up towards Abbott at mid-on. Just a patience wicket for the spinners here. Ball's obviously getting a little damp. I don't know if there's problem out there with dew or something. I don't know, whatever. But anyway, it looks like they're working on the seam a little bit, trying to dry it out. Swindles drives. He's going to take a quick single up to James Vince, and that's a good call from Swindles. Vince is a little bit deep there at mid-off. 130 for 4. He has 25 now, the Leicestershire wicket-keeper. Well, I think it'll be you know, whatever's gone was gone so far in this game, but if Leicestershire can keep this pair at the crease ahead of tomorrow morning. Nice sweep shot there from Ackerman. It's gone out to deep backward square leg. Only half fielded, so he'll come back for 2. But if they can just keep these 2 together, then you know that's something. Hampshire would desperately want to get a wicket in these next 7 overs.
It was against Nottinghamshire.
Was it?
Here, 33 and 52 not out. Also made a 58 in the T20 against Nottinghamshire. We don't talk about T20s against Nottinghamshire.
Crane bowls. Now there's a slap shot out on the offside. It's gone quite quickly by Ackerman out to Brad Wheel. Again, it's not picked up cleanly, but Wheel does well and keeps it down to a single. Ackerman will keep the strike. And it's 133 for 4.
In the air for a fair old time. Kind of feel with Crane, as you do so often with leg spinners, that something could happen with any ball. Yes, he's going to bowl the odd short ball or one that gets put away, but from James Vince's point of view, especially when you've got 600 on.
Oh, God, yeah. Absolutely ideal.
In comes Liam Dawson, bowls to Ackerman, who stretches forward and defends, as he has so often against the left armour.
It just gives you the option of something that will happen that you wouldn't expect. You know, this is all a little bit predictable with Liam. I mean, he's great bowling, good bowling, but his finger spin on the pitch is not giving a lot of help.
49 the partnership now, as Dawson bowls and almost jams one under Ackerman's bat. Bat comes down in time. Come on, lads, says McManus. An exhortation that is echoed by his teammates, having been heard. In goes Dawson. Bowls. Oh, and that one bounces and turns and beats everything, including the gloves of McManus. That bounces off them. Was it an edge? There's a few hands on heads out there. Was it an edge?
It's gone over the top of off stump, probably. Wow, good delivery, that one. Odd ball, doesn't it? Just the odd ball keeps the spinners encouraged.
Oof, a little bit of bite. Dawson in again. That's a little bit shorter. Stays down a bit. He goes back, Ackerman, and works it out into the leg side, but only as far as mid wicket. No run. Could yet be another wicket tonight. Dawson is in, Ackerman is forward, defending solidly enough back up the pitch. No run. Dawson bowls, back goes Ackerman, stays a little bit low and goes on with the arm a touch, and the South African comes down on it in good time, but for a moment Dawson thought it might be about to sneak through, hit middle stump. It didn't. 133 for 4, 49 the partnership then, as I say, between Swindles and Ackerman. Vital for Leicestershire's cause, excuse me, that these two are here at the close, which is now 6 overs away.
Coming up to 6:45. Just to remind us that the season does produce late finishes, as if we needed reminding. 133 for 4 then. Here's Crane then bowling to Swindles. Still the 2 slips in. The Swindles quite comfortably pushes forward back to the bowler there. Crane will just keep bowling, just waiting for the next one just to do something a little bit unpredictable. Still feverishly polishing that ball. Comes in again then and bowls, and Swindles nicely turns that away on behind square on the leg side. That's going for 4, I think. Again, another example of the ball just travelling over this outfield like it's a sheet of glass. I mean, he did no more than just help the ball on the leg side, and that's run over the boundary rope at the top end of the ground. 53-run partnership, 114 balls.
No fielder in that quadrant of the outfield at all, which is understandable.
Yeah, it's not really an area that, unless you start sweeping.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
It was poor old Dawson from first slip who had to go chasing after it.
Well, I've warmed him
At
up.
least he'll be warm.
Yeah.
Absolutely, he's bowling and chasing. And he hasn't got a sweater on, goodness me.
As long as he's protecting that injury. That's a good delivery and well played by Swindles. Nice soft hands. The ball goes to ground and fielded by North East at second slip. Dead quiet. Apart from the odd shout out there in the middle. Swindles just taking time to receive the next delivery. Here comes Crane again and bowls. Oh, Swindle's been on the outside edge. Is there an outside edge? There's an appeal. No, says Billy Taylor. And I got the impression there was a slightly delayed appeal.
Well, I think the fact that McManus then, as he took the ball, whipped the bails off. I don't think he'd have done that if he'd been absolutely certain there'd been an edge.
No, I agree.
Maybe wrong. He may have just been covering himself, but either way.
Well, just another example of
turned down.
Yeah.
Things happening.
Yeah. And there's usually something happening, at least one ball and over for Mason Crane, so that's all right on a pitch which isn't and hasn't really been giving the spinners any help. That's okay. That's a start.
Swindle's composing himself, living slightly dangerously.
Crane in again. That's short. That's pulled away by Swindle, so he didn't really get hold of that. It's going out to deep back square leg. He's coming back for two. He was almost as if he was determined to run two no matter what, and he's calculated that right. Just trying to work that out, who that is out there actually.
Abbas, I think.
Is it Abbas?
Would it be?
Oh, yeah. He obviously knew who it was going to straight away.
That said, it was quite a vigorous throw by, as I remember, Abbas didn't do too many vigorous throws. But I think it's him.
I think you're right. 139 for 4 then. Swindles again, and he wasn't quite looking at the ball or looking at Mason Crane as he was just about to get into his bowling action, and Crane just stopped. He wasn't looking at all now. Crane a bit too eager. Comes in again and bowls, and Swindles just plays that late behind square on the offside, well fielded by Alsop. Well bowled by Mason Crane. That's the end of the over. 5 to do, 139 for 4.
How proud he was after his debut at Aigburth against Lancashire, Harry Swindles. Can't believe it. He's playing from a home county. It was really nice to see, you know. He was so chuffed. He'd be on that stage there now.
That's a cold ground as well, isn't it, Aigburth?
Yeah, it was alright the game we were there. Yeah, it was okay. It was a high summer.
Best time to be there.
Yeah. In goes Dawson and bowls with that cross-batted drive. Ackerman again doesn't time it. Hits it hard down into the ground, runs out to Vince, who's at deep-ish mid-off, and there's no run.
That's a good ground to bowl spin on. There's a bit of bounce in that pitch there, isn't it? You'd have more men round about there in this situation.
Dawson bowls, forward goes Ackerman, stroking it calmly out to Vince again.
That's where, what's his name, made his name before he had that disastrous first test. Can't think of his name. Has he gone to Northants? Haven't they sort of given him a chance again? What was his name?
Dawson bowls, forward goes Ackerman and defends, no run.
Left arm spinner. Played at Lancashire. Then had that one horrible test match. Was it at the Oval? Oh God, what's his name? Can't think. Somebody on the tweet. At Solar Sport, help me out, please.
Parry? No, he's still at Manx, isn't he? In goes Dawson bowls. Just stroked defensively out to Vince, and there's no run.
I'll have a look at the Northamptonshire playing staff, because I think they pulled him in to sort of see if he might regain his form. Where are we?
Dawson bowls, forward goes Ackerman. Defends again, solidly enough. 5 dot balls from Liam Dawson. 3 previous maidens in the spell. And he'd make it 4. In he goes. Bowls to Ackerman, who goes back and defends again. And he can make it 4. A 4th maiden to Dawson. None for 20 from 10. Good control from the left armour. No real chances created other than that loose sort of cut from Ackerman that flew just past Sam North East a couple of overs ago. He's grasping right hand at first slip. 139 for 4.
I'm obviously talking complete rubbish, because even if it was Northants, I thought it was Northants, it isn't. I'm sure I read it somewhere that somebody had taken him on a month or two's contract just to see if... I'll see. Maybe I'm making it up. That's pulled away. Start of a new over from Mason Crane. Too short. Swindles pulls it away through mid-wicket. He'll pick up 4 runs. 35 he moves on to. 143 for 4. But the guy himself, I'm sure somebody will remember. Kerrigan. Thank you very much, Dominic Smith.
Simon Kerrigan.
That's, Southern Sport. Thank you, Simon Kerrigan. That's the one. There's always somebody out there. I deliberately do that, actually, to make sure there's people listening.
You could, yeah, absolutely. It's a good ploy, and I agree with it.
So, Swindles moves on to 35. And Crane bowls again. Slightly short, and that's whipped away this time. Although it's not really timed, as it goes out just wide of mid-on, where Kyle Abbott does the fielding this time. 144 for 4.
It's a long old day, isn't it? 10 to 7. What time do you get him? 9:30.
Yeah. Can you claim overtime? I can't.
Nope.
Oh, bit of turn, but to be fair to Ackerman, I don't think he followed the turn outside off stump. But
it's not
bounce
working. Not working really, is it? Watching cricket, talking about it. Many people would love to be in this position. I do appreciate that.
Oh yeah. No, we love it really. It's been an interesting game, even though it's a bit one-sided. It's still an interesting game. Slightly short. Ackerman didn't quite get out of the way. I think it might have hit Weatherly actually at short leg.
It was quite a decent amount of turn for that one that he just sort of pulled the bat away from, but it stayed a bit low.
Didn't it? Again, emphasising there's not a lot of bounce in the pitch for the spinners.
No.
Crane again, and that's full, driven out into the deep covers by Ackerman. Pick up 1, 33, 145 for 4. Have 3 overs to do after this. Sorry, Richard.
Does he have a googly Crane? Really?
Yeah, he does. Yeah. I mean, I think he's tried 1 or 2, or certainly ones that just go on with the hand. But I think it's a bit like a bass. You know, I think at the moment it's probably just get into a groove, and then the other one will come out. And I think we didn't really see that from a bass, did we, until late in the second spell. I think Mason might be a little bit the same here, but I think he might have tried one, and it might not have looked it. That's pushed out on the offside by Swindles. End of Mason Crane's over. 3 to do then. 145 for 4.
Rashid bowls his googlies more than his conventional leg spin these days, isn't he? But didn't half turn it.
He does.
How are we doing? 3 overs to go.
Yep.
145 for 4. And these two have dug in. Hasn't been purely defensive either. 36 off 66 for Swindles. 33 off 98. Ackerman has been watchful. He's on strike now to Liam Dawson, who bowls and leaning forward, turning his wrists on a firm push out to deepish mid on. Ackerman picks up 1, moves on to 34. Dearly love to get him out before the close, Hampshire.
Well, it would be a coup.
They really would have the tail to go at tomorrow morning. But only 1 more breakthrough away from getting themselves in that position. Dawson into Swindles, who's hit on the pad. It pops up to Weatherly, but no real appeal of any kind. There's a sort of semi-inquiry.
Probably surprised the ball when it popped up in the air.
From the optimistic McManus, but no more than that. Dawson in again. Forward goes Swindles, back down the pitch to Liam Dawson. Swindles wanders out and does a spot of gardening. Dawson is in. Tosses that one up, but just over pitches it slightly so it can be driven through mid-on or to the man sort of on the edge of the circle. Kyle Abbott picks up an underarms ball back to Dawson. Swindles picks up a single, moves on to 37. 2 balls left in this over. The ground staff have emerged and are poised by the tractor as forward goes Ackerman to that one from Dawson. Defending, and there's no run.
Sprung into action in the knowledge that they're getting close to going home. Although, to be fair, they were here a while last night, weren't they, covering the whole square?
They worked very hard, those boys.
The only reason I know they were here for a while last night is because we were both here for a while last night.
Dawson bowls. Oh my goodness me, that is a very good leave, and he's down on his knees in disbelief, Dawson, that didn't clip off. My word, it was close. And Ackerman has left, well, you can only say brilliantly today, because another coat of paint, and I think a Bale might have cheapers trembled. It kind of went on with the arm rather, and my word.
Dawson was convinced, wasn't it, that once it had gone past the batter, the ball was going on to clip the off stump.
Couldn't have got much closer without just clipping it. Didn't. Ackerman survives on 34.
To be fair to him, it was a good leave.
Yeah.
There's Crane again, left alone outside the off stump. Bit of bounce there off a length.
If it misses, it's brilliant.
Well, it is, yeah.
Whatever. But I have to say, I think Ackerman did slightly misjudge that.
Yeah, it's one of those where you think, shall I, shan't I? And before it's too late, you've left it when you think, oh, perhaps I should have done. Here's Crane again, bowls, and that's foolish, which is driven to Holland at extra cover.
Do you have any of those?
Did I leave one out? I think I probably did somewhere along the line. Give me a few moments, and I like to think I was a reasonable lever of the ball, actually. Well, there wasn't a lot of shots in my armoury anyway, so it's a little slap shot out there on the offside by Swindles. Moves on to 38, 148 for 4. I must have done somewhere. I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
It's a good sign.
Oh, it would have happened. It would have happened somewhere. I guarantee. It's like a lot of things, really. Over time, you forget the bad things and you only remember the good things. It's just that there's not a lot for me to remember anymore. Oh, there's the googly. There's the googly. And he's left that one, Ackerman. And it'd be interesting to see how close that one is. And,
whoa.
Not far off as close as Dawson's.
I don't think it was quite as close as Dawson's, but it was close, and Crane went down on his back, actually, like a sort of upturned beetle, didn't he? And rolled around for a while.
Oh, dear. Great stuff. Here he is again, bowls, and Ackerman well forward, plays that back to the bowler. But it was the fact that it was the googly and it turned.
Yeah.
Was the fact that, Crane got excited. He's an excitable bowler anyway, and quite right, because he's great when he's really going great guns. But it's good leaving. At the end of the day, it's good leaving. Ackerman drives. He's going to take another quick one to Vince, who doesn't pick it up cleanly. He'll have to hurry here because the ball's gone past him. Didn't get it cleanly, and that will be 2. Vince, in his enthusiasm to get the ball in quickly, just left the ball slightly behind. 150 up in the 60th over.
Good stuff from Mason Crane, who is done for the. We're going to take them off now with 1 over to go. He's just having surely not Michael Goffin. The light is now mainly of the electrical type, but what's he having a chat about? I wonder if somebody's spoken out of turn. I'm not sure. I'm sure Hampshire wouldn't never dream of such a thing. We haven't had any real incidents out there, have we? And it's the sort of thing. It's quite hard to find out what happened. Players and umpires omerta comes into force. Nobody says. And over to go, though, to be bowled by Liam Dawson. Goes in and bowls to Swindles, who defends back down the bench.
5 balls to negotiate.
I'd imagine Ackerman is probably quite tired. He's been out there for pretty much the best part of 2 days. One way or another. Second slip goes in as Dawson is in. Bowling. Just held it back a bit. Deceived Swindles slightly in the flight. The ball didn't do anything too much, so he was able to push it out to Vince, who's now very much gone on the attack with just 4 balls to go, which will probably annoy some of your Hampshire followers. Well, you could have done this a lot earlier, really. Not much point with 4 balls to go. In goes Dawson, bowls, played past short leg, Weatherly by Swindles, picks up 1. And as Allsop comes round and fields.
Cool. What's happening now? Is that it? They're coming off now.
What, with
3 balls to spare?
You're kidding. With 3 balls to go? Oh, it's 7 o'clock. That's why, presumably. We can't go past 7 o'clock
Well done. It's a good job you're here, Richard.
I'm not covered myself in glory in that respect, in terms of knowledge of the rules, but a glance at the scoreboard reveals the clock had ticked round, so we have had full value for money. Leicestershire close on 151.44 in reply to Hampshire's 612 for 5. Harry Swindles on 39. Colin Ackerman has 36. I think the floodlights have to be switched off at 7. That's probably why as well. Yeah. So we will be back tomorrow. Another outstanding day's county championship cricket, though, has been played. Hampshire very firmly on top, but Leicestershire showing a little bit of backbone towards the end of the day. Richard Ray and Kevin James saying a very good night from the Uptonsteel County Ground.